It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gonna go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. It's fine with me.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Dream League Season 23, the closed qualifiers, this time for South America, as we were kicking things off here in just a little bit. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Dude, you had a busy day yesterday as the patch drops, and you're like, oh, I gotta get all this info out to the public. My people need me. So talk to us, man. How you feeling about the patch?
That's the life of content creation, right? I think I know everyone was kind of like hoping for Crownfall, but I still think there's some pretty cool stuff coming out here with this patch. So before getting into actual gameplay, the new rework to the bans, and then the change to matchmaking, at least the tentative experiment. So it's only for Dota Plus users right now. I assume as they get a handle on it, maybe it'll go to everyone. But I guess we can talk about the first part, the bans. I think it's kind of cool. We definitely had a problem where some people had, access to some stuff they weren't supposed to, and it was a bit of an unfair advantage. So I kind of like this random bans. You just put the top 4. you like or don't like. Which I know some people are a little annoyed by, like maybe they just hate one hero absolutely and they try to ban it out all the time. And I get that. But on the flip side, there's some people who only like to play one hero, and I can't say it's wrong, right? It's a video game. You get to play what you want, and it kind of sucks for those people if their favorite hero is always banned out. So, if that hero is particularly hated, I'm sure a lot of people will have it in their ban list, and there's still a good shot it'll be banned out in your games, but at least it's an even playing field, and I think people should have more likely chances to play the heroes they want to play.
Yeah, I actually agree, and I think they're like it gives me a little hope of maybe coming back to matchmaking because queuing up and playing Dota and like 13 games in a row, the one hero I want to play is just banned is just not a fun experience. I'm like, it's not that I don't enjoy other heroes, but it's like if I go a week and I don't play Dota and I come back, I'm like, oh, I just want to go play. I want to go play Pudge. You know, it's like I just want to go play Pudge. He's my most played hero. Come on, man. He's my most played hero. I've got a plus 50 plus win rate. All right, I'm not your griefing Pudge. But I was like, I just want to go play Pudge. And then it's banned 13 games in a row. And by the end of the week of like queuing a game or two a day, I'm just like pissed because I'm like, why can't I just play one hero that I want to play?
Why can't I grief just one game?
Just give me one game. One game. I need to grief. Please. No.
Yeah, I think
it's good
cool.
for the most
like
part.
It.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll save a little time per game, right? So you don't have that like ban phase every time. So
yeah.
I think it's
also,
cool.
You don't just like forget to ban. That was something that happened all the time. You like get into the game and you're like, oh god, which hero did I need to ban? And then like you go to ban it and it's already banned. You're like, what was my second choice?
Yeah, so it's like set it and forget it. I think it'll be. I like banning wise. I just don't like see a negative to it right now. Maybe as we play, it'll be there. But I do think it's a big positive that it helps to level the playing field for everyone who was playing completely legitimately. No outside sources.
I think it buffs hero spammers. So like people who play like literally one or two heroes that are like kind of meta, but are just like, that's all they do. I don't want to like shout out the Pango players, but you all know who you are. It's like everyone who is a legitimate Pango spammer and only plays Pango and only Pango and are like 3,000 MMR.
They just won't pick a legitimate hero.
They're like inflated 3,000 MMR because all they do is play Pango, and it's just like, okay, well, technically all those guys just got buffs, but for the rest of the audience, I think it's generally good. And hopefully this means Tinker still we don't see like a resurgence of Tinker spammers, because luckily that hero is still kind of terrible, but God, yeah, that's the only thing that worries me are going to be like the really obnoxious hero spammers, the players like Meepos and Tinkers.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll see. I mean, maybe it'll become a thing where just a lot of people have those heroes banned out because it's supposed to pick one hero from every player, right? So, I mean, if 8 players hate Meepo and he's on a couple different people's ban list, I mean, there's a pretty decent shot he gets banned out, right? So
yeah, I imagine they're in probably half of the, like, I would say almost every game, you're going to expect probably one person to have like a Meepo or a Tinker on their ban list.
Yeah, I haven't decided what to put on mine yet. I'll probably just leave it empty, actually.
Just let the fates decide.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like Dota, and I don't really hate any hero in particular. I hate seeing the same hero again and again and again, so maybe if I get tinkered like 7 times in a row, I'll throw them in the list. But I like seeing the different heroes, even if they crush me because they're a hero spammer, because like I just want to experience different parts of Dota. And going back to that whole content creation side, I think I can't just like ignore certain heroes I don't like, and then I just won't understand them, right? Especially like here we are casting. I was like, nah, I don't know what this hero does. I just always ban it, right? So I feel like I'm obligated to experience the best and worst of the pub spamming.
I feel like there's going to be certain heroes that are going to like start to pop up once Crownfall comes out, because hopefully we get a pretty major balance rework. Give us 7.36, please, because I feel like we're missing a lot of the patch notes for this patch right now. And it's just like, there's certain heroes that have not been touched in the pro meta for years, like literal years. And I'm just curious, like, when they're going to start showing back up and people be like, what does this hero do again? Like, how does this even work? What, is that a hero in Dota? Are you sure? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, what ends up happening there. I always like to see new heroes kind of, or I'll say, yeah, new heroes get attention in the pro scene. But it feels like this patch, for the most part, none of the meta heroes have been relatively nerfed enough at the top end, like Chen, Sven, Luna, Medusa, Shadow Demon, Marana, like all these Crystal Maiden, like all these heroes still seem like god tier picks. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot in terms of like changes to the meta, like Timbersaw, Dragon Knight, Centaur, Mars. All of those heroes still seem insanely good from the off lane. So I think we'll probably be seeing the same set of picks. Maybe one or two heroes squeak through a couple times, but I think it's draft time, right? How about we go ahead and jump into game number 1 here of Midas Club versus Akatsuki, and I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I think both these teams are quite good. All of the teams in the South American quals are very good. I think that is one of the bonuses of having just come from the NA quals.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's a little bit of surprise contention in the NA quals, but you're right. There's not as much competitiveness as in the SA region. They've got a lot of good teams. I think, maybe Heroic a little bit on the favorite side because they did get some international experience recently. That's always good for a team, but I can't say 100% Heroic will do it, right? There's other teams that are all pretty solid and could take series off of them, which could be enough to knock them out.
The thing that's interesting is after DPC crumbled and all these squads had to rebuild, you have top tier players on nearly every single squad in South America right now. It's pretty nuts how stacked the player base is. You have your classic Brazilian stack, which is always fun to see. They're extremely good. Which I think we get to yeah, that's Midas Club, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's Costa Vida, 40R, FCR, Hiko, Weege. Yeah, so happy to see them in our opening series. I think that's the only Brazilian stack. Still, mostly Brazilian stack in the South American region. And
10 seconds remaining.
I think we just...
These bans.
Dire team ban.
What is this?
Robo Z, I will say, is a known Tinker spammer. That is 100% true. I know he has been a long time Tinker player, but the rest of these bans, I have no clue.
Yeah, this is certainly some targeted bans, I guess, because the meta did not shift that much from this patch. I mean, maybe it will, but especially day 1, day 2, a lot of teams tend to just continue playing the stuff that they practiced for so long, and it might be a little worse, but you still do it. And then as you get time to play more pubs, see what other people are experimenting with, then it starts shifting a bit more. But I don't think we're in some Warlock Drow, first phase meta. So that might be very targeted bans.
Yeah, that one's weird, I'll be honest. The Warlock Drow is strange. I don't even think Drow got a substantial buff at all. Her buff was pretty minor. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, multi-shot.
It's the multi-shot cooldown, I think.
Yeah, the base cooldown got a buff, but the talent cooldown got nerfed. So it's it ends up being the exact same. It's 1 second difference in multi-shot. So I really don't understand. This doesn't change Drow functionally at all.
Yeah, and I think the bigger issue for her is the amount of heroes who are pretty mobile in the meta right now and just get on top of her, such as Mars, Primal Beast. I mean, they did get banned out here, but that type of hero, there's others. And so, yeah, I don't really see her being in the meta, but bans aside, the picks are still pretty meta, I would say. We see that tiny opener did get a slight nerf to the tree toss damage. There we go. Level 1, I think it's 6 damage, which over 5 hits, 30 damage, a little bigger, but it still does a lot of the key things he needs to. Crystal Maiden we've seen be a very strong support. That part not touched at all. It is the mana cost on Crystal Clone that got nerfed by 100 mana, which is pretty sizable. It'll be hard for her to spam Crystal Clone and all her spells in a team fight, but outside of the team fights, I still think you can use it to farm because your alternative is Frostbite, which is practically the same mana as the new 150.
Yeah.
So AoE Frostbite versus single Frostbite, I don't know which one should I use, right? So I think that part is still fine. And then they're going to grab the Timbersaw themselves, which I think is pretty cool because they have the Crystal Maiden. So one, you get that mana over to the Timbersaw, but two, one of the common picks against Timbersaw we've seen is the Crystal Maiden, who brings so much magic damage at the start to slow down his laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to see the Batrider picked up as well. I feel like Batrider actually got one of the heaviest nerfs of the patch. That, like,
Agreed.
legitimately. I was shocked because of all of the heroes that are like top tier, like god tier picks, Batrider is
10
not
seconds
the
remaining.
strongest. He's definitely up there, but they gave him
5
a
seconds
beating. They
remaining.
peeled out a sledgehammer against this guy and nerfed his entire early game damage. Like I could not understand what the idea behind this was. Like, of all the heroes that deserved a sledgehammer, I didn't think it was Batrider.
No, I think the damage ended up being roughly the same, but it's the burn duration changed from 5 seconds down to 2 at level 1, and I think they changed the number so damage is pretty similar, but that the slow only lasts 2 seconds now, where it used to be 5 seconds of slow. I think that's like the big nerf to him.
It's that, but your like casual point in napalm is also substantially worse now. It's like this whole ability synergy of like you want more instances of damage, and now it's like you would have a
Oh, that's
casual
true.
point in each of these, and then max Firefly, and now you get 2 seconds of napalm, or you get 2 seconds of sticky napalm burn on the flame break. Like they actually just ruined this hero. And like in terms of like his early game aggression, he's still gonna farm if he wants to just go farm stacks and stuff, but he's not gonna have that kill threat he used to have. So I'm a little bit
that's a great
surprised
point.
we're seeing it.
I totally forgot about that sticky napalm with the flame break damage.
It's like usually you go like 0, 1, 2, and then you get like you'll put your like 1 point in napalm at like 4, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
1-1-4 eventually, and then
Yeah.
sometimes max sticky napalm. Wondering if we'll see maybe more max flame break now.
There's just no way. You have to max Firefly on this hero. It's like 80%
No, I mean
of your damage
after the
output.
Firefly.
Oh, I see.
I've seen like a mix of like after Firefly, some people max sticky napalm, some people max flame break, but that was last patch. So now with the nerf to flame break early levels, it ends up being about the same spell like once you max it out. So I'm curious if people will lean towards maxing out flame break.
I mean, levels 2 and 3 are just less damage, are they not? I think they are. It's literally only level 4 where it's like levels 1 and 4
It's
are
back
like
to 5
even.
seconds.
Yeah, it's very weird. I think legitimately it's a 1 point wonder. Like legit, I don't think you either skip the ability altogether if you don't need the repositioning from flame
5
break,
seconds
or
remaining.
you keep it at 1 point. I don't think you ever can afford to go max on that ability over sticky napalm. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. So we're gonna see the Shadow Demon Grimstrokes come through. So Grimstroke I like quite a bit because you have 2 heroes that can go in and take advantage of the Inkswell so far once Batrider has Blink, but I feel like you need another hero. Like your carry also kind of has to be a hero that takes advantage of the Inkswell, I feel like. Because he's going to go in and stay in. A lot of times like Tiny and Batrider, they go in, they throw their spells, and they try to run away.
Yeah, it would help a lot to have more Inkswell play, but with that Shadow Demon coming out, it's going to be pretty tough. I think Shadow Demon is a really good response to Grimstroke because one, disruption, so you could disrupt the guy with Inkswell, you could disrupt the guy who's about to be stunned by the Inkswell. In the late game, you just ult someone. You can't even Inkswell that guy now because he's just getting purged constantly. So I think Shadow Demon is a really good pick here against both Grimstroke and Batrider. So I'm a little worried for Akasutski's early game aggression, like you said, like those nerfs coming through and now like playing into these counter picks.
Yeah, it's a really good Naga Siren pick as well. I mean, there's a couple of heroes that are still in the pool that you could go for if you really wanted, but in terms of from the carry position or the mid lane position, it's not great. So maybe your plan is to run Tiny mid, and now you have to pick a new off lane here that deals with an Naga Siren. One that I think actually got buffed that wouldn't be bad would be either the Sand King or the Underlord. Legitimately, I think both those heroes are fairly good in this game.
It could be pretty cool. I could also see Brewmaster I think
True.
he likes Orchid. Kind of got nerfed a little bit. I mean, you'll still get it if you need it, but I feel like Brewmaster could be pretty good. Good against the Naga, and then like the combo with Bat Rider's pretty strong. Though
Dire
you
team
would be
ban.
playing into Crystal Maiden, it could be annoying. Every time you try to like Firefly run at them, you get frostbitten, slowed.
I actually really liked the idea of a Brewmaster off lane with Batrider. I think that would have been very good. But we're going to see just tiny off lane here based on this. And we saw something
10
similar
seconds
yesterday
remaining.
with Saberlight playing tiny off lane into the Naga Siren. It ends up being a pretty okay
5
matchup, just
seconds
maxing the
remaining.
Avalanche and just holding the ability until the Mirror Image. And it's like as soon as Mirror Image comes out, boom, just throw the Avalanche. A couple auto attacks from the tree clears up all the illusions. And does a pretty decent amount of damage to the Naga Siren as well. So, but we're going to be seeing most likely a carry pick for Akatsuki, and as for Midas Club, I'd imagine they're mid laner. So we'll see Puck get banned.
Ten seconds remaining.
See what carries are even available that you'd want to
5
play.
seconds remaining.
It's a bit of a tough carry pick. You want to deal with
Radiant
Naga
team
Siren, potentially have to lane against Timbersaw, or whatever the last pick from Midas Club could be. Can't get totally destroyed by Shadow Demon. Like there's actually a lot of challenges here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you can go for actually.
You could
Terrorblade
potentially just
doesn't
try
seem-
to.
Remaining.
To try to what?
5 seconds.
I was gonna say you could
remaining.
try to just like bring a really
Dire
strong
team
lane against the Timbersaw Shadow Demon, because Shadow Demon is actually not the strongest laner in the world. So like bring a really strong lane there, and then just try to out tempo the Naga. Like before she comes online, you're pushing buildings, things like that. But I don't know. Like I was gonna say Luna as an example, but I mean she's banned out. So
5 seconds.
I
remaining.
like the ideas of those Monkey King and Weaver picks because they are really strong with Inkswell. And that's
Mhm.
like a solid way of trying to like find kills in the lane. They're gonna get rid of the Zeus. I feel like it might just be a Terrorblade at this point.
Radiant team pick.
Okay,
Oh,
we're
how do
going
we
back to the
forget
safe
about
lane
this
Pudge
again?
then. We saw this
Let's
yesterday.
go.
Yeah, carry Pudge. It's into a Timbersaw lane though, so
yeah, that's a little scary. But the Naga part, sick.
yeah. I mean, you could
Good
just
with
put
the Inkswell.
10 seconds remaining.
kinda because do you want to be close to a Timbersaw?
5
I think you
That's
just
true.
press this Q and you lose like a third of your HP.
That is very true.
So
Yeah.
and I don't know.
Shadow Demon 2 is going to make it extra hard as well with the disruption, even like ruining the aggression when you do try to go, and then potentially Hook is blocked by illusions depending where you spawn.
Yeah. The thing is like Pudge safe lane is really good when you have a hero that can set up hooks.
Choose your hero.
Wow. Okay, so this is something we have not seen in a while. Bristleback makes a resurgence here, and that means 40R is on the Timber. So we're gonna have FCR most likely on the offlane Bristleback.
That's pretty interesting because I feel like Timbersaw was already really good versus that safe
is?
lane, but I guess
It definitely
I'm
is.
just. Aren't you lacking a lot of initiation and crowd control now?
I think you're just playing to run at them with Blink Dagger on Timbersaw is literally what's going to happen here. Like
10
Bristleback and
seconds
Timbersaw are just going to be enormous, and Naga
Mhm.
Siren's just going to be farming, and then
5
you're just going to
seconds
fall too
remaining.
far behind. Because realistically, one of Pudge's worst matchups in Dota is Bristleback. It's unplayable for the hero. Like you actually can never do anything to a Bristleback. So
How
This
come? Why
is
do you say
like-
that?
So Bristleback is it, like doesn't really care too much about the magic damage. Like he can heal it off. Like Pudge doesn't do enough to kill the hero. Typically need a break. All of his kit is physical damage return. So between nasal goo and quills, like Pudge can't actually sustain against the quill spray because you're super low armor and your flesh heap doesn't block like any of it. and he's just really freaking fast. Like he's really fast. So it's not an easy hook target either. So a lot of times if you hook the bristleback, you like either just die to, you know, the bristleback quill sprays if you don't have like a break on your team to kill it. So
Gonna
I think
have tons of stacks too with the Shadow Demon.
yeah, and on top of it, it's like Bristleback's build up for this is so easy. Like he doesn't actually have to like think too much about what he wants to do. It's like eventually he just gets an Aghanim Scepter and gets to just run around the map sneezing on everyone. Plus like the upgrade to Hairball that they did a while back when they like kind of buffed Hairball was very good. So yeah, I think this is like a pretty massive outdraft in my opinion. I don't know how this Pudge is going to play the game, but maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe Akatsuki is going to be able to do something crazy here.
Yeah, you can always definitely catch people off guard with hooks, right? And we've seen that a couple early kills can really change. You know, these matches were like, oh, it should definitely go this way, but you suddenly pick up 2 kills and like the dynamic is completely changed. And I will say, if Midas Club does not get off to that strong start we're expecting, I do think they'll struggle because it's pretty greedy. I feel like they need to win and keep winning for this to work. But once you fall behind and you have to catch up, you try to like make plays. Like who is that playmaker, right? So if they can maybe find an early kill off meat hook, you could see them kind of giving themselves a shot here.
30 seconds
Yeah.
to battle.
I will say one thing that I am curious to see is how the Timbersaw versus Storm Spirit matchup is going to go mid, because like on paper, I feel like RoboZ should have a pretty good time into the Timber, especially after, for some reasons, the nerf that we see, again, just going to reactive armor, and I don't even know if that was the like a problem on this hero as much as just his damage output. It was kind of like last patch with like nerf flamethrower, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Why is this hero strong? But Shido. Oh, they're going to trap him. Yeah. He's going to be able... Well, Timbersaw unleashes the Pudge, but he's getting body blocked into oblivion, and Widge will steal the kill away from his mid-Timbersaw. That's kind of suspect, honestly, if you have to.
Guys, I thought he was getting away. I had to secure it. We didn't want to lose it. We would have felt really bad. I had to do it.
Yeah, absolutely no choice.
Okay, well, we were talking about Pudge needing to find a kill. Ooh, hook and Bristle onto the tower. I don't think it'll be a kill, but they'll get some nice damage.
Yeah, that's very good. Bristle's like weakness is his first like 3 levels. So if you manage to get a lot of damage to stick onto this hero, you're probably gonna feel pretty good. And FCR actually might just die here. Oh, he has to block the hook here on Hiko, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, he technically did. Hits the illusion since the hook can come from the back of Pudge. Great.
Well, I gotta say, this lane's going a lot better for Pudge than we expected with some good hooks here.
Yeah. Yeah, that first hook to pull Bristleback onto the tower like really hurts him because he, like I said, his only real weakness is the first few levels. After that, he just becomes like that unmovable object, right?
Yeah, yeah. A lot of like Pudge lanes kind of go this way. If he gets off to a good start, it becomes oppressive. If you put him off to a bad start, then it's like a pretty easy lane.
Yeah.
Quickly taking a look around. Looks like so far, Timber doing fine in the mid lane. I do think like the early levels are fine for him, since Storm is a relatively short-ranged hero, but once Storm gets a couple levels, a bit more like magic damage, it's fine. I think they both kind of get what they want, though, out of this landing stage. And then we'll see like what the support rotations or the mid rotations lead to.
A lot of creep dragging in the bottom lane, as expected. The typical of Bat Rider lanes. Which, I mean, you have a tiny into the Naga Siren. We had, like we said, yesterday we saw a similar matchup go fairly well for Saberlight, but I think they had a stronger 4. So we'll have to see. They're going to go for the Crystal Maiden, though. Brings her very low, just needs one more auto attack, and they get her. She just, like, poofed. Did that happen to you, too?
A little.
That was very weird.
It's like in the top lane. I think they got a hook next to that tower.
Very nice. Yeah, it's one of those things where I think like this Pudge, like yes, he has to be ahead now, but he has to remain very far ahead of the Bristleback. Like if Bristleback manages to find like any decent item timings, his game becomes really hard. It's kind of like similar to the matchup versus Razor, where it's like Pudge wants to be on top of these heroes and doing damage, and Razor is fine with the same thing. Same with Bristleback. They're like, go for it, buddy. We'll see what happens. And it's like the matchup always goes in favor of the minus armor.
I will say the Veil Shivas, I don't know if he'll get the Shivas, but at least like Phase Veil is a good chunk of armor for him.
Yeah. Very nice pickup in the bottom lane here. Of course, Crystal Maiden just once again showing why she is incredibly strong. Just doing almost all of the damage there to the Tiny. And it was just Naga Siren walking up with a single Riptide to get the kill.
The classic carry contribution.
Mm-hmm.
Top lane, hook onto Shadow Demon.
Go again. But FCR is going to try and just chase him down. Shido should get the kill here, which is, I mean, very good for the Pudge, but he does have 4 Quill Spray stacks on him. He's going to need a little bit of space. FCR just needs to dodge the hook himself, which he doesn't. Those Quill stacks are still on the Pudge, though. So, can he get away? Inkswell's gonna keep him alive, pops the stick.
This is really scary.
Can they find the kill? He gets the Grimstroke. Shido's gonna die, maybe? Barely alive, pops a salve at the last second as the Shadow Demon's poison was not close enough.
I was so close. I think if that Shadow Poison connected, it would have killed the Pudge.
Absolutely.
It was just out of range.
I was checking to see if he had Flesh Heap running, and he didn't, so it was very close. But I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about, where it's like, eventually that damage for the Bristleback is just more than what Pudge can do, because it doesn't scale the same. But for now, he's doing fantastic, and that's props to Shido, props to Prada in this lane. If they can keep the momentum going, maybe we'll see them shut down this Bristleback. He's got a Veil of Discord now completed, so that's a ton of extra magic damage for this lane.
Yeah, and I do think Phase, Veil, Angonims, and maybe like BKB, it does sound like a very strong point for Pudge if he isn't behind and preferably ahead. So gonna have to see how this like mid game plays out to see who hits those item timings first. Look, they're running at Storm before he has his 6.
Yeah,
by himself
really
a little
good
bit of
play
time.
from 40R. That's sick.
A great kill there. Looks like he has 7 deny, so just hits 6 a little bit sooner than Storm.
He's pretty far ahead in this lane, actually. Last, it's not too much of a difference, but now with that kill, he's feeling very strong. He's got a Soul Ring coming in a moment. So, yeah, he's doing very well. Bottom lane, we're seeing the classic duel of Batrider versus Crystal Maiden, and it's just always Crystal Maiden favored, especially now with like the nerf to the Flame Break, right? You can't really hold them back for very long, and Frostbite does come out, throws him into the creeps, as he has one more Crystal Nova down to 40 HP. Costabile does not want to chase him down, so...
Right, if that was a different camp, it might have killed him. Centaurs have pretty low damage.
Yeah.
Think of like the Troll creep camp, I think that would have killed him.
The trolls, the pine cones.
Yeah, those are scary ones. Looks like it's okay that the neutral cam didn't kill him, because looks like Timbersaw is going to grab himself another kill.
Ooh, nice TP cancel.
TP canceled. I find it interesting. I wonder if they're deciding right now, but Batrider is also looking to pick up a Veil, which they've already got one on the team. It is a pretty good item on core Batrider, but I don't know if they can afford that overlap.
Huge. Not only do they get the kill again, but they're going to get the tower, or they're going to get the Wisdom Rune. Shido does find another kill top off of his fresh level 6, so he's able to get the Dismember kill onto the Bristleback. Does one of the supports have a TP? They do. Okay, so I was like, one of them's got to come back for the Wisdom Rune, and yeah, they're going to regret not TPing sooner. They had plenty of time for that. So Shido's now level 7. That's huge. 4 points in the rot with that Veil of Discord is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Pudge is definitely having the lane he needs to. Like, some really good hooks under the tower has changed the way this lane plays out. Like, without those hooks, it sounds silly, right? But without landing those hooks, especially under the tower, then it would look differently. We were talking about how Bristleback is relatively strong versus Pudge because of that physical damage, armor reduction versus the low armor hero that is Pudge, but can't deal with the tower shots in the early game. So now he's gonna have to depend on stacks, which there are quite a few stacks here. Shadow Demon has been getting to work.
Well, they find Prada here on the Grimstroke. He does get the silence out onto the Timber Saw, something that's always very annoying with the Phantom's Embrace. But they're going to try and finish him off. He's got a Haste Rune still running, and he does a lot of damage. Timber Chain does end up hitting the wall, but it's a trade 1-for-1. As Pudge comes in as well, manages to find the Shadow Demon, and how many times have we seen Hiko die to the Pudge now? That's a lot. He's up to his 5th Flesh Heap stack. That is really good.
And Storm, who was struggling just a bit after that earlier gank on him, now back in this with that double kill. And I really like this read. They came to try to steal stacks. They know Bristleback needs this, but he just finished clearing that hard camp, and they don't really have the heroes to steal an ancient stack.
Not yet, at least, yeah. It's like your Tiny needs to be much stronger. Which, I don't even know if we pointed out earlier, it is a core Bat Rider, right? It's like technically this is a core Bat Rider on the 3 position. There's a 4 position Tiny. And it's like I noticed Adrian picked the Bat Rider, and for some reason I just never mentioned it. So we're seeing Adrian actually have a pretty good game on the offlane Bat Rider. He's going straight Shivas though, which has me confused because you have a Shivas also queued up on your Pudge. Oh, the hook top lane manages to connect. Should get saved here from the disruption. As the Inkswell will be dodged to FCR. He's got a couple Quill Spray stacks out. By a couple, I mean about to be 6. Pudge quite tanky though with all these extra stacks. As the backside of the fight, Tiny will run into a Timber Saw, but Robo Z comes in aggressively, and it sets up for another hook onto FCR. How many times can they get these? 40R comes in looking for Robo Z. He's pretty low on mana, both of them, but Robo Z will make it out with a 20 stick. This game is so even, actually. 8-8. No gold lead.
Figure out who this goes towards. I really didn't think it would be such an even game. I really thought one team would start snowballing a lead. And I mean, the Bristleback being so far behind from where he needs to be, I think is really good for Akatsuki because Pudge is enormous. He is level 9, like from the safe lane. That is pretty wild. He's having a great game. So many kills.
Yeah.
Kills and assists, 4, 1, and 2 right now. Naga is farming though, and I don't know if you really have the heroes to run at her. Storm ganks, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you need to bring the Storm. You either have to bring the Storm or you have to like Inkswell with like the Bat Rider or something.
Yeah, it's just tough because the core Bat Rider uses Sticky Napalm to get a lot of damage in, but Naga having an innate Dispel with her Q, and she has the root to like, oh, you're running at me, root, run away. It's pretty tough for Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Without the extra help of like Storm doing the initial zip.
FCR cleaning up those ancient stacks now as well as some hard camps. So getting some much needed golden XP for himself as he's finished up a Vanguard. I think the first time I've seen a Vanguard in the last like 5 months.
It's been a while. Looks like we got a smoke play. Pudge and Grimstroke coming through that Wind Gate. Maybe looking for that Naga, but I don't know if she read this, but she's actually headed mid right now.
Well, they were like hoping the rune was gonna spawn bottom and Robo Z was gonna try and like go to the bottom rune right where Crystal Maiden was waiting, but unfortunately for them,
they're still looking.
Top.
They might find this Naga.
They see the illusions running through. I just don't think they know which one is real, and so instead they're setting their sights on 40R potentially, but Avalanche is off the mark. Adrian does know where the real one is now. Well, he has a mirror image up in 1 second. Will Costabile stick around long enough? He will see the rest of the heroes silenced up. Hiko's coming in with the save. Nice DP on the Shadow Demon. Demonic Purge hits the Pudge. Song of the Siren. to reset here as they even commit the Soulbind. So will they want to stay? We'll have to see. Fighting it. Widge is going to just freezing field. Yeah, he's like, I'll sacrifice myself, but Eco's going to get ran down as well. Adrian on the Batrider, very strong. This ends up being a 2 kills for Nut.
Now up to 8 flesh heap stacks on that Pudge.
How far are we from
Really
the Axe?
racking them up.
He's getting there.
About halfway. Yeah, considering he got Veil first, it'll be pretty decent.
And he does need the Veil first. This is one of those games where you can't really afford to not pick up the armor, right? Against Bristleback and the Naga Siren, it's like the lane would be so much worse for him if he didn't go for the Veil.
Wonder, so Storm's getting a Witchblade right now. I wonder if he'll get a fast Parasma, because that would actually, like, Pudge carry is not a typical carry, and so amplifying Pudge's damage with the magic resistance reduction could be pretty cool. Maybe a little greedy. I don't know if it's necessary, but I kind of like that idea.
The item did get a pretty solid nerf in terms of its damage output, but it still has the magic amplification that is still the same. Man, RoboZ has gotten very lucky on these runes. 3 in a row now, where Midas Club makes a rotation to try and find the rune and it ends up being on the opposite side.
Yeah, he's gonna like, steal the entire enemy jungle with this.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
We're starting to see a little bit of the weakness of Midas Club, where
No stuns.
not that they fell massively behind, but yeah, it's like it's even enough of a game that you can't just walk at a tower and feel super comfortable with that. So it's beginning to feel a little weird, where it's like, oh, let's try to make a play with the super slow Crystal Maiden walk up Frostbite play, right? It's a little awkward.
Eco's looking for Prada. Will hit him with the Demonic Purge, but the TP's coming through already. We're seeing 2 heroes already. Kiri, number 1. Avalanche comes through. Soulbind is there. Storm Spirit as well. The double toss into the double Vortex. And boy, oh boy, FCR at least fairly tanky, so he should be fine as Prada will be able to get away. But another Inkswell here onto the Storm Spirit as FCR needs to be careful. RoboZ, though, running low on his resources. Can FCR get out? The toss comes in. No, they got him. Now Adrian with the lasso onto the Timber Saw. The Shiva's already procced as well. He misses the Timber Chain, and Shido gets him on the Dismember. A very good punish here from Akatsuki as they grab 3. That lack of stuns, man, it's adding up.
And it felt like a little bit of a forced play. Shadow Demon through the Demonic Purge before anyone was really that close, which gave tons of time for those rotations to come in. I guess your Naga was farming this whole time, and she is approaching top net worth. So that part feels kind of nice, but your other tempo heroes are starting to drop off, and that's not so great.
Yeah, not at all. Costabile here will find Kiri on the Tiny Widge. Should help set this one up pretty easily, so ends up going to the Crystal Maiden again. Unlucky there for Costabile, but on his way to his Orchid. The item did get nerfed, rightfully so, as it was, I mean, I think it was mostly just Oblivion Staff, the idea just being too strong again. So a little bit less mana regen, and the int bonus decreased slightly. In the Soul Burn, the usage of the Orchid is slightly more. We're going to see the Bristleback get gone on top, and bottom lane, they're going on Adrian as well, so they grab the kill onto FCR, but can they finish off this Batrider in time? They're going to TP in some extra heroes. He's getting low. They finally just commit the Freezing Field to do it, as Kostabile with the Song and the Siren. Oh, they can't TP!
They got drums. Maybe they can just run.
If Pudge gets in range, well, he gets the hook. Widge will die, and he'll make the TP out of here on the Naga Siren. So another 3 kills going the way of Akatsuki, and it's a little bit surprising that they're able to find this Bristleback so often, but his net worth is in the dumpster.
The thing is, you know where he's going to be, even without vision, because he's had a bad game. You know he can't play aggressive, and so there's only 2 places he's going to be. He's either going to be in his triangle, farming Ancients in the hard camp, or he's going to be on that side section, farming Ancients. So they can go really confidently, like, yeah, we're gonna find him, and because he's behind, we're pretty confident we'll get the kill too. So it's making their plays easier, along with the fact they have so many stuns and initiations.
Yeah. Light Collector's movement got cut in half, right? Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And that item got freaking owned.
Who's got it?
No, I was just looking at the like what the numbers were on it again.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, they do manage to walk in on the high ground here. Adrian catching a demonic purge, but again, you just don't have the damage to go in, and RoboZ will finish up the mid lane. He has an amplified damage running, so they do not want to take this fight, and instead RoboZ will just walk on in, set up a kill here onto the Shadow Demon, goes the way of Shido, as Kiri looking for the Naga, does not find the right one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
He
Pudge
finished?
has Ags and Blink now.
Yeah, and now he's gonna go for that Shiva's, which I think this will be a really strong timing. I'm not sure if he needs BKB first or not, but I'll trust his judgment. He's feeling the Shivas. They're doing pretty well, right? So
He definitely needs more armor, and it's one of those things where it's like you already have a Shiva, so it looks a little bit weird, but you'd rather have that than oh my god, Shido just got so unlucky. He sees the split from the Naga Siren and blinks and catches all three of them that aren't the real Naga. Wow. Yeah, it's like you need armor, and Shiva's, it doesn't stack, but it's still worth having on the Pudge, I think. Like it's definitely going to be like your most efficient source of armor that still makes your hero strong.
yeah, and it's a really good item for him. It's kind of why the hero came back to begin with. Is when the Veil Shivas was super good. Top side, we're gonna find a fight going on Adrian again. Dropping the half pretty quickly.
Obviously, never gets a chance to get thrown. Is instantly dispelled, and RoboZ, he gets tossed instead. Needs to be very careful. Down to low HP, and he's gone. Nice hook from Shido on the backside. Does manage to find Widge, but he's all alone. Shackled up. That is a massive problem. Here's the Ags from Bristleback that you have to be worried about. That immediate, like, 6 stacks that comes out from that Aghanim Scepter
Dire's top tower
is huge burst damage.
That was like a 5,000 gold swing.
And maybe more. They found Tiny as well. He's going to be able to toss into Widge. Brings him down so low, but it's not enough to find the kill. And boy, oh boy, it just suddenly is Midas's game. I mean, that's way... I mean, that... Yeah, that was originally 4,900... It was 5,900 gold. 4,900 gold. Yeah, 4,900 gold plus the kill from the Tiny, which is another 600. So, yeah, that's like a 5,500 gold swing.
That is a lot of money to change hands in a minute. And we were saying we felt Midas Club's draft was overall better, but that laning stage, like, props to the Pudge hooks and everything. Like, yeah. I think they really outplayed that lane, and things were going quite well. But that fight, just kind of going one at a time and losing a lot of heroes. I think you just cut your losses on the Batrider and the Grimstroke, but maybe feeling because they're so strong, they thought we could still turn this fight. But that has completely reset the game, and I feel that it goes back to favoring Midas again then.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to kill 2 really important heroes with just Frostbite, right? Like, they Frostbite up the Storm Spirit. He ends up getting Avatossed, or tossed rather, by his own Tiny, which kind of hurts him because he doesn't get to Ball Lightning away. And that's just enough time for them to burst the Storm. And then Pudge comes in, just gets Insnare Orchided and dies 100-0 under a single usage of the Bristleback. Like, he took 1,300 physical damage from Bristleback in about 2 seconds. So that is where I was like, eventually this matchup becomes completely unplayable. And he's starting to get to that point. Like, you need your Shivas, you need a BKB, and you're going to need something else, like, to try and survive. So I'm not sure what that is yet. It's just, I feel like Midas Club's game gets easier from this point on.
It might be he needs to go back to that BKB, because all this damage is then being further amplified by Disseminate. So with BKB, Bristleback will still be a concern, but the Shadow Demon and the Timbersaw will do a lot less damage to your core Pudge. Might be necessary, especially considering there's already a Shivas on the Bat Rider. You don't get the armor yourself, but you get all the amplification. Oh, he did get Light Collector on Pudge. I wonder what his other options were.
And I'm just like going back, like checking all the different items on these heroes to see like where they're headed. And every single one of these heroes on Akatsuki is pretty far from a BKB outside of the Bat Rider. And I mean, Adrian will get his fairly soon, but once he gets his Blink Lasso off, like Bat Rider's job is like kind of done, right? Like he can still do a lot of damage if he's able to survive, but the main thing is you need to get to BKBs on both Storm Spirit and Pudge, and they both want to get another item before that. They are smoked up. Widge will pop the smoke as he's figuring out there's a whole lot of heroes here, and he gets the perfect TP spot. What a play. Nicely done from him. Dude, Bullwhip is the new Light Collector, by the way. I'm on Bullwhip fan now. My friendship with Light Collector is over.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I think it's
attack.
pretty good too. Now that you don't interrupt yourself, that was a huge buff for it.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
It's also just the active movement speed change is pretty good. Like 18%. It's only for 4 seconds, but to either slow an enemy or speed up yourself, certain heroes, like it's great.
Dire are scanning.
Costabile finished his Eternal Shroud, but actually his courier got sniped.
That's rough. Bottom lane, we're going to see a nice initiation here onto the Timber Saw. Can they bring him down in time, though? Dude, he's so tanky. The Glimmerblade plus his own Eternal Shroud is just keep him alive through this all. And Shido, he's got to run. FCR with the quills, dude. Just burst him like it's nothing. Robo Z on the run. Prada in trouble as the hairball will connect. And boy, oh boy, good luck running away from the Bristleback. It's not going to happen. They do manage to find Storm in the mid lane for the moment, but he's got plenty of mana. But the Orchid comes through. Can they actually find the kill? The hairball connects. They need a few auto attacks. The song will be committed so they can go for the Frostbite. And with that, Storm Spirit dies as well. Dude, this whole thing started without the Naga Siren, and they just crushed the fight.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Yeah, I think things are getting really out of control now.
Dude, I love Bristleback. Sign me up. I'm so ready for this hero to be good again.
Tower has fallen.
Shotgun Bristleback. He's here again.
Yeah.
Disassembles that Vanguard he had earlier to now build into his own Eternal Shroud, which will be really good here. It's really heavily magic damage on the side of Akatsuki, which is kind of why they had to like get an early lead and keep that lead the whole time. Like their game plan was pretty tough.
Yeah.
Not a lot of room for mistakes, and they were doing a great job, honestly. It's like that one mistake has now really killed off a lot of momentum.
This is one of those games where you kind of just have to get ahead, stay ahead, and never make a mistake. And it's so hard to play Dota that way. Even at the highest level, like the best teams in the world can't do that. They're looking for FCR here. He's trying to get a toss back onto the Pudge, but that's not going to work out how you want. The Orchid is there. Shindo walks in, trying to do what he can here. But again, FCR just bursts him down. So much damage out from the Bristleback as now they look for Prada. Double kill for the Bristle, and you have an 8k gold lead now all of a sudden. I don't know what you do at this point on Akatsuki. I really don't. And I'm not like... I think they actually played an incredible early game. And I like what they came up with to try and address the Naga Siren. I just think the Bristleback is too much.
Yeah, like, usually your plan here is to find pickoffs, which... You got some good heroes for that. You got Pudge, Bat Rider, Storm. But then you look at your targets and you don't really want supports. You'll take what you can get, but like you want a core. And your options are, do we gank a Timber Saw? No. Do we gank a Bristleback? Looks like maybe that is what's happening this bottom lane.
The thing is Pudge has to face him in order to get this kill, and he's trying, but he's not going to get that luxury, and FCR just tanks through the damage from both of these guys, allows everyone to come in for an Orchid. And Storm dead. This is exactly what I was talking about. The matchup never becomes fun. You have to have a break. And now it's time for 40R to get aggressive. The Yules there will catch that Tiny, prevent him from being able to blink away for the moment. But 2 seconds, he gets that with the Avalanche, and he's going to be just fine. I mean, it's just good movement control from the Bristle, right? It's like anytime he, like the Pudge is going in for the Dismember, he's just always making sure that it's his back facing.
Yeah, and he's working on a Lotus Orb, so it'll be even easier now. Like, he won't even care after that. And, I mean, yeah, so that was one of your gank targets. That was the Bristleback we have to gank, right? And then your last target is a Naga, who now finally has her Eternal Shroud. So she's pretty tanky herself. She's got the illusions. She's got the song. Like, there's not a good core target to easily get a pick off on. At this point, I don't know, Fountain Hooks? Is that where we're at?
Well, there is a current iteration of a Fountain Hook. I'm just trying to remember what it is, but it's so weird. It requires, if I'm not mistaken, Muerta's Parting Shot or something. So,
Oh, I vaguely remember this now.
yeah,
that you
it's like
bring it up.
It requires Batrider and Muerta, where essentially you Parting Shot, lasso, and then bring your soul back to your body, which is standing in the fountain, and it drags the hero all the way there. It's very funny. But yeah, I don't think we're
Well,
gonna
this
see
time
that.
we have Toss, Hook, and Lasso, so maybe we can get people into the fountain.
True, you do have you have some good movement abilities. That is true. I think this first Aegis, what we're looking for here, if you are on Akatsuki, is okay. They just, I mean, they had their eyes set on Adrian, and it might backfire. But no, Hiko doesn't disrupt.
Dire's middle tower
Oh no.
Slightly
All right,
wrong
well, they all
order on
get out.
skills there.
is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it the whole game where he's always like blink Demonic Purge into Disruption, and I think that time kind of backfired. What I was gonna say is like they're looking for a pick off before going high ground. Costabile gets stunned up here on the top side. They're trying to find the real one. The Song of the Siren gets canceled, and he's dead. He's all alone. Fantastic find, 1,600 gold for that kill.
A really nice kill,
Dire's bottom
but
tower
unfortunately
is
with the
under
current draft, like I don't know how much of the game that really changes. Because like you said, I don't know what items and scaling you get to where you're actually stronger than these heroes. They're going to keep trying to find kills, which I think is the correct call. Looking for 40R. Nice Timber Chain cancel. Bringing all the
They know
heroes.
he's alone. Yeah, this is really sick. I mean, they know he's completely alone. They have the ward here. Meanwhile, they're getting a kill on Kiri in the mid lane, but they just got 2 back-to-back huge pickoffs. So I mean, that's something for Akatsuki. I think the main issue you have though is you cannot fight them heads up like 5v5 anymore. Especially with the Lotus Orb completed on the Bristleback. I would be shocked if they don't go for another Lotus, because it is the end-all be-all counter to a Pudge. Like, he can never dismember a hero that it has Lotus Orbs, so
Really good versus Batrider too.
yeah, it's just such a good Lotus game. Even Storm Spear, right? He just goes in, goes for Vortex, and just Vortexes himself. Like, this is arguably one of the best Lotus games to counter 3 different cores.
Adrian in a
BKB
bit
out
of
from
trouble here.
Adrian. He should make it. So, Timbersaw at the moment. He's got his Ags queued up to get to his reactive armor. I don't hate that. I think Lotus is just arguably better this game, but for him, it's good burst damage. I think that's the other thing. It gives him some damage. Kiri, nice Avatos, grabbing Hiko, but you need to be very careful. Song of the Sirens to turn around. They really want to look for the Tiny, as the Ensnare will come through. And FCR, I don't think he's under too much threat. He's going to go ahead and just pop those quills, keep him down. Hiko gets the kill. I mean, you get at least Song of the Siren out, but now you're down a hero, and they are grouped.
Yeah, there's a minute 20 on Aegis. I sort of think you could just go for that high ground if you wanted to. Looks like they're taking a slower approach, though. Maybe also having the same read that we are, which is that I really don't, I don't know what the comeback mechanic is. So the later we go, it's fine, guys, right? So maybe just taking it easy, throwing that lead, just to make sure, right, when you get pulled into the fountain, you're just so tanky you can't die.
They do manage to get Widge on the backside, but Prada just gets popped by the two of them. They're trying to now turn their attention on over to Robo Z, but he's got plenty of mana to play with, so he's going to make it out. I think right now their main objective is take this bottom tier 2, because if they get to the tier 2, they can open up Tormentor. They can take it so dang easily. If I'm not mistaken, Bristleback is still one of the few heroes that can solo a Tormentor.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, okay, I was correct. He is one of the heroes that can still solo a Tormentor. Jeez.
With ease.
Not even close. So yeah, that's nice for him. Gets that over to Crystal Maiden, so she has that Crystal Clone now to play with. Hiko gets a banish onto the north side, catching Kiri, and a hook will get him out. Good find.
There's a clone
That
pretty
being
good
said,
with Storm Spirit.
yeah, absolutely. Go through Vortex here onto the Timbersaw. FCR protected by the Lotus, but it's not gonna save him. Actually, just Song of the Siren. Full disengage. You managed to get a really good play here as pretty much everything's spent on the Dire. They're gonna go ahead, toss up these heroes, try and do some damage, but it's not enough. They're just surviving through it all, and now you've got to get out of here. Akatsuki, you're running low on resources. Robo Z's out of mana. You've lost your Tiny. FCR charging up onto the high ground. Timbersaw as well, looking for the support. Shido going in onto the punch, gets a nice dismember. They get a lasso onto the Crystal Main, but it's safe from that disruption, and Robo Z is gone. He's lost it. Hook will find the Crystal Maiden once again, but FCR is just chasing him into the fountain one by one. Hairball back up. They're trying to bring down this Bristleback. He's getting low. He's in pretty deep and doesn't have the Lotus on him for the moment. They finally get the kill. Double buybacks paying off. Is now, can they get more? In comes Robo Z, but an immediate Orchid out from the Crystal Maiden, saved by that Grimstroke. He did manage to get that reactive armor off, and he's very tanky, looking to bring down the Pudge, but it's not enough. Turns his attention over to Adrian, gets the Yules. Hook to save. Looks like we might finally see an end of the fight. Maybe Demonic Cleanse thrown onto the Timbersaw. Very hard to find that kill now. It's a good blink to safety here from Hinko. You do not want to feed this gem. You have a Song of the Siren in 2 seconds. Kiri's going to come in. All right, they will give it up.
All right, maybe a little bit of a dive there, but Midas Club did get 2 buyback, so now you can just look for either of those kills and you'll be in a really good spot to siege high ground from the side of Akatsuki. I mean, did they hit any major items off of that?
I mean, you got the Aghanims delivered like mid-fight on 40R. Storm Spirit is closing in on his Lincolns, which will be nice. And you do have that BKB done on the Pudge. Octarine done on the Batrider. There's some nice pickups for sure, but I don't like you kind of evened out that fight after the buybacks are considered, right? I think it's like a couple 100 gold difference. They get the 5th and final shard for their team. This one for the Timbersaw, the massively nerfed flamethrower. Unbelievable.
It'll help them take these towers just that much faster, I guess.
They're looking for Shido mid lane. Oh, do they? Oh, he gets the blink out. But Hiko goes in, looking to find these heroes. Nice Ogre Seal Totem away. And they get the TPs. Whoa, that's a really clean escape there. A little bit of a mistake, I think, from FCR. I think Hiko wants to be the one that like blinks in, gets the disruption.
Long Roche spawn. I think they can push without it, but you might as well play it safe. Just hold the map till Roche is up and then go high ground with it. I mean, we've already seen how hard it is to kill some of these really tanky heroes, let alone twice when your BKBs are down. So yeah. I think you just play it safe for that, because I don't see how you lose the fight outside of the fountain.
We're also going to see Bristleback go for his Bloodstone next. One of the classic like final items on this hero. It does actually affect Hairball, Quill Spray as well, as it increases the AoE on both of them, which is kind of cool. So notable outside of just just the fact that it gives you the spell Lifesteal. He also has a paladin sword, so bonus spell lifesteal and amplified spell lifesteal is very good for this guy.
Stick an Aegis on that guy. How you do it twice, man?
Dude,
How
I feel
do
like
you
they're gonna
kill
put
him
Aegis
twice?
on. I mean, do you put an Aegis on the Bristleback at this point? I mean, maybe now that your Timber has the Aghanim Scepter, like he's probably not dying. Naga Siren maybe is the one who carries the Aegis, but she's almost got her Eye of Scotty.
I mean, I think
She
Bristleback
does
is
have her Eye of
good enough.
Scotty.
Yeah, I think Bristleback is good enough at hitting towers that you could just put the Aegis on him and have him hit the buildings for you. Like other games, you could stick it on Naga and have her do it, but I mean, I think you just have her in the back, ready to song, and
Yeah, you're right.
then what's the play, you know?
Yeah.
If he
Bristleback
does get
have a
hooked, you just
ton of
pop
damage.
song, run in, yeah.
He gets to a point where you get to your, if you ever get to your level 25 talent with this game, it's like he will walk high ground with like plus 600 damage, right? Like that is a real concern. So we'll see if they get there. Of course, they have the gem just sitting in the Roche pit, so they know when it's going to spawn the moment it spawns, and they have full control of the map at the moment. They are pushing out bottom decently here on Akatsuki, and they are chipping away at the tier 2 tower, but again, Midas Club aren't concerned about this. For them, it's just Roshan. That is the game objective at this point. And they see it spawn, so gem gets redelivered, and into Roshan they go.
Yeah, the thing
And
is,
it's a
like, even
cheese,
with
too.
that... Ooh, yeah, that'll be really good. The thing is, like, even when you get split pushed a bit, if you look at the heroes on the Dire, like, it's not even that scary, like, tower damage-wise, right? So you're not worried about buildings suddenly getting destroyed. So, like, yeah, give him like 30 seconds hitting our building. You know, like, what's the big deal, guys? The same cannot be said for Midas Club. You leave the Bristleback next to a tower, oh, man, the thing's gone. Scary.
Yeah. So I actually didn't consider the fact that they get cheese on this one. So they just cheese the Bristleback, which I think is perfectly fine. He's not going to get bursted 100-0. Like, he will get a cheese off. So I think he's fine with that. Aesthetics cap for the Pudge is nice. We're going to see some tier 4 items start to come out. They get Timeless Relic on the Batrider.
Martyr's
Plate. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, man.
Dude, he's sitting at a casual 63% magic resist right now.
And that's without
That's not
the
even
stacks.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know.
The active is sick too, because that also works if he's facing them from the back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
As long as the source of damage is coming from like wherever the direction of his back is, I'm pretty sure like it will trigger more Bristleback procs. Which, I mean, stack that with a Bloodstone, and it's just actually healing instead of taking damage. Well, they smoke up, heading towards bottom. Going to see if they can find something tiny. Not really the best kill for them, but they will take it, as he does manage to just spot him here in the trees. They commit the Bloodstone, or the Bloodthorn. And, yeah, he's dead. 40R grabs the kill.
I will say,
It's something,
while
but you get out.
while Midas Club was taking it easy, making sure they get Roche, there was a good amount of farming for the Dire. So if you throw this Aegis fight somehow, you know, some great hooks into the base, stuff like that, I mean, we'll kind of be back to an even game at that point, which still think it sort of favors the Radiant side, but I mean, technically infinite scaling Pudge, you know, they got some good scaling heroes on their side. So
The
can't go too
dismember
crazy
damage
on
heal
Midas Club.
becomes... Yeah, I was like, dismember damage heal is like usually what you want to go for on this hero because it is so much damage. But when you're playing into Lotus Orbs, you actually might have to go for your other talent, which that one sucks really bad. So I don't know what his game plan is going to be if he gets to his 25, but he's a tanky boy. Picked up a Heart of Tarask in the process. You do have 25 on Batrider now, so the Flame Break applying napalm charges is fantastic. One of the best talents in the game. But yeah, I mean, to put it into perspective, what you were talking about, as they were positioning for Roshan, they were 16,000 gold ahead, and by the time they finished it, they were only 11,000 gold. So they managed to recoup like 5K in that time on Akatsuki. Now they're kind of trapped in their base again. And that gold lead's starting to go up, but at least, like you said, was a decent amount of time for them to get some items. And they all get their tier 4s as well, which is pretty important too.
Let me see what they're waiting for before going. Oh, maybe this Aghanim's on Shadow Demon. He just finishes it, buys out for it.
He just instant Lotus Orb on the Bristle. He's seeing himself get surrounded here. Costa Belay comes in on the Naga Siren, gets the Bloodthorn off as they get a good dismember, but she's got, of course, that Aegis, a BKB to play with. Kiri's falling low. He's gone. Shadow Demon on the backside, taking a lot of damage as well. They managed to get the first life. Robo-Z out of mana, completely taking his own engagement as Hiko trying to run away. He gets out just barely. Storm Spirit, diebacks Costa Belay looking for his opening. You've lost the Shadow Demon as Batrider now on the run. Do they have an ensnare? Not for a moment, but just taking so much damage. Gets for a lasso here onto the Naga Siren, but guess what? 4DR, FCR, both on the backside looking for their opening. They're all stuck on the high ground. They juked him out, the double blink out. Never mind. Costa Belay's coming back with the bots too, trying to finish off this Batrider. They got him. Can you get more? Prada on the run, going for the TP. He has a Yules, but won't find him. Nice disengage, but... oh, the Storm Spirit spent so much time trying to kill that Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it was a pretty good fight to start, I would say, but once the BKB start ending, that's where it gets really scary. You're gonna try to defend here. I see a little damage being done to Bristle.
All that much.
Yeah.
You're about to get bursted. Yeah, he has to get tossed to safety. They're turning around onto Kiri, who needs to be very careful. They buy back here on the Batriders. BKB Lasso doing a decent chunk, but 40R is so tanky on the Timbersaw. Shido, another dismember available, hasn't committed it quite yet as they want to finish off the Tiny, and Costa Belay just diving after him. Forced to pop the Song of the Siren as he's isolated in the Pudge, doing a decent chunk of damage. There's the TP out. Can't finish off the Tiny either, as now they're going to get the dismember that they want. Protected there by the Lotus Orb now, as there's going to be the Frostbite Wish with a nice freezing field doing some work. Adrian stuck. He can't get out. No BKB available, and Shido, his BKB's expired. He's all alone. And just like that, a slow and painful death for Akatsuki here inside their own base.
That should be about it. Storm's up. I suppose Pudge might buy back here. One last defense, but it will be a tall order.
It's so tanky, man. Like, Pudge is not a burst hero. Like, the longer these fights go on, the better it is for this Bristleback.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, Demonic Cleanse comes out aggressively. Then very nice Vortex onto the backside, grabbing both of the supports. They will buy back on the Grimstroke, but they've got to be able to get out of here now. Hook off the mark. Shido comes in. Lotus Orb will protect this Bristleback for the moment. Ends up tossing the Pudge the wrong way. Popping that Bloodstone, trying to get some extra HP here. Can he get the dieback onto the Shadow Demon? Oh, never mind. He still had his buyback available. Another dismember out from the Pudge, but a Hex comes through. They're going to turn it around onto him, and there's, of course, the Squill damage.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Double dieback on your cores, as they've also found the Tiny all alone, isolated. 4 heroes dead, no way back into the game, and that should be game 1 going the way of Midas Club.
The damage numbers are going to be so high on the scoreboard here. There's so many tanky heroes with a drawn-out fight. Yeah, so I think it's pretty cool. The Pudge pick, it's always fun to see people try it, but into the Timber was maybe a bit rough, and then that last pick Bristle was really good. I do think they then overplayed in that laning stage, but like we talked in the draft, or like throughout the cast, you just can't make a mistake, right? So Midas Club kind of, I guess they recognize that. They try to take it slow to start, like try to farm up guys. Like, we got the triangle, we got Timbersaw. Like, we will get there. We just need to find one fight. Just don't like snowball defeat ourselves. And they do. They eventually managed to find like a chain series of events, which I think, was a little bit combined with the mistake from Akatsuki. Kind of went one by one, but there you go. That's the one fight you needed to get back into this. And from there, it felt like Midas Club just had the rest of the game.
Yeah. I mean, if looking at like the Dota Plus graphs, the win percentage, even when they were behind and starting to struggle, the game still favored Midas Club the whole time. There was not a single moment of this game where they weren't favored in win percentage by like a significant margin. So it's like I said, it just felt like a pretty solid out draft with that last pick of the Bristleback. And, they tried their best. Like you said, overplayed the lanes a little bit on Akatsuki. So big props there. And I think on an even draft, they probably win this game. But we'll have to see what happens in game 2 if they can manage to put themselves in a better position. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone. And we'll be back with game 2 of Midas Club versus Akatsuki here in the South American Closed Qualifier. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? Hope you guys enjoyed the short break as we're getting ready to go into game number 2 here of Midas Club versus Akatsuki. And honestly, game 1, pretty cool. There was a little bit of back and forth, but again, it kind of came down to a little bit of an outdraft. But we'll see what happens in game 2. Zach, do you think, like just how these teams look, do you think Akatsuki can easily take a game 2? Like, I don't know. I'm curious how you approach this one if you're, Akatsuki this time around.
I think the fact that their start went so well shows that there's a shot. I think they were playing against the draft that game. So if they adjust their draft a little bit, give themselves a closer game. I mean, I don't know how they feel about the draft, right? But to us, it seemed very much a timer kind of thing. Like, we got to win early. We got to keep winning. Very few mistakes. I think if it's a closer draft and you have more room for mistakes, then, I mean, the fact that they could win their laning stage the last game, despite what we thought would be really bad lanes, I think that's a good sign for them.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I would have to say I agree with you. I think like they looked actually really solid in a lot of their decision making. It just comes down to the fact that you're playing like your carry that you need to have like an amazing game. This Pudge, like, he is a snowball hero. He's not something that I said like plays super well from behind. He does scale incredibly well. Pudge is actually one of the best scaling heroes in Dota, but not against certain types of heroes. And I think is the thing, like Pudge wants an elongated fight. He wants fights to last well because he kind of whittles down his opponents. But there are heroes that want the same thing and just do it better. He's kind of in this middle ground. So heroes like Slark, Bristleback, Razor, like those types of heroes are impossible for a Pudge to take late game. And yeah, they had the Bristleback. The Timbersaw also just not a good matchup, like you said. But we have a very different draft this time around. Some serious bans, this time addressing the offlane as well as the Shadow Demon. So we're going to see the opening of the Crystal Maiden, which, I mean, this hero is fantastic. It's looked really good. I'm not surprised we're seeing it overall first. Was he a Kunkka come out instead? I like this. This hero looks great as an opener.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden, still one of the stronger supports. Pretty safe to just open up with her. And then Kunkka could be your mid, could be your off lane. I do like him against the Crystal Maiden. He is relatively tanky to start. Tidebringer can also just like start whittling down that Crystal Maiden without even directly engaging. And then throughout the game, when Crystal Maiden wants to get her ult off, you have so many ways to just accidentally cancel it. You might not even be aiming for her, but you got Torrent Storm, your boat, just your regular Torrent, X Mark, right? So it makes her life a lot harder. She can still throw out the other spells perfectly fine, of course, but a good ultimate is quite nice for the Crystal Maiden support picks.
Yeah, I'm curious how they address this, because last game they went for the Bat Rider, and it is a great pick, but of course into Crystal Maiden it feels kind of rough. And, Adrian actually did some good stuff that game. He managed to get pretty farmed, but it's one of those things where it's like I have to question, like, if you put like a core Bat Rider in place and it's into a Crystal Maiden lane, like, it's already going to be pretty rough. But we'll see the Luna and the Sven banned out here from Midas Club. We get one more ban from Akatsuki before their second pick. No surprise on Luna and Sven. These heroes literally did not, like, were not in the patch at all in terms of notes. Like, I didn't even see them. Yeah. Anyone who says otherwise and is like, no, Sven, he got nerfed. No, you're lying. The heroes, the actual patch note does not exist.
I see Tiny has not been banned out yet. He could still be good for either team if they wanted to grab him. I feel like since Akatsuki has the next pick, I do think they should go for a support. Keep their flex available a little longer on that Kunkka and just not reveal too much. Yeah, there's that Tiny. So there's still some good flex potential here. This is potentially offlane Kunkka for support Tiny, but could be, you could throw either of them mid. Be offlane Tiny.
5 seconds
Lots of
remaining.
flex here. Probably just pick another strong support and maybe one of your own offlaners coming up here.
Yeah, I like that idea. You still have the Primal Beast option. It's a little bit rough into Kunkka Tiny, but I think for the most part, like the hero is still pretty strong. His nerf was substantial, though. I feel like the nerfs to Primal Beast in the patch were actually legitimate nerfs. So I do have to wonder if we're gonna see him all that like as much as we were, because people were just opening drafts with Primal Beast because it was such a solid like flex pick. But decreased damage on Onslaught at the earlier levels makes it a lot more difficult for you to actually like secure range creeps, and also just like chip the other lane heroes with it, right? Because that was the idea. It's like you get 1 point, you just secure range creep, but also try and hit the enemy heroes, and then
Team pick.
Aghanim Scepter damage reduced. But yeah, they go for it anyway. Very cool. And then they grab the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I'll probably need a BKB this game to deal with Kunkka and the Tiny.
Yeah. I feel like his item build is pretty flexible in a lot of times. Like, yes, you pretty much always need a BKB, but his first item can be a lot of different things, like either Blade Mail. You could just rush the BKB if you want. You could look for, you know, like a Sange, a Blink Dagger. So there are options on the Primal Beast. That being said, Akatsuki come up with a very cool idea here, which is the Clockwork, a fantastic counter to the Primal Beast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even Pierce's BKB now with that initial hook shot, so you can interrupt his ultimate. Also helps you get to the back line of Crystal Maiden and Hoodwink, two heroes who are very annoying, but very easily killed once you actually get to them. So Clockwork will be great for that. I like this Medusa pick.
Yeah.
But you still can pick a carry here at the end. Yeah, so you're going to have to ban out Anti-Mage, and then... Sven's already banned out.
It's like Anti-Mage, Weaver, or... I mean, I don't think you're worried too much about Phantom Lancer. You have a lot of AoE damage to deal with Phantom Lancer, but maybe if you don't think like your offlane will be good against it. The only other one is like Naga Siren, but again, I think you have actually pretty good options of dealing with it.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe to go with the Naga Siren ban.
Dire team ban.
Okay, what do they need? They can pick a mid or an off lane for Midas Club.
Yeah.
Fairly well-rounded draft right now. Let's see. A mobile hero who... Because there's a good amount of catch right now. So someone who can escape some of this stuff, like the X Mark or like some of these cogs could be useful for them so that you're not just like feeding kills around.
Puck is a great one. But it struggles in lane against the Kunkka is the problem.
Yeah.
So the real question is, are you going to want to put the Tiny mid or the Kunkka mid? And I think either of them Puck are very good against. So, okay, yeah, they banned OD and Death Prophet. I think both those make a lot of sense.
Both those heroes kind of wreck melee mids.
Ooh. What about Slark for Akatsuki? It's not great into Primal Beast, but it is pretty strong against the Medusa as well. Maybe they just can't run another melee hero, though. I don't know.
It is a lot of melee.
I think Weaver, honestly, fits their draft pretty well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Weaver. It's a little scary dealing with Crystal Clone and Frostbite to then like chain the rest, but I think besides that, it's kind of okay.
Or Wind Ranger, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, you can go core Wind Ranger, rush Diffusal.
Could you go for an Alchemist and try to like out tempo the Medusa, depending on what pick you see here?
Alch actually works pretty well into Medusa. It's not bad. So yeah, I think Alchemist and Wind Ranger seem like my two favorites at the moment now that we look at everything. So they definitely have to consider it. They do get rid of the Slark. Interesting. So maybe they're looking for like a Doom pick here. Honestly, wouldn't hate Doom because it would actually block the Alch pick actually pretty heavily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Midas Club can try to decide like whatever the last, because I think they know that they're looking for a carry pick that is good versus Medusa, and so you can try to predict what that's going to be, and then pick an offlaner who's already good against that. So yeah, there's the Doom.
I think this is super smart. It blocks Alk. It's like Slark is one of those heroes that if he gets doomed can be bad, but you don't lose the movement speed on your ult, so you can still get away and then regen pretty quickly after the Doom expires. So I think that makes a lot of sense. It's also a hard lane for the Doom to play into.
5 seconds remaining.
And this does make it very difficult for Alk because if you pop your ult, you're suddenly not tanky at all. This is a cool pick. So I think it does come back to like maybe a Weaver pick or like Naga Siren maybe, but once you get Aghanim Scepter on Doom, Naga can be kind of countered. Man, this is hard. What do you think?
I feel like maybe you. Like, I'm looking back and forth. Like so many of the carries are banned. Actually, we're like stretching down to that tier 2 pool of heroes.
Gyro?
I mean, could you Faceless Void and just choose? Be very careful about the fights you choose. Like once you get a Lincolns and all that, like but you'd be like if Medusa ults and you're in the chrono. What about like Monkey King going for Diffusal? You get like the ult. You should be okay versus the Doom in the lane.
It's actually not bad. Actually, that I could
guess
see
there's-
that.
I guess there's some stuff to catch you in the trees, but
Okay, so there
I
are
don't
some
know
options.
because so many of the better options are banned out. We're like really digging through the heroes we don't usually see.
You may now
Oh,
select your hero.
there's one we don't usually see indeed. Drow Ranger.
So this was first phase banned last game, interesting enough. I don't think this hero is very good, personally. There's just, it's like, it really struggles when you have heroes that can get on top of you. Now, in this game in particular, you do have a lot of space making in front of you, right? In the form of the Kunkka and the Clockwork and the Core. Oh, wait. Yeah, Core Tiny. I was like, where's Adrian? So Adrian hasn't locked his hero. So yeah, it's you're gonna have offlane Tiny mid Kunkka to make some space for you. So maybe that's enough for the Drow, but you have to worry like if Primal Beast and Doom actually find this hero, you're gonna have a
10
bad time.
seconds remaining.
She just comes online so slow, I feel
5
like, is the main
seconds
issue because you
remaining.
need to get to your Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. You do have a Tiny who's also slowing down the Medusa with his high damage. Mirana should be able to have some good roaming potential. Got like the X combo, toss, clockwork cogs. So maybe off of some good rotations, they could pick up some kills. I'm getting distracted. I just noticed this clockwork belt. It's like flashes between the eyes. That's sick.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
know that.
I love that set. That's so cool. Clockwork had some really like terrible sets for a long time. And then like the last like 3 or 4 sets have all come out have been top tier.
Yeah, this one's good. I like pirates. I kind of want to get it. Oh, they got double pirate power here. I didn't even think about that. Kunkka and Clockwork outfit. That's some good synergy. All right, Akatsuki, game 2. Let's go. I'm sold.
That's all you needed.
That's all I needed. I do like Clockwork's potential here. He's a hero we haven't seen too much of. He actually does have mana burn on his Clockwork. Maybe that'll come into play here against that Medusa. But he can disrupt these heroes, especially that Primal Beast, to make the space that we're talking about that Drown needs. So if he has a good game, I think he could have a lot of impact. Same with that Mirana, a lot of that roam potential. I do think they showed a pretty strong laning stage as well. So this draft, compared to last one, I do think is much easier for them if they get off to a good start. I think they don't have to feel as pressured of like, oh, if we throw one fight, we're done.
Katsuki here with a smoke wrap around. It will pop, but it doesn't get
Crystal
scouted, so they
Maiden?
know there's someone over here. Okay, they saw him actually for a moment. Widge? Oh, the arrow hits!
Oh!
Blind into the
I don't
Crystal
think they
Maiden,
can get
but
there though.
I don't... Yeah, I was like... No, who else is going to do anything? You have no other stuns?
The funniest thing is if they had just ran forward, they would have actually
30
trapped that Crystal
Yeah.
Maiden up there. Could have gotten that kill. But of course, you don't know. You're playing it safe. Gonna be a reverse smoke from Midas. They're gonna connect with the Doom here.
They did
Oh,
smoke
and I
under
think
a
that
ward,
ward
though.
spotted it. Yeah, so this will not lead to anything outside of some mistakes here.
Yeah, I mean, Prada, he's trying to pop the smoke
See
here.
that? Yeah. He's teasing them.
Yeah, I mean, he knows
walking
exactly where
by.
they are. Well,
Well,
Prada opens Crystal Nova into the bushwhack with that Scorched Earth. He's
Pretty
getting
close.
incredibly low. Second Blood Grenade, not enough to find the kill. Okay, that's actually double Blood Grenade commitment. That's actually not bad. And he did open 6 tangos, so he should be fine. Well,
I think that might have
go.
I think he'll be okay. It's just him. I think if Crystal Maiden had gone with him, that might be a kill. Well, okay, yeah. I think if he started Frostbite, he probably could have gotten that kill. But
Yeah.
I think maybe wanting Q to help secure creeps versus this insane damage at the Tiny, and didn't want to sacrifice that for a first blood potential.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more mana efficient for damage, but not by much, you know. It's about the same.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, into the lanes we go. Mid, we'll have the Primal Beast up against the Kunkka. I think, honestly, a fairly even lane for both of these guys. Primal Beast has a ton of base damage to work with, but once you get more and more points in the Tidebringer, it shouldn't be too hard for the Kunkka here to find some last hits. And of course, Trample, a good ability, but always going to be something that you can deal with Torrent.
Yeah, I don't expect to see either of these guys die, except for if someone builds a slight lead and maybe hits level 6 first, then I could see like one of them killing the other. But it also might just be like a very careful play around 6 and then like see some rotations out of that mid lane.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
Or
is
to
under
that mid lane, because actually there's great supports on both sides to do so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which lane we might see some kills in first, but top lane's in a really good position here for FCR, so Prada on this Clockwork can't really have any impact right now. Right, like Clockwork needs to be able to run these heroes down, and instead they're actually gonna get on top of the Drow Ranger here, and Cogs doesn't actually trap the Doom, and Shido on the run here. They need a couple more attacks in as that Scorched Earth expires, but yeah, they've got him. First Blood goes to the Doom. They can even put some damage back into this Clockwork as well, as he does have a Cogs. I mean, that's huge. That is a massive win for this Midas Club offlane.
Yeah, I think just a little preemptive with the power cogs, and then couldn't actually keep on anyone with that battery assault, so they actually just run at Drow that whole time. Very nice pickup from them. I think this can easily go both ways. Like, if you get to the Drow, you kill the Drow, but if Clockwork manages to isolate someone, then it's pretty hard to get out of that cogs for them. That Doom and that Hoodwink. So, for now, going the way of Midas Club, but it's not like one kill lanes over. Like, Clockwork is still pretty scary throughout the rest of this laning stage.
Oh, yeah.
Radiant structures are
Top lane. Doom is in really deep here. They do get a nice 2-hero bushwhack to follow this one up, and the Scorched Earth just burning them down. 2 points, doing a ton of work, and they never pull the tower aggro, so Shido will make it out, but now they're turning attention to Prada with a Blood Grenade as he gets the cogs off last second. A nice bushwhack, but the Acorn shot nearly finishes off the Drow. She's going to have to kind of just sacrifice himself potentially here on the Clockwork. Hiko almost dying in the process, but now Doom, he's got his eyes set on the Drow. Nice gust to get him to safety. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we actually missed a kill there as it grabbed Kiri.
Yeah, an arrow connected. Ooh. An arrow connected on the Crystal Maiden, and then they just ran her down. Just Crystal Maiden things. The top kill was much more exciting.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
So,
attack.
top lane's going great. I mean, Drow's down, sitting at 11 CS, had to walk all the way back to base, then TP. Like, she's not having a good time. Prada here, trying to find the Hoodwink, but Unlucky, doesn't get in range there.
It's
What is Doom
a bit of a
going?
slow
I'm
start.
assuming... Oh, he just has phase boots and a windlace completed. Okay, that is scary, actually.
And Drow, not a hero who likes people being on top of her like we talked about, so now you're just going to run at her. We'll see if the buff to Drow was that multi-shot, even without the talent, at max level is 3 seconds lower than before. We'll see how good of a recovery tool that is, because that seems to be what she's going to be using it for this game.
Yeah. I mean, without the... With the talent, it's a difference of 1 second, though, which is like... You know, doesn't make much of a difference. Meanwhile, Witch comes through the gates top, and they're going to find themselves another kill onto this top lane. This is a disaster. You are... You have a killing spree on this Hoodwink, and FCR is just free farming on the Doom at this point.
Yeah, they're going to need to start playing around this Kunkka. So far, the mid lane pretty even, although Primal Beast, like, he did attempt to gank, didn't, like, quite find anything. But yeah, they're going to need Kong to get active, and that's what he's doing. He's coming up here. I don't know if he's going to make it in time, though.
Yeah, he's not going to make it in time at all. That's actually such a sick play because they drag the wave. They get so much damage into the tower, and Prada feels kind of like obligated to get active, but... Oh, man.
Yeah, and the cool thing for Midas Club is that they're getting pretty active top. That means you're leaving your carry alone. It's a Medusa. I mean, Medusa's pretty hard to kill. She's got Arcane Boot. She's got 14 charged on the wand and 1 Lotus. All right, people are going to have a chance to react to that. Doom gets killed top, boat committed. Now, that's a really good kill to get, actually.
Yeah, he stuck around for a little bit too long, decided to clear up the hard camp, and Kunkka came back, sets up the X boat. Very easy for them to bring down that hero. They have no real stun to stop him from, you know, timing the X boat. Bottom lane, Adrian getting ran out here by the Primal Beast. He has a Pulverize, but doesn't get in range, actually, and they'll let him go.
Man, Drow is a hero who can jungle pretty early, but level 3 is pretty brutal. She's going to hit level 4 as she kills a creep here soon, but...
Level 3
definitely
and 1,800 net worth.
Yeah, and compare that to the Medusa, who's like freely farming the lane. It is not going to be an easy game for them right now. It's still recoverable if they start finding more good kills off of the boat. So we'll have to see if they... Like, I think they need to have smokes ready, and they got to, like, use it pretty much off cooldown to really get back into this.
Top lane, they are going for another dive here onto Prada. Adrian's making his rotation here, so he has the Avalanche, the toss. A lot of damage coming out from the Tiny, but Prada dies anyway, and FCR, no way he actually gets out of this. With Robo Z here as well, the kill end up going to the Drow. That's fantastic, but guess what? You've got a Primal Beast. Great gust out from the Drow. Robo Z gonna throw the X and the boat, hits the Crystal Maiden, the arrow to follow. 2 kills going the Drow Ranger's way, so they get a little bit of gold going into this Drow Ranger.
Her game is being saved. She's gonna be able to get power treads off of that double kill. Still behind, but
like 500
massively stepped up there. Just sped her up by like 2 minutes of jungling.
Yeah. As Adrian is still here. Hoodwink is level 6, mind you, thanks to the Wisdom Runes. And FCR is not, so that's actually quite funny. The offlane Doom still trying to get to his level 6, but the Hoodwink already there.
A little bit of the downside of bringing so many heroes up here, you split the XP, and then unfortunately for him, he died while his supports lived.
Yeah.
But he's going to pick it up here as he finishes farming this jungle camp, I think.
Prada going to fall in the bottom lane as they are just... I mean, honestly, it's Primal Beast just going to be playing super active from here. He has a Haste Rune. He is going to go the Blade Mail build, which isn't super surprising from the mid lane. It's really frustrating for a Drow Ranger, so if you get the Silence, you actually just can't multi-shot into this guy. So... I like this. I think it's a really smart build for him this game.
Looks like Drow Rangers might actually going to go Midas, I think. She's got the Gloves of Haste, and she has the money for the Power Treads from early, but she hasn't spent any of it, so I can only imagine the reason is that she's pivoting to a Midas to try to catch up.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if you have much of a choice, to be honest.
Handsome devil, aren't I?
Oh man, that feels so bad. Yeah, this is the downside of Drow. She's not a strong lane hero, like at all, right? Like you don't want to have to put a point in Gust early because you'd like to just get points in Frost Arrows and multi-shot. But even with that, you know, putting a Gust in early, you still are just getting ran at and dying underneath the towers. FCR gets caught here. X into the boat. They manage to dodge. Well, it looks like they're going to dodge the gank entirely. He's just a little bit too tanky as he takes away their ward.
Yeah,
He's
the
got a veil
positioning
now.
that is not a great spot. You're like pushing up into the enemy's high ground, into their triangle, and yeah, you know
This is a
Doom's got
really nice-
Doom, and you're not even killing him, so he could just Doom you. Ooh,
This is a really sick turnaround, though. They actually managed to stay top, and the Moonlight Shadow will catch the Doom. So that burst damage will find the kill.
Sarcom. I gambled, you lost.
I like that we're seeing a max arrow build here out of the Marana when you have a like Kunkka as well as a Tiny and even a Clockwork to play around, right? So a lot of damage that comes out of this spell.
Yeah, and I think you need to be getting active too because you already got such good farmers on your team. Like the Kunkka,
is under attack.
Drow's gonna only be jungling to try to catch up, right? So
Yeah.
less need of like the wave clear damage from Starstorm, more that like kill potential from the Sacred Arrow.
There's your Midas. So Drow finishes the Midas, and at this point is level 6, so her farm speed should speed up. Another X Torrent into Arrow in the mid lane. 40R comes in, pops an Invis Rune, trying to just slow this aggression down. Hookshot comes through, nice pulverize as well, but Robo-Z, under the effect of that run buff, very tanky. So they will find themselves a nice pickoff onto this Hoodwink, and honestly, that kill's worth a ton. That was a massive gold streak, or kill spree. He was 5-0 at that point, so Prada getting 450 gold just for himself. Arrow tanked by Widge here. Needs to be careful, though, as they just finished the kill instead. And now, with FCR here on the Doom, pump faking the Doom, trying to think if he goes for the kill onto the Clockwork. He should just get it. Yeah, it's one of those things where you'd like to not commit it, but
Run to
he's
a
gonna
jungle
die.
camp. Maybe could have made it to that hard camp actually. Go for the deny.
Actually, might have.
But focused on like spending his money before he went, so I can understand that too. Ooh, maybe finding the Doom again. Toss in place into the arrow. It's so much damage. Starstorm doing
19-6.
nothing though because it's level 1.
He's baiting. He's got a Veil. He's got Infernal Blade, but you do not want this Kunkka to be anywhere near you. And Adrian, I don't know if he's going to be able to close the gap with this Avalanche. He is... Oh, hits him with the Veil for good measure. 40R. Dust will
catches
catch
the
Robo-Z.
Kunkka.
Does get a great torrent out, though, to buy some space as Adrian is still looking for the Kunkka. They've got him. They actually get the perfect combination as the Arrow's going to catch the Primal Beast as well. Can they actually bring down the Primal Beast here at the tower?
That's pretty
Great
tanky.
freezing field from Widge, and now gets aggressive. Blade Mail, though, nearly ends up finishing him off.
X.
Can they get the kill? The X, the torrent's off the mark, but Adrian gets him with an Avalanche. This dive, you're kidding
Oh
me.
my
It cleans
God.
them all up.
Yeah, the fight's insane. It's so close.
Kiko did not have a TP, and Costa Bile did not either.
Huge win for Akatsuki there. And Drow just farming. She's slowly getting back into this. At this point, she's not that far behind the Primal Beast, who had a pretty good start, but just not able to connect on his rotations. Currently 0-1 and 2, compared to the Kunkka, who's 2-0 and 5.
If the does Blade Mail return Blade Mail damage?
No, you can't. You can't do the infinite cycle.
Dang it. I was like, man, if Kunkka pops Blade Mail and you go in and trample and then pop your Blade Mail,
It would just start
Nah,
a
that was
chain
a-
reaction. Just everyone immediately dies.
the server crashes. It's like, oh, all right, we're done.
Yeah, not allowed to reflect multiple times. Medusa, haven't really talked much about her because she's also just been quietly farming. Pop a
reveal
net
mid
worth,
lane.
pretty scary.
off the mark with the arrow.
Off the mark. Would have been a kill.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle tower
absolutely.
is under
With the
attack.
follow-up from Clockwork, and I think he'd already onslaughted, so.
Yeah. Yeah, Medusa, she's going to be able to hit a really strong timing. She's got her Manta. Looks like she's chosen to go for a Scotty next, and she's already 1,500 gold along the way. So they're going to be able to just sit behind her pretty soon.
Oh, they do
X
see
gonna
FCR on
find
the
the
high ground
hoodwink.
too, so he has to run. Boat off the mark. Nice play from Hiko. The Avalanche,
Roche.
though, into a torrent. He's gone. And Clockwork is still hunting the Doom here. He's not going to have vision, though. It's nighttime.
Dire are
So
scanning.
FCR makes it out. As he's closing in on a Blink Dagger. I mean, this is a really nice gank because they should get this tower. He scouted. He needs to TP
Radiant's bottom
ASAP.
tower is under attack.
Nice TP. Good arrow as well. Would have actually connected. Oh.
We'll pick up the
So-
bottom tower even without that Doom kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With Drow recovering as much as he has, is this like who is this really favoring? Because I'm looking at the gold and it is going almost dead even now. As Akatsuki has definitely crawled their way back in, but is it enough? Oh, nice bushwhack catches the tiny. The Doom comes out. Prada goes in, ends up tanking the bushwhack, but 40 Rs here on the backside to guarantee the kill onto the tiny. FCR needs to be able to get away. Great frostbite. The X, the torrent back. Will be able to secure the kill. A 2-for-1. But getting the Doom is quite nice. And Kunkka, no bushwhack.
Dire's
Curie will
top
survive
tower
as
is
well.
under attack.
So to your question right before that, I think it depends a little bit on what fights get found before then, but assuming it continues to stay roughly even, I think we're going to have to look at when they decide to play around Medusa. Like, is it the Scotty or is it the item after that? I think if they play with the Scotty, she'll be pretty strong. It's hard to fight into her, but she's maybe lacking just a bit of damage she would like to have. I'm just worried about waiting for another item because, I mean, you're just giving more time for the Drow Midas to kick in and like continue to catch up.
The max arrow damage is nuts when it hits. Like, it's just like avalanche immediately into toss arrow. It's like Crystal Maiden just dies instantly. Like, it was just one little auto attack from the tiny to finish her off. I like what you're saying, though. I think that does make a pretty big deal, like whether or not you play around the Medusa Scotty or not, or if you want to keep pushing late game. Because I do feel like Drow, like we talk about the different counters to the Medusa, right? You either have mana burn or you have overwhelming damage. And Drow is an overwhelming damage hero in the late game. She is quite good, and eventually the Aghanim Scepter as well is really difficult for some of these heroes on Midas Club to play around, specifically like Primal Beast and the Doom, right? If you start to build up these hypothermia stacks, they shatter around the fight. You can't chase her down super easily. So we'll see if you get to there. As for now, Shido is going super defensive. He's got like Midas. He's going for an immediate Dragon Lance into Hurricane Pike. So realizing he's like, I need a mobility item.
Yeah, and with that, we don't see Medusas by Hurricane Pike very much lately. So you'll be able to outrange the Medusa, which is a good way to deal with her. Like, it's a huge pain when you all have to like clump on the Medusa. She pops ult and she's like damaging everyone. But Drow being able to poke from that far away is quite nice for her in this matchup. Then if like as she gets closer, you gust, all that stuff. You have the teammates to make space like we talked about earlier. Torrent, Storm, now done. Kunkka just finished that. Wouldn't be surprised to see him buy a shard potentially. And then that's just like a lot of control for protecting your Drow. Primal Beast tries to charge in without BKB. You just like push him away, all that stuff, and you let your Drow go. So I do think Midas, they don't want to drag this out in the late game. Not that they'll lose, but like it's close, right? You still have to be careful with the fight. So I do think they need to find a way to make use of this Medusa, who is currently at the top of the net worth. I don't know if they know that, but they should have a good rough feeling that, you know, Medusa's just been farming this whole time.
I think right now, Akatsuki is quite dangerous on the map. I think Doom and Primal Beast not having as good a game as they were hoping And so if they can actually continue this momentum, I can see Akatsuki taking this. You have a really farmed Hoodwink, which is definitely scary. She has a Vessel completed, a kind of an unconventional Hoodwink build. But if you manage to keep finding these like pickoffs with this Tiny Mirana combo or Kunkka Mirana combo, I think Drow Ranger late game might do it. I don't know. It'll be interesting for sure, but you need to get to the BKBs on the Radiant, like more than anything. And you're pretty far away.
Yeah, the damage is good versus the Spirit Vessel from the Hoodwink. I mean, good versus the tanky Kunkka and Tiny Cores. Maybe that's part of the logic she went for.
Yeah, I mean, it's good against all of them, right? Like, all of these 3 heroes that initiate, whether it be Kunkka, Tiny, or Clockwork, go in. They're just going to be immediately, like, Bushwhack, Spirit Vesseled. And, yeah, Boat reduces a decent chunk of damage, but it's still a fantastic debuff.
Yeah, I guess you also probably don't want to go greedy with the Maelstrom, which we sometimes see Hoodwinks do when you have a Medusa, have a Primal Beast, Doom. Like, these heroes all farm pretty quickly. So you'd probably actually just end up stealing farm from your Medusa.
Yeah.
He's going to go Mage Slayer, which we don't see as much anymore after that item got nerfed. But I guess he's kind of correct that right now their problem is the burst damage from the Kunkka Tiny Mirana. So maybe aiming to reduce that with the Acorn Shot, spreading the Mage Slayer passive.
Yeah, it's all spell damage when you think about it, right? So I actually really like the idea of being able to reduce Kunkka's spell damage in these fights. Like, he's going to be one of the primary targets. So if, you know, his Boat, Torrent Storm, and everything's doing 40% less damage, and if, like, your Avalanche Toss is doing 40% less damage, suddenly it's really easy for Midas Club to take the fights. And they don't really have a Mage Slayer builder on, you know, on Akatsuki. So that could honestly be a pretty big turning point in the mid-game damage, but you're pretty far away. It is a support Hoodwink, so it's going to take her a moment to get there. You know, and assuming there's not like some big fight that breaks out and she walks away with like 2 kills, you know?
Yeah, which a big fight might break out because I think Akatsuki wants to look for something. The Ags is on the way for Kunkka. It's not here yet, but actually they're diving for the kill anyways.
Yeah, you show for a second and it's just Avalanche Toss, full 5-second arrow. And there's just no way you get out of there. And she's tanky, right? Like, she's got a Vessel, she's got a stick, Casual Circlet. Maybe thinking that Lance of Pursuit, not the most useful item from the jungle slot now. She needs to get health at this point. Just raw HP. Very important for her. So maybe she finds a Pupil's Gift. That would be huge.
Yeah, that'd be pretty nice for her. The Kunkka Ags, he's got it. They haven't found a fight yet. He's pushing in this bottom lane. Wondering if they're gonna like siege up down here for the next few minutes. They have some good vision down here, and it might be a little slower since Drow is still catching up, but they can do Roche if they win a fight, or maybe just the enemy team doesn't feel comfortable pushing in, so maybe they'll want to hold this area.
Wow, Medusa got very unlucky. Didn't get either Grove Bow or the Specialist Array. So is forced to go for a Vambrace. What a terrible item, dude. That thing is so terrible.
It used to be so good. So good.
And then they just put Specialist Array in the game, and you're like, well, why would I ever take this item, ever?
Yeah, we just kind of like swapped them, really. Like, everyone was going Vambrace is way too good, and then no one wanted Specialist Array because it was so bad. So they just like endlessly buffed Specialist Array and endlessly nerfed Vambrace, and now we're just on the opposite end. Everyone's like, please, Specialist Array. I think Vambrace's like best purpose now is when you want to tank up and get some magic resistance from the strength version.
That's it.
But even that's like kind of looks like an engagement top. They have the amplified damage on the Kunkka. Blade Mail action.
Yeah. He is just in a whole nother continent away from his team there. I think he's just trying to cut the lanes and gets picked off. A Yule's out from carry, trying to find this Hoodwink. Bushwhack does connect.
One tree here left.
Oh, really nice sharpshooter. All right, he should be out.
Where she went. Very nice for them. The Scotty is done on the Medusa. She queues up the Crystallis, so I guess we'll see. Are they going to go? There's a smoke. No Primal Beast, but maybe just trying to grab
Blink.
this Kunkka.
Yeah, that's an easy kill. Blink, well, off the mark of the Bushwhack, but it doesn't matter.
It's so slow with the Scotty.
Yeah. Doom Vessel onto a strength hero. Good luck. Like,
Seriously.
Yeah.
Just those two
tagging
heroes
it
alone
probably.
would have been really close to killing him.
Top lane.
they
Looking
gonna
for
find
40
Primal
R
Beast
again
again?
here. Gets the blade mail off. Ooh, the
Creeps helping out.
disengage. Yeah, and now he's got to pulverize Adrian. He's dead. And Kiri has to pop the Yules to try and get him to safety. And good attempt. Avalanche buys him space. Adrian might live. He's gonna blink.
One.
Is under attack.
Medusa gonna pay the price.
So yeah, they're gonna
You better
find the
tip
Mirana.
me. Commend me, Tiny. I just saved your life. I was out. I chose to sacrifice myself for you.
Yeah. She was TPing as well. Like she was TPing out, and as soon as the pulverize gets queued up, she's like, "Crap, that's gonna stun me, and it's gonna kill the Tiny." Like has to Yules and get Tiny out. It was a nice little recognition from Kiri.
Man, she's farmed so fast though with that kill for the Medusa. Crystallis is here. I really think they're pretty strong. I think they can just start going. Grab their Tormentor and maybe start heading out.
One thing to note: Drow is third on net worth now. She's creeping her way up.
Just Midas things.
Yeah.
She's getting flashbacks from the pubs. Carry goes jungle, gets Midas. And yet you win! Because you don't get punished enough. I don't think Midas tried, but just not able to connect on their early rotations.
Mid lane, Adrian looking for an opening here. They do see instead, Doom just jumps in. They're underneath the ward. The BKB is there for the Primal Beast, but Doom doesn't get anything off. He dies first. Prada likely to sacrifice himself in the process. Sharpshooter connects onto the Tiny, but can they get more? Under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, a very nice win here. As they get the Medusa, Avalanche, toss, arrow, this vessel burning down the Tiny, a great gust, and another well-timed torrent out from Robo-Z. The tidal wave pulls him back. Primal Beast,
Wait, on to
he's
Drow
dead.
though.
But guess what? They get on top of the Drow, Great Force Staff
She's
away,
still on
but
high
not
ground.
to the low ground. And unfortunately for Shido, he's dead, and Hiko is not done. Looking for Kiri, he's got a bushwhack, he's got a vessel. Doesn't even connect on it. Doesn't matter. Double kill for the Hoodwink. Ends up being a 5 for 2 as Midas Club starting to go their way.
That torrent was maybe not it. Drow is doing a great job outranging and slowly picking up kills, but he torrents to try to make sure they get the Primal Beast kill, but it actually just brings Medusa right on top of the Drow, and Medusa wins that fight easily right now once they're both attacking.
Yeah. It's like the slow attack speed slow from the Scotty is pretty crippling onto the Drow.
Yeah, and Drow's not at that overwhelming damage we talked about yet because of the rough start she had. I mean, she's catching up, but she still has a lot of growth to go. So just can't win. I mean, she's 7,000 gold behind the Medusa, so it's really no surprise she can't win the one-on-one there.
That's a decent amount. And, well, after that fight, Costabile has a Daedalus now, as he will get his level 20 fairly soon. I would guess he goes to Stone Gaze duration. Most people do, because if I'm not mistaken, it does allow you to Stone Gaze someone twice, right? Maybe not. I feel like it does.
You're not 100% sure.
I can't remember. It did at one point. I think it lasted long enough to where like you'd get Stone Gaze and then the debuff would expire and then it would still stun them again.
Double check.
But it lasts a long time with that duration bonus. Oh, nice torrent again. But guess what? Doom is out the sharpshooter and Kunkka, he's already dead. What a nice find there from the Doom as 40R looking for Prada. Do they have a gem? They do not. The dust off the mark as well.
Yes, you can be affected by a Stone Gaze multiple times.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's like it goes up to like 7.5 second duration, and it only it takes like 2 seconds to freeze you and then stuns you for 2.4. So technically, the tail end of it, if you're looking at her the whole time, will stun you twice. Avalanche from Adrian, toss back. They've pulled the Primal Beast into a pretty risky spot here. Does have a BKB if he needs. Will pop it. He needs to be very careful as the Drow is doing a ton of damage. As he will onslaught through those cogs, and he is out.
I mean, they're in a pretty good position now. Roche is going to be coming top. I think they could just go grab an Aegis for this Medusa, and I think you just A-click down the lanes after that.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I think
look
we're going
like
to see
that's their
40
plan,
yard go
though.
get... He's going to go reset and probably TP back to the top lane. Doom can come through portal. As, well, he has his BKB completed. Hasn't had to use it quite yet.
Akatsuki's smoking up, trying to find something before this happens. They might run into the Medusa, but it's right by her tower.
They're going to get just the Crystal Maiden, and even then a blink aggressively from Costa Bile into this fight. The boat's going to connect. He's isolated. No Manta available as the Drow just laying into him. He has no Stone Gaze. Costa Bile, a pretty big blunder there off that blink reveal, and on the backside of the fight, they're looking for Drow. FCR comes in. They manage to tank the Sharpshooter. You've lost all your damage. Your Primal Beast, no BKB for 20 seconds, no Doom for 15. They're trying to do what they can on the Hoodwink, but this is the best case scenario for the side of Akatsuki, is they're going to get triple kill onto the Drow as Roshan's available, and they lose nothing.
He
They're not done.
Doom. Arrow?
The slow connects
Whoa.
into the arrow. The
Bit of
toss
a
back,
wide
they
arrow
pulled him
there.
into the river. He cannot escape. Beautiful finds here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Primal Beast not even going to find
Radiant's top tower is under
Clockwork,
attack.
and they even look for him. Okay, they're going to take this tier 1 tower. And some of them are pretty low. It's a little scary to do Roche, actually.
Yeah.
You might be scared of it getting stolen, so looks like they'll push out their lanes. I think both teams really should be thinking about the Roche, though.
Dude, that is like a, what, 5,600 gold swing? And Drow Ranger got like 3 kills, so... Yeah, she got like 1,300 gold just herself on the Drow. Not including the bonus gold from the other assist.
Yeah, I mean, Drow's that type of hero where she does not need a lot of items to do a lot of damage to a single target if she's allowed to just auto attack freely, and that's exactly what she got there. We just saw her laying into the Medusa. No one could get to her just because that was not quite the fight Midas wanted. Maybe not quite being prepared for that. I feel like they just want to fight. They were scattered, resetting, and weren't prepared for Akatsuki's smoke right by their own tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, Costa Bile blinked into a torrent, into a boat, and had no Stone Gaze. So it is... Yeah, that is probably like worst case scenario for your Medusa. He got just controlled up for like 6 seconds while the Drow Ranger is just sitting there auto-attacking him. And it took a while for them to bring down the Medusa, but now with Drow getting basically an entire item off of that fight, she has a Manta if she wants it, but instead... What is she buying here? We'll have to see. She's going Lincoln's, and she has it completed, so she'll have a full Lincoln Sphere now. Smoke
Roche
up.
finally gets started.
Oh, they know about the ward. They kind of know
Crystal
they're here.
Maiden just sitting out here, baiting herself.
She's like, guys, I promise you'll want to go for me. Ward sentry down. Scouts Prada. Scouts Robo Z. The bushwhack doesn't connect. FCR goes in. He gets his Doom. That removes a huge component of the team fight, but they get the hookshot onto the Medusa. He's forced to Stone Gaze immediately, which can't really connect on his target. Hiko trying to get away from Prada, or from Adrian and Kyrian. It looks like it's working. They've isolated Akatsuki, split them into 2 completely different quadrants. And they've taken down the Tiny. His buyback's available. They're looking for Kiri here on this grid. Mirana, she's got no way out. The Crystal Clone will hold her in place, as well as the Pulverize. So a decent start to the fight. You did commit the Doom for this, and Robo Z's got everything back up. Bushwhack connects. In comes 40R. Can they actually bring him down? It's a lot of damage. He's got his BKB still available. They're going to buy back on the Tiny, but 40R need to be careful. You just start to get away here. Taking a huge amount of damage as now Shido can start just doing what he wants, but they've isolated him. The Bushwhack catches him into that vessel, and guess what, man? You're controlled up, trying to get away. Clockwork comes in, but you're not gonna escape. 3 heroes dead. They managed to trade for the Primal Beast and the Doom.
That cog save was almost sick, but it just pulled the Drow in as well, which is absolutely not what you want.
Yeah.
Pretty close fight, but ends up going the way of Midas Club. I think they can finish this Roshan. They'll have to follow it through. Amplify damage on Costabile, definitely. Just head on down to that Rosh. Good jump on the Doom to grab that Kunk at the start of all of that, just removing all that crowd control. Could have been a very different fight. I think that's pretty much the best target to Doom, assuming he hasn't cast his spells yet.
I agree. I think Boat and Torrent Storm is massively problematic for the Medusa, and it actually just creates a zone where this Drow can do whatever she wants.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we saw, you know, as soon as that's removed from the fight, they had no way to actually like engage on Akatsuki, and they'd already kind of dove the backline on Adrian at the same time. So zone's not completely.
Didn't end up doing Rosh though, so both teams still fighting over this. I feel like this has been the name of the game for the last like 10 minutes now.
Yeah, Drow's making her way down here. It does get her level 20 talent, so the multi-shot damage, a pretty substantial buff, but whether or not it's enough damage, we'll have to see. Smoke coming out here from Midas Club. Scan connects onto the high ground. They know there's someone here. Will they try and just scout it out? I actually don't see the Mirana quite yet. Smoke will pop on the Medusa. There's going to be the X. She does have a brand new BKB. Arrow connects as well. They've managed to catch the Mirana on the backside. She is just nearly dead. Sharpshooter off the mark, but should be able to burn her down here. Plenty of magic damage to secure it. That being... Oh, you actually didn't get a Vessel charge.
Losing the Mirana, they don't feel comfortable fighting, so it looks like everyone's scattering. Gonna go try to push out the other lanes in the meantime.
This is gonna be a very slow Rosh.
It's pretty slow. They don't know that the Dire's given up on this fight, so they're playing it safe. But I think now they see it's happening, so everyone's just gonna rush back into the pit. Maybe Clockwork will go for a steal. He's sticking around in the area. Be a pretty sick steal. Hopefully he does not run into these creeps. Oh, I think the creeps actually spotted him.
Yeah, he spotted him.
Yeah, he's wrapping around trying to find this, but they know.
They're like, nah, buddy. The other 4 heroes ready and waiting. They pick him off. I mean, it's a good attempt from the Clockwork.
Would have been sick
to try and make it.
Yeah. And it's pretty worth it, I'd say. If you die, but you manage to steal the Aegis as a Clockwork support, pretty good.
All right. 9,000 gold lead for Midas Club as they continue to kind of push their advantage in this game. And I definitely don't feel like Akatsuki are out. It's just the game is still very hard to play until you get like more Lincoln Spheres or some Lotuses to deal with this Doom, because I think you have to. But Kunkka sitting on about 2,200 gold. I'm not really sure where he wants to go with this.
Their high ground is really good too. You're gonna have to deal with that Torrent Storm, Torrent, all that. Oh, X on the Primal Beast.
Both
they have the heroes
available,
here. Arrow,
but
once you see that Medusa though, it's pretty scary.
Yeah. Supposed to be that he's just blinking in so aggressively, and he is going straight for the Swift Blink. So he wants to be able to just go in, do a ton of damage.
Can he finish farming it before Aegis is expired?
Yeah, definitely. 4 minutes to farm 2,000 gold on a Medusa.
Yeah, but sorry. In time, and then still push with the Aegis.
Oh, yeah.
Is that enough?
Probably not. I mean, unless you want to fight. If you want to fight, it's easy.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick up a couple kills, that might be the money.
Hoodwink has a Manta. What?
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see this. I'm not sure.
It's just scouting. Like, it's all it is just scouting.
Maybe this is the next level. You get this Manta to desensitize them to illusions. Boom, hit them with the Ags. They're not even thinking about it. They don't even know which illusions, which Hoodwink they can safely kill.
Just training your opponents. Well, they managed to hold the Medusa down for a moment. Tidal Waver up to the high ground, and there's the Glacier out from Drow. He's forced to ult.
That's a lot of the mana burned off.
It is indeed.
is under attack.
And
That's
is
a really
reset.
low commitment. Tidal Wave, Glacier, these are all very low cooldown stuff. Curious
Glacier
to
is a
see if they'll
sick
push
ability.
for more. Yeah, really cool. At first when it came out, not a lot of people were getting it, but
Is under attack.
It was terrible.
yeah,
It
yeah,
was so bad.
But yeah, with the buffs and like people now understanding how to use it, it's pretty cool.
I mean, Drow actually might catch Medusa at the rate this game's been going. Like, she has been slowly but steadily creeping up in the net worth there. Is pretty farmed. We're going to see 40R get himself his shard from the Tormentor. Not the best one. I think you'd much rather have the Hoodwink, but
Fury. Okay.
Curie almost dying for their own. Managed to get the extra leap. Also, not the best shard, but who else could it have
They
gone
keep
to?
buffing
Yeah,
it. They
Tiny,
want it
so
to
it's
be a
whatever.
good shard. They want
think
it
it's
to
better
be a
than
good
Tiny's.
shard so badly. Well, he did
right.
get a Swift Blink, and he has a minute left, so I guess there was enough time.
Yeah. As they're going to look for the top tier 2. They need to have like 2 lanes available, right? They get a solo kill on Widge bottom as he's trying to just cut the wave. Moonlight Shadow committed for that one, so he also has Conda done on Tiny now, so his burst potential is pretty wild. He did all the damage himself, 2,400. Wow, we're in for the long haul here, and I don't know about
Seems like it.
the Midas Club approach to the late game, because I'm pretty sure Drow wins versus a Medusa late game. As the longer this goes on, like, she will be able to do an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, I think it comes down a lot to how the engagement actually happens, and if Medusa is able to be like on top of the Drow attacking, I think she'll be fine with that. But they just have so many tools to keep Drow safe while attacking at max range, and I think that's what's going to help them win this game potentially. There's still, if you lose a big fight, I mean, Medusa can shred your base, so. Yeah,
The big
8K lead at
difference-
37 is not a massive amount.
Yeah, I would say the only real difference in net worth here is between the supports. Like, that's where 5,000, or if not more, of the net worth difference is literally piled in. So it's like, when you think about the strength of the cores, it's kind of even. It's really just this Hoodwink having like a random Manta, which is...
And she's going for Hurricane Pike. I don't understand this. Is she trying to apply Mage Slayer, like, with the illusions?
I think that's what it is, but I don't know.
I'll keep my eye on it to see if we see something cool, but currently it feels like it's a bit of a waste.
I'm trying to think what else I'd rather have. It's right. I could have like a Gleipnir. I could have an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some very high damage builds from Hoodwink, just like constantly throwing out acorn shots, or
Great
to
ward
like better
plays here.
lineup timings, something to like.
Oh, they managed to get on top of the Doom. The Force Staff isn't enough to save him, then pull him back, but Costa Bile just jumps in aggressively to save his team. A really nice
Can't kill
stone gaze. The
anyone, though.
smoke, or I'm sorry, the Moonlight Shadow delaying a lot here. 40R just getting beat to shreds by Shido. As they will be able to get away for now. You've lost the Tiny. Can they get more, though? Great tidal wave from Robos. He pulls 40R back in, and Shido trying to finish the job. He gets him. One last marksmanship proc. The Clockwork burns down on the backside. They also get Kiri. A 3-for-1. I mean, it looked actually pretty good for Akatsuki.
Yeah.
It would have been way worse if they had detection on Midas Club at the start of that fight, though.
Yeah, at first, after Medusa jumped in with the alt BKB and wasn't actually securing any kills, I thought they'd be able to take that fight for the Dire, but I guess it softened them up enough that everyone else finished up the kills after that. I don't think Medusa even picked any of those. One on Kiri. All right. It doesn't seem like they want to push off of that, which is a little surprising. I guess they're waiting next Aegis. They're taking a very, very safe approach to this. I feel like there's room to push a little more aggressive throughout this game.
Yeah, you also just got some like level 25s, right? Like Dusa now has the split shot modifiers. But Drow's also going to get her marksmanship chance here at 25, so that 52% proc chance, even scarier. She's going back for a BKB. I'm at a point on the Drow Ranger where it's like, this is the kind of the reason like Drow hasn't been super popular. You need so many defensive items on this hero. Like 3/4 of her items are just defensive, it feels like. So you don't have the ability to just do what this Medusa does, which is build just Daedalus.
The last one's a Midas after you lose your laning stage.
Yeah. And now she's going back for a BKB. So it's just like really rough for the Drow this game. Not going for an Ags, which is just shocking to me. I feel like a lot of people like the Ags on this hero.
I do usually see it, but maybe... I guess it's not that good versus Medusa. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's fine.
I mean, she can do damage. The problem is the Primal Beast is getting very tanky, and he's kind of recognized that if he just gets some armor, he's going to be feeling very good. So he's got himself a Shiva's queued up. His game is not great, though. He is not super farmed, and neither is the Doom. Like, all of the net worth is being consolidated into this Medusa.
Are scanning.
Yeah, which is why I thought we would see earlier pushes focused on the Medusa, and like instead of a Manta on the Hoodwink, you buy something else to buff up the Medusa.
I mean, he's fully slotted. He bought an Agson.
Yeah,
he also
there's
has
not
a Mind
room to
Breaker.
go. The last thing he can do is like change his boots.
Yeah.
Maybe buy MKB
Scythe.
because
Radiant's top tower.
Or
Oh, that'd be
MKB,
cool.
yeah. It's like I really like Scythe on Medusa as a last item because it gives you a lot of effective HP. But
That's
the other
pretty cool. I
option
kinda
is
like it.
Brooch, but you don't crit with it anymore, so it feels pretty rough.
Yeah, curious to see how many people end up still buying the late game Revenant's Brooch. Position for Roche. It will spawn here in a few seconds. Doesn't really look like Akatsuki's in position for it. This will be the Roche banner. I don't think it's as big this game. Kunkka and Drow are pretty good at clearing creep waves. Don't think they'll be too stressed about it.
I'm very glad Drow is not going for the BKB and is instead going the Butterfly. I actually think you have to build another damage item here. It is a little bit of survivability, right? Because evasion is fantastic, but this will give her a ton more damage to work with.
I think several of these fights too, like people have not been getting to the Drow. I think her teammates have been doing a good job of making the space.
Oh, they're actually afraid. Moonlight Shadow, they know it got popped, and they actually back out, smoke away, as Costa Bida is going to try and shove the wave here with these illusions.
Rada's thinking of coming through the Twin Gate, but he's scared. Scared of showing up into a bunch of heroes.
Adrian.
Dire are scanning.
The Dire do scan bottom. They're like, all right, we don't think anyone's down here. Where are they? Mirana is still just hiding super far back as the Roche will get started once again, and Kiri has to consider the sniping potential. Another flare for Vision. Dude, they're going to do it. They're
Clear
gonna
the
get
spots, clear the spots.
it. He gets it! Oh my god!
Did you get
Well-
Roche Banner too?
No, they get the banner on Hiko, but I mean, this is the commitment here so low.
Pause.
Handsome devil.
I mean, that's huge. And I will say, like, Radiant, yeah, they get the banner. It's doesn't seem all that useful, to be honest, when you can't really push. And now with no Aegis onto your Medusa, it's getting harder and harder to push high ground, dude. How do you find this Drow is the major problem.
Making mistakes. Is
Yeah, you're gonna have to catch her out of the base, then go in. Buckle up, get your snacks. I think this one's
Dude.
gonna go quite late.
They paused because they're like, all right, guys, we got the Aegis snatch, which means we're here for another 20 minutes. All right, go use the bathroom, you know. Of course.
This is the intermission. Everyone stand up, get your snacks. Kunkka has the Torn Storm, Bloodstorm, Bloodstone, Halberd, right? Like he's really good at delaying these fights, letting his Drow just do all the damage, and that's part of why I'm glad she got a Butterfly as well, so that she can really make use of that base attack speed bonus. Tiny has his Conda. Looks like he's going for a Octarine next. I kind of want to see the
Bags.
the Aghanims, yeah. But I mean, he's got time for it. I mean, we're probably gonna go for like another 20 minutes or something at this rate. So
Yeah, I'm a little unsure. We'll have to see. I think like with Tiny, the Conda is just such a good damage bonus in the mid game. But now you really got to start scaling. Like you're gonna need like a Daedalus, you're gonna need an Aghanim Scepter. But for him, maybe his idea is to just play around the Avalanche cooldown at 25, because he didn't go Toss requires no target. So I think with Octarine and the Avalanche cooldown, he's playing to have just like a 4-second Avalanche.
maybe again, just choosing to invest in the Drow.
Yeah.
Will she have the damage to kill literally everyone though? Because if
If
the
they
two
can't get
cores
to it,
are
yeah.
going utility, then supports aren't bringing the damage, not these guys. They are gonna buy a Vlad's for her. Marana's got one in the
There it
queue,
is.
so you can
Finally.
boost your Drow's damage even further.
I was wondering about that because Drow is all base damage. She has 350 agility, right? 382 base damage. I was like, if someone gets a Vlad's, you basically give this hero like a sacred relic and a half. Like I was shocked we haven't gotten here.
But we're getting there. They knew. It's like, we're barely in the early game, Ricky. Calm down. I'll get the Vlads. I'll get the Vlads for the mid game starting around 50 minutes. It'll kick in.
And it's like 70 damage for Drow. That's pretty good. Boy,
She's
yeah,
starting to
I don't
pick
really
up
know.
a lot of armor though.
Yeah. You need bonus armor is the thing, right? Now that she's level 25, your base armor is useless. Obviously, Medusa
Hoodwink
doesn't
build is
really care
wild.
about armor, but
Hoodwink went Manta, did get the Hurricane Pike, and is now going to go for Nullifier. I don't think I've seen a Hoodwink build quite like this before.
I don't understand the nullifier, to be honest. I mean, maybe the idea is to just like deal with the Marana being annoying with like Solar Crest Yules and stuff, and they have like 4-staff Yules on Clockwork. Like these guys are definitely mobile, but Hoodwink's not a hero that usually gets close enough to use Nullifier. It does not have a super long cast range, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I guess when you activate Scurry... Yeah, it's a very interesting build. I kind of think at this point, like with how hard it is to go high ground, you just go a damage build with Acorn Shot and just like keep poking with that from long range.
Yeah.
Get my due.
All right,
We'll have
the
to see what
Gs.
ends up happening, though. Back into the game here. Pretty long delay, unfortunately, but we're ready to go.
They just have to mentally recover after having Roshan stolen like that. Akatsuki needed time to mentally rejoice having stolen that Roshan. Now we're ready. I mean, the question to me now is like, Midas have not seemed comfortable pushing at times where I thought they could.
Yeah.
And okay, they would wait for Aegis, right? But they didn't get Aegis. So are they going to feel comfortable pushing? I'm not sure. For now, they're going to take this tier 2. So all the whole base is opened up. If they can win a really big fight, they could take multiple sets now. You're going to have to go through 2
Ags.
fortifies.
Let's go. Clockwork Ags online.
The great Ags. One of the best.
It's so good. I mean, it's been getting slowly buffed over time, rightfully so. But now that you have the overclocking to just rocket flare spam out waves globally is huge, and he's going to be closing in on his level 20 talent for the rocket flare true sight, which is always just a very valuable ability. Or you go rocket flare damage, either or, think this game, maybe you take the damage if you're going to just be split pushing. But
Mirana bought out the Vlads.
I think it's
Drow finally getting
necessary.
all that base damage, or bonus damage.
It's like it's so much damage.
All right, we gotta find something to waffle on about, dude. I think this one's going for quite a while. I think we're entering the passive, slow approach part of the game. Oh,
So let's talk.
maybe we're gonna find Medusa.
No, absolutely not. Let's talk about fishing.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
are we getting fishing added to the game when Crownfall comes out?
Okay, so listen. We're tired of the 2-1-2 lane meta, right? We want roaming to come back in. But people hate junglers because the jungling is selfish. You just jungle for yourself. But the fisherman, right? He fishes things up. He comes to your lane, gives you stuff. You love the fisherman. He's helping you out. And it's fishing. It's cool. Everyone's having fun.
I like it. Wait a minute.
Drow
Shido.
here?
Ooh. He's got a silver edge. He's out.
They literally couldn't believe that Drow would be on her own like that, and they just immediately backed off.
They're like, oh god, they're all there. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. Fishing. Add it to Dota, please, Valve. That's the next big opportunity here for the Dota client. Lord Sentry dropped. They know about this. Prada just walking in. Gonna find 40R here on the Primal Beast. Decides, nope, I don't want any of that. I'm gonna turn around, and we are back to farming. Wait a minute. Kiri. Well, gets an
Look at these
arrow.
leaps.
Connects onto the Primal Beast. X comes in. The Torrent. The knockback. Kosubi on the backside with a nice Stone Gaze as well. Prada's dead. They're going to be able to
Not
get
in
the
the fight.
massive kill onto the Kunkka as well as the Kunkka just doomed up. Pulverized, holding the Tiny in place. They got him. So now Adrian, the next target. 3 dead on Akatsuki.
Drow wasn't there for that, so she was not able to attack while her teammates were being killed. Everyone has buyback, so they can all buy back here. It's pretty painful, but
Medusa also had a refresher, so she's got everything back up. BKB and Stone Gaze. They're going in for Kiri. Great find from Widge. She's got no buyback. We talked about it. She bought that Vlad's out earlier. Hiko handling the sharpshooter, trying to get the safety. They take the tier 4. They do have another fortification. They're going to have to buy back on someone.
I kind of think they needed to just commit the buybacks, because there's no way you were keeping the base without buybacks. And now they've lost the Mirana, no buyback.
They managed to pull the Drow Ranger for the moment. BKB out from Costa Bile as they get a lane of barracks. As Clockwork's coming through as well. He needs to get this hook shot. He's got it. They managed to isolate the Medusa, but the Force Staff to save her. Pulls her back in with the X. The sides, but she gets the blink out somehow. And Drow just gets destroyed on the backside as FCR, 40R. They dump on top of her, and now RoboZ trying to hobble his way back to the base. The dust is there. Rock throw somehow being useful for the first time ever. Kunkka gets out the Torrent, gets doomed up instead, and they will watch as he burns back into the fountain. Shido coming out. They've got vision on top of him. You're all alone, dude. You're going to need more help. Is an aggressive blink from Kosubi again onto the backside. He gets the Manta off. He makes his way back into the bases. They're going to be able to chase for more. Prada in trouble. But your Drow Ranger just not doing the damage that she needs. And with that, so many... Dude, this one ward has found like 5 heroes. Kiri's going to die again to it as Adrian forced to BKB on the run. Shido gets a good amount of damage out as they might be able to bring down this Primal Beast, and they do. That's a good kill. Looking for the Widge Crystal Maiden. Just needs a couple of auto attacks. Can he finish him off? He does. FCR comes in, gets a nice stomp, trying to stay on top of the Drow Ranger here, but you also got to be careful, dude. She can turn it back around. Prada nearby. They got him with the Gust, and now... Oh! The Hoodwink almost finds the kill. The damage isn't enough with the Acorn shot. No, he gets out with the invis of that Ninja Gear. Now Prada's going to isolate Hiko. Needs to be careful, though. There is a Medusa looking for him, and he gets him. Dude, I can't believe it. He actually just has Havoc Hammer on Hiko. What is this? Oh, another lane of barracks exposed.
we just had to pretend to start waffling about for the long game, and they just immediately broke the game open.
Like, all right, we're tired of your
Divine Rapier.
shenanigans. Oh my god, a really good grab here. They managed to isolate Costabile. He's got no mana. He's got a BKB for the moment, but no refresher. Can the Drow stay on top of him? He's getting so low, but it's not enough. She survives barely, and now Shido needs to be very careful as there is a Doom available. And it is one versus the world.
His middle tower is under attack.
Bro, Hiko's having a great time. He's got a Divine Rapier now. I think after that fight where 3 died, I think Akatsuki needed to buy back everyone for the high ground fight, because they have a really good high ground fight, and there was no way like the fortifies would have been enough to delay. And we can say like Mirana should not have been caught, sure, but they also didn't like buy back as she got caught, and like since then they've been taking bad, like disadvantageous fights because of that, and it's leading to like their
just
entire base
standing
being
his
destroyed.
ground.
Damn. Okay, I didn't think he could do that.
I mean, pretty Chad play. He's definitely dead as they have buybacks, but you gotta respect it. He's like, I'm taking this Medusa with me. But that should be game 1. Midas Club, game 1. That should be game 2 and the series going for Midas Club. As I think you're right. As soon as those 3 heroes died, you needed to commit for a high ground defense, because I think once they break the high ground, it's over.
Yeah, the high ground siege is the struggle for Midas Club, and it's like where you can abuse Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave, all of that stuff, Clockwork intercepting, like Drow getting to finally like be so far back and fight. But when you lose the high ground without that fight, then you lose all those advantages because you have so much more room to work with now. So considering how that started, again, like a pretty good effort from Akatsuki, I think. Kind of clawed their way back into that, but yeah, I think that final mistake let Midas Club just finally end it. It was a little, I wasn't sure if they should push sooner, but I guess in the end they knew what they were waiting for and they managed to close it out.
Yeah. It's like I'm looking back at this fight, and it just comes down every single time to Doom just being an overwhelming hero at this point. Like, he dooms up the Kunkka, and Kunkka just can't actually do anything. He doesn't get to play the game. Like, you don't really care about dooming the Drow all that much, but it's like if you can remove Kunkka from the fights, it's massive. And yeah, it just took one misstep from Akatsuki for them to finally close it out. Otherwise, we probably could have been stuck in that game for another 20 minutes. So, it is what it is. You get a little impatient sometimes, and you feel like you need to be the ones to make a play, and it backfires, and that's just how Dota goes. But congratulations to Midas Clubs. They will advance into the upper bracket round 2, where they will be playing. Let me see if Heroic Infinity is over. Yeah, so they're going to be playing up against Heroic tomorrow. But we have another series coming up in a moment, which is going to be Beast Coast versus Starbucks. I'm very excited for this one because I think Starbucks is heavily underrated. I think they're one of the favorites in my opinion. I think they can easily make their way to the grand finals. So excited to see how they do here. We're going to be going to a short break, everyone. We'll be back with our second series in, let me look at the time here, about an hour. So just over an hour, we'll be back with series number 2. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. It's gonna go back. Gonna go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
Hey everybody, welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed your kind of a long break between series here. I know we were just kind of watching some more Dota, but we've got more action upcoming here for these Dream League closed qualifiers. South America off to a pretty good start already. as we're into what's going to be a Starbucks versus Beast Coast in just a few moments. And I got to ask Zach, we actually had the pleasure of covering a Starbucks recently on the main card event. So they look pretty good. I'm curious how Beast Coast are going to actually hold their hand against them.
Yeah, I think both teams are pretty solid. A lot of experienced players here. Excited to see what we get with the patch then because of that. That can always throw a bit of a mix up into the equation. We didn't see too many new heroes in our last series. Drow came out. That was maybe a bit of a surprise. Lost, maybe less of a surprise.
Less of a surprise.
This time, what are we gonna see? I don't know.
Yeah, I am curious. I feel like there's definitely teams trying to experiment with some new stuff. We've seen Shopify go for this like Disruptor and Snapfire a couple times now, as they just took their game one over Nouns. Yeah, I think Drow is the most surprising to me. It has lost both games so far that it was picked in the South American qualifiers. To me, it didn't seem like this hero got any significant buffs, and its laning is so weak. So I'm just curious where the where the idea behind it is. Maybe we'll get some insight if it keeps getting picked, but I think for now teams probably aren't going to be falling back on the Drow as much, as there's just other heroes that seem more reliable, especially in their lane as well.
Yeah, I think her biggest issue is like just the amount of heroes that can easily get towards her. So I think it's less about her own buffs, which she could probably use a little, but more of like the other heroes in the game. Something I'm curious on is if we're going to see any new offlaners, because last patch it felt like there were a lot of really, really good offlaners, and many did get nerfed a bit. I wouldn't really say dumpstered by any means, but you and I were looking for we're looking for like maybe an Underlord, maybe a Sand King. I think we did see a Beastmaster recently, actually, but I think it was actually even before the buff that Beastmaster and Helm of the Dominator got. That's something I want to see. I want to see someone go for the Helm of the Dominator. I don't know if it's actually good enough to bring back the Zoo meta, but I just want to see it. We don't get to play because we're casting so much, so I'm hoping they'll show it to us.
We saw one last night, like right after the patch, right? Someone had gone for the Beastmaster and went the Helm of the Dominator.
Yeah.
But it did not work because you got pudged. It was just like not a good lane, and all of your other lanes got ran over. So it was pretty rough. They also picked it into a Crystal Maiden, I'm pretty sure. Or no. They picked it and Crystal Maiden was still in the pool, so they just went Crystal Maiden is what it was. That was not a great Beastmaster game.
I need more sample size.
Yeah, it's like I feel like the Helm of the Dominator change could be relevant, but we're not really seeing a lot of heroes build it. One hero I think that you could potentially see grab it is Enigma, as like another hero that can potentially build Helm of the Dominator. He loves building Vlad's already. He is kind of this aura building offlaner that you could see build something tempo. But a lot of times, if you're going to pick the Enigma, you really just want like a Blink and a BKB eventually. So it depends on how they want to play the game.
Yeah, I'm talking about it, but I don't know how much I really want Zoo meta to come back anyways. Maybe. Have we been out of Zoo meta enough? Are we bored of the same like Shiva's builders and just like Aura, Vlad's, Blink BKB? Which one are we tired of?
Dude, I don't know. I'm like trying to figure out like what I even want to change in Dota. I mean, obviously I want heroes to be moved around because it does feel like it's been 4 or 5 months of the same heroes being meta, realistically, outside of like very minor changes. Even like 7.35 to 7.35 now D, a lot of the same heroes are still viable. It's like some items changed maybe slightly, but it's been like the same kind of grouping of 10, 15 heroes at the top. So it's been a long haul, and we're not getting that next patch for another month at least. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think this will be the patch for it. I think we're still heavily into just like strong laners everywhere. But it's been a while since we've seen save supports really at all, like the IOs, Abaddon. Well, IO played like more in a support role. Dazzle, Oracle, Omni Knight, those types heroes. They've just been out for so long because most of them are not very strong in the laning stage. And ever since we went to a bigger map, that seems to have been the play. Like you just want strong lanes because everyone can rotate everywhere. So you want to be able to show up, fight over lotuses, fight wisdom runes, fight power runes, right? All this sort of nonstop action through the Twin Gate. And so all the teams have gravitated towards just really strong heroes who bring early stuns, early gap closers, things like that. And it was fun. It's fun mix up, but I kind of would like to see some save heroes come back.
Yeah, I think you're at a point where the alternative is you have like if you pick something like an Oracle, you're kind of just playing to not lose instead of like trying to play to win. It's like, oh well, there's gonna be a time when my ult is useful, but I can't really contribute much elsewhere. Warlock is kind of similar. Like he's like, oh, I'm gonna survive the lane, but we're not gonna win the lane usually. So I'll try and survive the lane, and then we'll see what happens, and then maybe I'll get a chance to use my ult when we're defending high ground at 40 minutes because we lost the whole map. It's just not a fun way to play the game right now, and I would like to see just the variety changed. I would like to just see, honestly, I maybe remove like 5 or 6 jungle camps from the map, like legitimately, like actually like 5 or 6 camps might need to be completely removed. I think there's just too much area for people to farm because it's just gets to a point like in our last game where they're like, oh, well, we could go high ground or we can farm for 20 minutes and wait for them to make a mistake. And it's like, it's getting rough. It's getting rough. Like just waiting out these games.
Yeah, I would maybe don't remove the camps, but an alternative could be they added the effects in the 4 different sides of the map, like the well, the graveyard, stuff like that. But honestly, from a casual perspective, I don't think anyone even thinks about it. At a pro level, maybe there's some slight consideration, especially for the mana and the health side, but it's pretty not significant, I would say. So maybe really buffing that up could be interesting, where the camps are still there, but they're not as easily accessible until later in the game when you're stronger. That could make it so like the current situation is, oh, there's a strong offlaner, I'll do my best. If I don't do well, oh no. Well, there's 4 jungle camps on this side and 4 jungle camps on that side. But maybe if you take it away and he's like, the 4 jungle camps at the top are just way too hard for me, I have to go to the other part of the jungle, that makes it easier. Where right now, if you rotate over to try to kill that carry jungling, you're like, ooh, which jungle is he in? You got to spend a lot of time like running around. You don't know. But if the buffs are really strong and they have to be like on that inner jungle, that also makes it easier for the mid laner to like gank that area, which is what we had when it was a smaller map. This like newer, larger map, it seems like the Lunas, the Svens, all of them just like, okay, I go jungle. I'll be back later with my, set of items to play the game. And I mean, like in the end, I play Dota with whatever it is, but it kind of would be cool to see it mixed up.
It'd be interesting if they made those camps like because at one point the buffs used to affect the camps, right? Like the dire side camps were like notoriously stronger because they had the HP
still.
Not anymore. They're not affected by like the buffs anymore. Yeah, they removed it. Yeah, I think they removed it. At least for sure on the Mighty Mines and Wells, I'm pretty sure they don't get the buffs anymore. So I mean, I thought they removed it. Which was like what made Dire so broken because that was like one of the things that nerfed Dire Jungle. Yeah, like Dire Side Jungle was super brutal because all of the creeps were just regenning. And now it's like if you're a carry and you go to Dire Side Jungle, you're like, I'm out healing the damage they do to me. This is great. And it's just basically like getting a salve. Like you could just make the camps harder. You could put more dangerous creeps in those camps so that they're harder to take. Because it's getting a little bit too much where it's like you push a character out of the map at level 3, level 4, and they're like, oh, well, I have plenty of jungle camps I can go farm, and it's too difficult for people to rotate to me to actually do anything.
Okay, I've got it. To make that jungle more dangerous, we bring the Prowler back. And this time he prowls. He moves around that jungle, and he's aggressive. You got a carry just trying to jungle. Boom, Prowler. Roots you, beats you up, kills you. You got to keep avoiding him.
Yeah. Did you get booted from lobby? Are you
I didn't get booted, but
rejoining?
I see the coordinator is struggling. So maybe
Oh
I'm booted and
yeah.
I don't know. Which guys, we're not delaying for fun. There is some coordinator stuff going on. You all know what it looks like. That red bar across the top.
Yeah, I think right now like we're having a lot of trouble getting lobbies started. I know Eastern Europe lobbies as well as the Western Europe lobbies are kind of having some trouble. Um,
Oh, I got kicked now. There we go.
but yeah, I think there is just too much kind of like Dota has always been a non-forgiving game. Like to be honest, like that is one of the things that made Dota really hard for people to get into. Is like early days is like when you died, it was incredibly punishing. There was almost no recovery mechanics. There was no comeback gold or anything like that existed. But you know, they've made the game more approachable. And I think that's generally a good thing. But I think we're at a point now where there's too many options. If you're like having a bad game, you're like, oh, you can just go jungle, or I can just go wait like lane cut, and it's not easy to be punished without the right set of heroes.
Hmm. I would like to see potentially as a response to that another way you could approach it. Like there's tons of ways you can tackle this stuff. It kind of depends what Valve wants for the direction of the game. But I feel like roaming's been pretty weak for quite a while now.
Yeah.
You tend to play your lane and then you roam, right, to some degree, especially around like power runes, for example, we see at the pro level. Like
Hmm.
I'm not saying roaming's totally dead, but I remember when I started playing like 7 years ago, like you could just be like a bounty hunter running around like 1-1-2 setup. You're like going everywhere. That was a lot more viable back then. There was like one courier, so courier killing was more useful. People were more like there was junglers more often. I don't know if that was the meta. Maybe it's just like the pub games, right? But like you could mess with them, and it was a little bit more valuable. Lately, because of the banner creeps being added in, the fact that every hero has a courier, which in the past when you had like the one offlaner versus 2 or 3 heroes, right? It's like, oh well, they never get any items because the mids are just the mids are just bottle crowing and only using the courier. So there was only so much you could be punished because they never got more regen. They used their spells to try to kill you. You're like, okay, I die, I come back. But now they like throw 3 spells at you. They're like, I already bought 2 more mangoes. They kill you again. They're like, I've already bought more clarities, right? This is like everyone keeps getting their items, so it's a lot harder to be a solo off laner, which is kind of why we've been in this 2-1-2 meta. So
Yeah.
I'd kind of be up for more roaming being possible.
I'd be down for something like that. Um, are you able to get back in lobby? Any luck? We'll see.
Here we go.
Um, hopefully we'll see if the game will actually start. We've been having coordinator issues for like the last hour, roughly. So hopefully we can get a game started here. But as for what you're saying, like I actually 100% agree. It's one of those things where it's so easy to punish a 2v1 lane. Unless your off lane is just something like a centaur and their only goal is to just max retaliate and sit next to their tower. Right. And that's not a great feeling. Eventually he's gonna find farm, yes, but it's like it's so hard to like punish with like roaming nowadays.
Hmm. It's also easier, like sentries used to be more limited, stuff like that. Now it's like so available. Like you said, there's just so many options to literally completely shut down an off lane who's left alone. If they know what they're doing and if they have the right hero for it, it's kind of possible, but it's just not the way the game's balanced right now.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, we got ourselves a draft. Chen Ban, pretty understandable. Pango and Wind Ranger, maybe a little bit more surprising here in the first phase.
Yeah, I think people are realizing Pango didn't actually get nerfed at all and actually might have been buffed in certain scenarios. So that's cool.
You hate to hear that, Ricky.
They're like,
Just
guys,
hate to
we
hear
need to
it."
massively nerf this hero that is picked and banned in almost 85% of pro games for the last 3 years. And they're like, oops, we buffed it. Whoopsie, our bad.
Oops, all buffs.
Yeah, so Dark Mago, also a very skilled Pango player. It's one of his best heroes, so it makes sense that it's just going to be banned out right away. That being said, his Kunkka is available. So if Beast Coast don't take it here in the opener, I imagine a Starbucks are going to be going straight for the Kunkka.
Pretty solid pick. Trying to see who else you could trade off. Like, they're thinking about banning someone before their next pick.
Turn to Dire team pick.
Maybe debating that Bat Rider banning. Good
There
call.
it is.
There's the Kunkka.
I like this. I think it's smart being able to kind of deny Picket from a Starbucks because they're very good with it. Also, just generally a strong hero, it seems like, in this
10
patch.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see an Undying.
5
Kunkka
seconds
could just be
remaining.
mid, so it could be a little scary. But South America, the teams here do put more emphasis on Undying versus strength offlaners than we see in other regions. So he is available. And even if it ends up not being Kunkka offlane, most other good offlaners are also strength melee. Looks like they'll go for the Tiny instead. He did get a slight nerf, but I mean, in the games we saw him so far, doesn't really. I don't think I notice it like whatsoever.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm a little bit curious what we're going to do
5
here
seconds
going into phase 2, because you could just grab the Crystal Maiden right at the snap, right? Next pick for a Starbucks, and I think that's perfectly fine. Like when you have like something like a Tiny in the opener, you can flex it between, 4, mid, and now even off lane. We're seeing this hero get a lot of different options. So I would like them to just get themselves like a stable 5 position in the form of the Crystal Maiden. Shuts down a lot of offlaners, and then kind of leave it up to Beast Coast to kind of reveal where their next set of supports are going to be.
Yeah, be okay with that. We also see Shadow Demon still in the pool. Disruption, pretty good versus Kunkka, and that hero has just been really good versus many popular heroes and with many popular heroes, as well as that like stack potential. And you could also flex at 4 or 5 technically. So if you do decide to move this Tiny core, you can still leave like your support response to the enemy, whatever they reveal, like that could still be open, which could be pretty cool for a Starbucks.
Dire team ban.
Lifestealer Grimstroke bans.
Grimstroke's been getting a lot of attention. I actually like this because I think he's a super cool hero. Also, one of my favorite voice heroes, if not my favorite voice heroes in the entire game.
10
So
seconds remaining.
it's just really that's my favorite part about playing Grimstroke is the voice
5
actor. So
seconds remaining.
it's just very rewarding. Like everything, it just sounds so cool.
He's a good one. I thought it was super cool. Man, I was kind of like taking a break from Dota unwillingly because I just didn't have a setup to play it. And then it was so cool when they announced him and they're like, available now. And everyone was like,
Dude,
what?
Just take me back to the days, man. Please, Valve. Take me back to the days where you're like, we're dropping a hero soon. And also one right now. Bye.
Yeah.
Big
that was so
surprise. And
sick.
instead of 400 days since our last hero release already or something. So, we're getting there.
Turn to pick.
There's the Shadow
the
Demon
Shadow
you
Demon.
spoke of. It makes sense, right? You have the option of CM or Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon very good against the Kunkka, like you rightfully pointed out. I think you could still go for the Crystal Maiden now on Beast Coast.
Yeah, that's the cool
but
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, give one or the other.
Oh,
I
for
love the
Beast Coast.
gyro
Yeah,
ban.
they can do the Crystal Maiden too. Yeah, but so can a Starbucks actually. If you decide to do
5
run
seconds
like a core Tiny, you can still go for that Crystal Maiden yourself.
Absolutely.
Beast Coast's turn to pick.
Go Rubik, some pretty good steals
This
here.
makes sense.
For carries, so I don't know how much the nerfs hurt her specifically to the itemization. We have seen some Phantom Assassins picked as a response to Shadow Demon because it's harder for him to find you since you're blurred. By the time you join the fight, you might have just deleted your target and
5
possibly your
seconds
target Shadow
remaining.
Demon before he can react.
Yeah.
But you don't see the carry at all, so I don't know if you want to do that yet. Maybe a little later on. I also don't know if the Revenant's Brooch and Divine Rapier nerfs hurt her. Like, can she just go a different build? Because that was kind of what she was doing.
I think you still can just go regular items on PA, and I don't think it changes much. I think the Revenant's Brooch, Divine Rapier is like it's going to 60 plus minutes. Let's pivot the build, and now we're kind of this legitimately imbalanced kind of BS build. And I think that being removed from the game is genuinely good. I don't think there should just be these scenarios in which a hero one-shots you without ever being able to see them. And it's safe, right? Like it's 100% safe. There's almost no counter to it besides Blade Mail.
And Tormentors.
Yeah, and Tormentors, true. But one thing I was going to say is with the gyro pick, it kind of positions your team to look for something like an Enigma in the offlane. And they preemptively counter that possibility with the Rubik pick, which I really like from Beast Coast. I think that makes sense. It's also a very comfort pick for them, as El Misho is a pretty sick Rubik player.
I like this Sven pickup a lot. You're going to have tons of stacks to farm with the Shadow Demon. Sven, really strong laner himself, so he doesn't really need a strong support. With Shadow Demon, if they do run position 5 Shadow Demon, can be good, can be kind of bad, depending what you run into. But Sven, like, he gets the points in the Great Cleave, and he's like, I'm just going to shove the lane, I'm going to farm. It doesn't, like, you help me with the first few levels, and Shadow Demon will do that with a Disruption, but you don't have to have a super strong support to get you through.
Beast Coast.
Are you telling me Sven was not nerfed?
I won't say 1 armor isn't significant, but I'll say that Sven was, he was deserving of more than a 1 armor nerf.
Yeah.
But
It like
I
blows my
understand,
mind
so-
looking at some of the nerfs, and then Sven's nerf is just like basically non-existent.
Yeah, the challenging part of being Valve and balancing, and I get it. Sven's pub win rate is actually not that good. It's sub 50, but in the pro scene he just seems really strong. So that's where you get into like a tough situation of like, how do I nerf this guy when he actually kind of needs a buff for the average player, but the pro players make too good use of him? Like, it's always a challenge for the balance team, so I get it, but yeah, from a casting perspective, when we're watching these pro teams, it's like, man, how can Sven only get a 1 armor nerf?
After he's been the carry of the patch and has looked legitimately unstoppable in like 90% of games he's picked, it is wild. Terrorblade, I think a very solid counter to Sven now. 1 less armor, man. It's going to make a huge difference. It really makes no difference, let's be honest. But Terrorblade is not an easy hero for him to get on top of. You have tons of armor. That being said, the straightforward way of countering Terrorblade, hit his illusion or hit a hero next to him and he dies. So you have to be very careful as a Terrorblade to not like position your illusions or like your Manta illusions or anything like on top of your hero, because Sven can just cleave through them and annihilate your health bar.
Yeah, it's also scary because that is a Shadow Demon on the enemy team who can start just making copies of your illusions, and then you have your own Terrorblade, so you'll have to be a little bit careful of that.
I like my brain immediately when you said that illusions. I was like Darkseer, but they banned it. I was like, this is a really good Darkseer game. You go 4 tiny, take Death Prophet mid. That would have been so sick. But yeah, they banned the Darkseer. Makes sense.
Ooh, can you do Brewmaster?
I mean, it's a pretty good brew game. It's a little bit annoying for Rubik, and CM can always freeze one of your brewlings, but I think it looks pretty solid.
10 seconds.
The other option is you take DP to the offlane and you pick something like a Zeus, but
5 seconds.
That could be cool, yeah. Zeus will get through that lane versus a Kunkka mid, potentially.
yeah.
You have last pick on a Starbucks, and they've let themselves quite open here. I really like that element of their draft. This could be like the support duo revealed and the Death Prophet flexes. It could be a core tiny and you pick up another support here. Right, they got a lot of options, which is fantastic as they come into the last pick here. They're gonna ban out some of these strong offlaners. Make sure Sven has a decent
OD,
time.
Dude.
Ooh.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a pretty sick OD game for a Starbucks. Not only does it give you a good way of dodging out the X torrents, but it can stop heroes from getting X back. It generally plays well in the Terrorblade. It should win the lane into the Kunkka. We could see it if they don't ban it. It just really depends on what Beast Coast's last pick is. Like, maybe you could still move the Kunkka to the off lane. They do get rid of
If it's a
Zeus.
melee hero, you could definitely think about it.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could think about
think
a
Zeus
Huskar
was
too in
sick.
that situation. Okay, Beast Coast. I think they could use some initiation. Yeah, something like a
There it is.
Slardar. that's a good lane into the Sven. It does mean Kunkka confirmed mid. Well, I guess we've seen some Slardar mids, but I doubt it in this situation. I'm pretty sure you're picking that Slardar to try to ruin Sven's time. So, I mean, Death Prophet does okay versus melee mid matchups, but I am kind of down for what you're saying. Like OD potentially. I don't know how open they are to like Huskar run things down.
I'm looking at Dark Mago heroes specifically because he definitely has like a unique hero pool, and it's like you can't pick a puck here. It doesn't bring enough damage to the mid lane, especially with the nerf to Parasma. So I'm wondering what he's feeling specifically. Storm Spirit doesn't seem great. I like OD personally. It's just I don't think I've seen Dark Mago play a lot of OD. Otherwise, it's like his classics are Ember Spirit, you know? 1 second. I just literally Storm Spirit. Man, I feel like it's okay. I just don't know if it's enough. We saw this matchup earlier, Storm Spirit versus the Kunkka. Kunkka did perfectly fine.
Yeah, it definitely provides some initiation that his team was lacking a little bit, but I do sort of wish they could punish harder with the last pick, like that lane matchup. Feels like you'll both just kind of like get by. And in fact, if Kunkka hits 6 first, he can actually kill the Storm. Whereas
Pretty
I'd
easily,
say it's a little harder if you switch that. And like even when Storm hits 6, like Kunkka can still be pretty hard to kill because he's just so tanky. Of course, it depends like what kind of health they're at and any support rotations. But yeah, I mean, still their draft is pretty solid overall, right?
Yeah, it is very solid. Yeah,
All right,
we'll have to see.
Yeah, some things to look for are how this Slardar does. We have seen some good Slardar performances, and we did mention earlier Shadow Demon's not that strong of a support, and Sven's usually okay, but I mean Slardar's one of the best melee hero punishers, thanks to the damage from Bash, the double stun potential. He's got a Rubik to help him out as well, so he can like lift people back. He might get like another set of Bashes in. Could be very scary for them. Fortunately, there could be stacks to fall back on if your lane does go poorly. So I'll be interested to see how that bottom lane goes.
Step lively now.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Sven I don't think is going to struggle all that much. We've seen life stealers in certain lanes get absolutely demolished by the Slardar, but Sven, he can actually shove the lane relatively decently. You have Stormbolt as well to give you space. And I think that's the big thing that makes Slardar really strong is if you can't create space between you and him, Slardar will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And
he also got the war cry for that bonus armor and the move speed for that same space.
Exactly. And so between Shadow Demon and a Sven, I don't think the Slardar is going to be able to like really find kills in his lane. And that I think is really important. Otherwise, Slardar doesn't feel super strong. And Orchid was nerfed. I mean, Orchid was like a legitimate build on Slardar here for a while, but that build's been nerfed, so it's likely that he'll have to go for the Echo Saber, which still gives less mana than it did before.
I think a great point you brought up too is the cleave that Sven has. It's the natural wave push, and Slardar doesn't really have wave clear. So if you get through that first few levels and you just start shoving the lane in, like Slardar can't really match that. But of course, they will try to punish you before you reach that point. We'll see if they can. For a second, it looked like Sven was about to walk into that smoke, but still playing it safe near that mid lane. Hopefully they just go for the bottom 2 runes on the Starbacks.
Yeah, and Dark Mago, he does see Kunkka here. He's going to let it go. Okay. Sven, going to play it safe, go all the way around. One thing to note, when it comes to Slardar, arguably one of the most important things is his lane positioning. Because the farther you are away from the enemy tower, the more kill threat you have. Because of just how much your damage ramps with distance, right? Like, he just chases you down with Guardian Sprint, bashing you constantly, then Slither and Crush, then into another bash, and then you'll get, like, a Telekinesis from Rubik into even more. So it's... It's difficult for sure. So you got to be careful of that. But for now, you should be okay. Shadow Demon a little bit late to the... Oh, that is rough. A little bit late to the wave, and it allows them to double deny. So that's unfortunate for MNZ on the Sven. Which lane are you most interested in watching?
It is probably this top lane, how the Slardar fares. I think mid lane, they'll both be farming, pushing the limits. Someone might slip up, but kind of think it'll just be take turns farming, take turns healing. Bottom lane could be interesting. I mean, Death Prophet brings a lot of early damage. I think level 1, don't have to be too worried, but level 2, level 3, got to be careful of a toss back, run down with the Spirit Siphon.
Or even just Avalanche is enough to get like an extra 2 seconds into your Spirit Siphon, right? So definitely need to be careful of that. They're likely going to try and get aggressive with a level 2 on the Shadow Demon. But because he's late to the lane, he's not going to get it in time. Nice 2 hero stun there, but... Yeah, both teams just going to be chilling, farming. I don't really think mid lane we're going to see a lot of action until we get closer to the level 6s.
Yeah, they got to be worried about early rotations, I suppose, though. Perhaps Tiny might rotate in. They have an Observer to protect against that, though, so I think you probably just end up playing this lane out in the bottom.
Unfortunate for your top lane. He popped a mango to try and go for the 5th stack of the Shadow Poison, and now, here we go.
Maybe in a bit of trouble.
Done. Telekinesis. First blood to the Slardar. That's what we said. You got to worry about lane positioning. The further you are from your tower, the more damage you're going to take.
Oh, actually gets the Shadow Demon too.
Yeah. I mean, Shadow Demon was super low. He committed a lot of his resources to try and get the 5th poison stack onto the Slardar, and it ended up missing, but he took like half a wave of damage and a lot of right clicks from the Rubik. And now Vitali, he's going to be forced to go under his tower, but this is a 3 range creeps and 5 melee creeps. This is pretty wild. Bottom lane, we're going to see a nice kill off the use of the first Metamorphosis. Level 2 meta as well, so Sacred needs to be very careful. Trying to Spirit Siphon his way through, but does not want to tank the wave here on Pake. Meanwhile, mid lane. Rotation in from both the supports. Telekinesis pulls Dark Mago pretty far back. The cleave comes out, and they got him. Yor pops Shadow Poison. Not enough to find a kill, though. So, I mean, for now, Beast Coast looking very good in these lanes. I mean, Slardar is level 4 now. He got a full salve off. He has both Bracer and Wraithband, so he's big chillin'.
Things looking pretty good so far. Yeah, Kunkka getting close to 6 now too because of that kill. So Dark Mago has to be really careful. The boat combo will kill a Storm. Like the solo threat is there now because of that series of events.
Absolutely. He's like a full half level ahead.
Yeah, he could also choose to rotate to a side lane while Storm still has to finish getting 6 and get a kill there. We'll see what he ends up choosing. Maybe it'll be determined by what the 6-minute rune is too.
Top lane once again. We're just gonna see them continue to play aggressive, and honestly, like Yor can't even like walk up into this Rubik. He's just slapping him down, and here's the mid lane Here's the mid lane level 6 reveal, right? Kunkka gets it, immediately throws the boat combo, finds the kill. And he's going to rotate, looking for this bounty rune, but well played by Michael, not giving this one up.
I think he can just keep playing the mid lane, farming up. I wonder if he can get boat again before Storm hits 6. Probably unlikely, but I kind of think he doesn't need to go top. They seem to be doing fine there, right? So it's
Yeah.
like you could win a winning lane harder. In fact, they're going to get, looks like another kill here, this time on Yor. He's got the disruption.
Yeah, he does, but just too much damage. El Misho still had the Fade Bolt, and Slardar's not really under danger at this point because he's gone for so much like early game stats. The Wraith Band reduces a lot of the damage he's going to be taking from the Sven, and as soon as Slardar gets level 6, this is a dead lane for pretty much any hero. Dark Mago will get a bottle refill here in a moment. Well,
Yeah, I mean, boat's
maybe
up in
not.
15. I think he can kill Dark Mago again before he hits 6 at this rate.
Yeah, they're looking for the 6-minute rune, and El Misho grabs it top, so he gets the haste rune. Yeah, now he's definitely
Dark
looking
Mago
for the Storm
knows.
Spirit. He's like, I know he's over here. Where is he? Gets the X. There's going to be the Torrent. Nice disruption save from Yor. Well done. Doesn't commit the boat, so actually quite smart there from Lumpy to not overcommit that one. Does manage to
This is a
clean
big
up
chunk
a
of
lot
the
of those
stack,
creeps,
though.
though.
Yeah.
All right, and there it is. Level 6 on the Storm Spirit now. A lot more survivable in this mid lane, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but already a 1,500 gold lead between the two, which is quite a lot. The Dark Mago is just going to have to focus on catching up. I think ganking will be pretty tough for him. That's going to give Beast Coast a window here where Lumpy can just go around on this Kunkka. I mean, this guy's scary, right? He's got this ghost ship, high levels.
Dire's top tower
X is
under
not so
attack.
short range anymore. He's going to work on an Orchid, which I think is a cool pickup here for his team, but he does not have to wait for it.
No.
Killing Storm is now really tough, but both side lanes are still very, very open to him. Maybe he wants to avoid the Shadow Demon. Yeah, it looks like he's TPing bottom. He's going to find Sacred before Sacred's level 6.
It's
What
such a
can you
nice
do?
kill. Just throws the boat as like, all right, bye-bye. See you later. Going back mid. And yeah, this is just a perfect rotation from the Kunkka. He is all over the map. He's causing so many problems. And top lane, there's level 6 on the Slardar, and El Misho sets up another kill for Yor. He ends up just getting 2-tapped by the Slardar.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
500
is
damage
under
and 2 auto attacks.
It's a lot of damage. It's almost 8 minutes in. Beast Coast already has the top 3 net worth spots. That's going to make you a little bit nervous for a Starbacks. Not sure what their comeback mechanic is here. Maybe you can find some kills on Storm. He did just pick up an amplified damage rune.
Yep, I'm gonna say that's your comeback mechanic, an amplify damage rune. I mean, it gives him 1 kill. It goes to the Shadow Demon, unfortunately, but it is better than nothing for sure.
Definitely. Do they have a lot
Kunkka.
of stacks?
Thinking of making another rotation bottom. This one will be scouted most. Actually, he's playing just in the fog. He's guessing they have a ward up on the high ground now. Dude, what a sick play from Lumpy. He is just on the edge of vision. They will scout him now. Nice avalanche from Michael. He needs a torrent here for the vision. He's not going to get it. Okay, they will get a D ward for their troubles here, most guaranteed. So,
Great positioning from the Tiny. That's why supports often should just stay out of sight while their cores push, because you can do things like this, right? Kunkka thought he was okay to just bolt at the Death Prophet, but Tiny sees it, avalanches, everyone gets out alive.
yeah, that was 100% a dead Death Prophet otherwise. That being said, Michael comes in. He gets the sentry, so he's like, do what I can here. X-Boat, Frostbite to follow. They have a Blood Grenade as well. Sacred trying to just zone out these heroes, but one more Tidebringer should finish the job as El Misho's coming in. He's level 6. He's going to steal Spirit Siphon. Oh, no. Well, you are
Mid-meta as
the
well. They're
same
pinging the
level as
tower.
both supports now.
They're going to steal the stacks in here too. Not that there's that many, but this is one of the other recovery methods available to a Starbacks. Now, no longer available. Kunkka, a great hero to steal stacks. Just walks in here, just clears out that hard camp.
Dark Mago
Find
in the
Storm?
mid lane. Yeah, he just says, yeah, we're not going to get Dark Mago, but we'll get Michael. So just runs past the Storm Spirit, finds himself a kill. Does bottle up an Arcane Rune, but
Radiant's top
more
tower
gold
is
going
under
the way of
attack.
Beast Coast.
Yeah, because he's behind, he's having to use all these power runes just to farm. So Beast Coast isn't really feeling as scared as you might otherwise against amplified damage and now an arcane storm. But he's just jungling. So I mean, it's helping him catch up, but you're not really feeling the pressure from, say, like the Terrablade's perspective.
And one thing to note, Slardar is going the Orchid build. He has his Oblivion Staff, so you're going to have double Orchid on the side of Beast Coast relatively quick between Kunkka and him. Like, they're both... I mean, Kunkka's only like 800 gold away. A little bit further on the Slardar, but those will be huge timings.
I wonder if it'll end up being an overcommitment to have two. But they're winning hard enough that it's probably okay. They can get like separate kills around the map.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But Orchid does not help you survive, right? It's an aggressive item. So maybe there's a world where they overextend with this double Orchid and feed some kills. I think as long as they're careful with what fights they take, though, it should be all right.
Yeah, I agree. Their supports are super high level, and I think that's something that is going to go really well for them. Because in these fights, like, Crystal Maiden and Rubik are both very scary.
Tower is under attack.
Like, they can dish out as much damage as, you know, some of the cores on the side of a Starbucks right now.
They're going to smoke up, look bottom, but actually Starbucks is doing their own smoke going to the mid lane.
Lumpy has an X
get
onto
disruption?
himself, so very nice. Looking for Dark Mago. Oh, Avalanche comes through. X does connect onto the Storm Spirit Telekinesis, pulls him back in, but he does manage to dodge it out. That being said, a rotation in from Sacred. Going for a really nice play here. Lumpy able to just TP home, but a freezing field from Moose just destroys them. Maybe you shouldn't have tossed in the Crystal Maiden as Sacred on the run as well, but you can't escape, dude. So much damage from the Corrosive Haze. Ends up being a 3-for-0 as the Tiny barely gets out alive.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah,
This is
Crystal
looking
Maiden
pretty
top
scary.
damage dealer.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, getting that Kunkka kill would have been pretty nice. He's at the top of the net worth, but man, just being able to TP right in front feels bad.
Dire's
Boat
middle
buff.
tower has fallen.
Sven just has to farm during this whole time. Also not really able to join in. Something
Orchid
we
as
see
well.
that Sven's usually can do.
He's got Dark Mago in his sights. In comes the rest of the team, and just the damage. The physical damage is ridiculous out from Beast Coast right now.
They're not even done. They're looking at your...
He's not going to get it. He's not going to get the vision. But yeah, double Orchid's done. You have a Blink Dagger queued up on the Slardar. Kunkka looking for a BKB. And guess what? They find the stacks again that they've been trying to set up here.
They want to defend this. They're bringing in a lot of heroes. No God Strength. All right, they're going to respect
only
it,
get
just
the hard
back
camp.
off. They do steal the hard camp, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, without any form of Dispel at the moment, the Corrosive Haze is wildly strong. As the sprint comes out, running through the puddles, this guy's quick. There's a second one here onto the Tiny. There's going to be the X. He's looking for a potential kill, but they actually Orchid up Yor as well. And that's going to be a second Orchid to follow it up, and a stolen Avalanche as well. Both supports trying to just find anything, but they can't.
Great silences.
Yeah.
Recognizing they don't need the
Perfectly
silence to kill the Tiny at all. Just got to make sure he's not saved by disruption.
Dire's bottom tower.
And Sacred, he walks onto the high ground here. He's going to get Orchid into a torrent. Oh my goodness.
Probably should not have walked through there. You kind of know the whole enemy team was just here killing your team.
I think he, like, maybe was trying to bait something. I don't really know. Mid lane, Storm Spirit. I mean, he shouldn't die here, but force out a decent chunk of damage. And he has to TP home. And as soon as he sees the Kunkka, he's like, I'm out.
Fallen.
Can't
No one
be
wants
here
to play
anymore.
into that Kunkka right now.
Yeah. 9,000 gold advantage now. As Sacred needs to be very careful. There comes the initiation from the walking at you Slardar. Unfortunately for him, does not manage to connect. CM, though, she might be able to. And with El Misho having a telekinesis and an avalanche, another Orchid out from the Kunkka, a non-stop, just onslaught from Beast Coast. You can't actually get away from these guys.
That was a lot of chain stun. I feel like he did not move for... It looks like almost 8 seconds between root, avalanche, stuns, everything.
So you do have a Sven that is farming, but he is under a ward. And they are definitely going hunting. The question is, will they find him? It might be the Terrorblade that actually walks into him here. So that's big. MNZ gonna catch an X. Pull back Torrent into the chain stuns. Kill goes the way of the Terrorblade. That's the kill they needed.
Yeah, and I just want to tie this back into the draft. This was your last pick, Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
And you knew this was a Kunkka mid, right? So maybe they had a different vision of how this was going. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they didn't plan for 11k behind at 16 minutes. But I think you got to pick something stronger versus this Kunkka. The fact this was the first pick Kunkka getting away with all of this feels like a bit of a draft error.
And we know Kunkkas are building things like Orchid nowadays. Mid lane, another wrap around here onto the Death Prophet as supports. Just don't stop. They can be anywhere on the map at the moment and find the kills. Like Crystal Maiden, very mobile with the drums and the Tranquil Boots. And a Slardar, right? This dude is just basically hasted at nighttime.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But you're right. It's a 24-pick Storm into a first-pick Kunkka, right? You have to know that this guy's going to build an Orchid, and he's going to be able to try and... He's going to have a good time in lane for the most part. I mean, obviously they had the kill in the lane stage early on, and that definitely slowed down his game. But I don't think that, like, defines this game. I think at the end of the day, like, you need to be something that shuts down Kunkka instead of being a hero that's like, as long as Kunkka doesn't get a rotation, I win the lane.
Yeah, but I don't even know if he did. I think he lost before the rotation even came in.
Yeah.
Or he was on the losing end before the
behind,
rotation came in. Yeah. The rotation was really good. So, I mean, we're talking a lot about the Kunkka and the Storm, but, like, it is good play from the supports coming in. Can't be understated. But still, like...
Another stolen avalanche. Orchid is out. El Misho. This guy is everywhere. Good scouting from Pake on the Terrorblade. Just a reflection into the trees, scouting the Tiny there. Meanwhile, in the triangle, we're going to see them maybe make an attempt here onto the Slardar, and this would be huge if they can get him. They got him. Okay, 1,200 plus gold going their way, and now Moo's in trouble. Big freezing field, but guess what? The boat turnaround. Nice disruption save here as the two other cores able to walk away for the moment. And Lumpy's going to TP. I honestly half expected them to just go fight them 3v5.
I kind of did too, but I'm glad they cut their losses.
Oh god, he has a blank on Rubik. That is a dead Storm. Wow, that is oppressive.
Yeah, that was a kill 3v5. I'm glad they backed out initially, though, at least, because they're really in the lead, and really the only way you throw this away is, like, chain feeding one at a time. So even if maybe you are strong enough to fight 3v5, I think you just say, like, why? Don't risk it, you know? Let's just reset. We've been running them down 5v5 the whole time, so let's just wait for that and then keep doing that.
Oh my gosh, what a juke from Sacred. I was like, he saw the Slardar coming on the ward. Oh, oh my goodness.
Look, that illusion was like peeking at him through the trees, man.
That's the auto-pathing thing that I find very weird, is like when units are in Fog of War, it disrupts auto-pathing anyway. And so it's like you'll click to go there and the creep is like, your illusion or your creep will just be like, I can't go there though. What do you mean?
Yeah. The thing is, I think a lot of players are still a little unfamiliar with like which spots in the side you can go in. And so like some spots you look like you can move through and then you can't. So you click it, you can't go through. You're like, oh, that's weird. So then like you try to click there. It's like, oh, I can't go in there. That's weird. Like, I guess it just is what it is. If you don't know that you can go in there and it's like the pathing blocking you off. There's a lot more weird spots since we expanded the map, and I don't think even the pros know all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we're going to get any map changes, to be honest, when the Crown Fall eventually comes. I feel like they're going to keep the map the same. I mean, maybe they change some of the objectives, like maybe Tormentor and Lotus Pools get changed slightly, but I would be shocked if they change anything. Oh boy. Dark Mega goes in there to try and snipe his own Tormentor. Instead, he snipes himself.
And who gets it? Oh, the Maiden. Yeah, that is annoying to play into for a Storm Spirit.
12,000 behind here at 20 minutes. Not the worst that we've seen by any means. I think mostly offset by the fact that Sven is in this game.
That's
basically your
something.
modern day alchemist. Stolen Crypt Swarm now.
And that's actually a great farming tool on a Rubik. It's so nice. $400 AoE damage every 6 seconds.
Yeah, that doesn't sound, too bad. Second Tormentor, Vitaly's pinging it out like, get over here, Pake. We got this.
Rubik Shard. Is there any good Rubik interactions? Oh, he doesn't get any.
That one's
Screw him.
so good. Wow. Well, okay, so Vitaly getting Shard now, an incredible buff to this hero. Not only does it apply pre-crush damage, but now you just can blink stun, and if you find something, they're probably dead.
Yeah, you don't have to waste any time throwing out your ultimate, which the amount of time is essentially one auto attack, right? So with the time saved, you now maybe just get another bash in.
Crystal Maiden scouting some of these heroes here on the bottom side. They're going to come in. Lumpy, though, ready to go with the Orchid. They catch Dark Mega Vitaly here as well. The Orchid catches the Shadow Demon. They're just perfectly silencing up this shot. He's had no ability to play the game at all. El Micho catches Michael on the backside, waiting for him to try and escape, but doesn't happen. 3 quick picks here as moves with a very nicely placed ward.
That was a sick Crystal Maiden bait.
Yeah.
Revealed herself. Like, oh, they'll go on me. And then I'll have a Kunkka right next to me to instantly silence. Easy peasy. They're going to get the Roshan now off of this. Pretty straightforward thanks to the Slardar. They'll get this without too much trouble. 22-minute Aegis. They've got all the tier 2s.
270 gold from a Scotty as well.
Yeah.
Now he has it.
I guess he just finished. I'm like debating, like, do you go right away? I kind of think you farm for 3 minutes.
I think you wait for like the next like really big item that you need, and it's probably just the Ags from Kunkka. He has his BKB, and he only needs like 2 more Ags components. Like he's sitting on 2,000 gold, and Slardar kind of needs the same amount to get to his BKB. I think with those items, I don't see how it's possible to lose the game.
Oh, let me show you some pub games.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go ahead and start chipping away, and understandably so, as you do have a Terrorblade who is quite strong. They're just going to go in, silence up the Shadow Demon, and just a couple of auto attacks from Vitaly is enough to cleave out from Lumpy as well. Michael with an Avalanche, the toss. MNC's just dead. They are going to buy back these heroes most likely, as they need to be able to save the Storm Spirit, but it's not in time, and he has no buyback.
Crystal
Okay,
Clone.
You just walk
too
high
good.
ground and end. Never mind. Who needs to farm? Ultra
Farming's
kill
for
for the
suckers.
Terrorblade.
That's how to do it in your pubs, guys. Dive and win. Stop diving and losing. It's that easy to gain MMR. A very nice game from Beast Coast. Very nice
save
game.
buyback for next game. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. That last pick just fell flat in the end. I know a lot of players don't love the OD, but there's been so many games I feel like that we've watched where it's like it seems so good. It would shut down the mid. It would like do a lot around the map. I know it's not the same type of initiator as a Storm is, but well, I mean that was the Storm game. So how much worse could an OD have been, right?
It's like, who needs the initiation from Storm if he's just going in and dying to multiple Orchids or Frostbite from Crystal Maiden or Telekinesis from Rubik, right? Like, they actually have several of the best counters in the game to a Storm Spirit. And It's really rough when you are already playing from behind, and then both of the mid lane and off lane have orchids at, let me just double check item timings here, 12 minutes 20 seconds and 12 minutes 50 seconds. So at that point, you're the only thing you can do on a Storm Spirit is go like a first item Yules, but then I don't even know if you get out, because you're gonna like Yules yourself and then just come right back down into a Torrent or a Crush from Slardar.
Yeah, or like the second Orchid if you haven't already used both.
Yeah.
So it's I was wondering if it'd be too greedy to get two Orchids, but no, it was not. It was just greedy enough, just allowed them to constantly play everywhere. Kunkka kills one guy with an Orchid. It's like, man, I wish we had a second Orchid to kill another. Oh my god, look at that. Second one, now let's kill another support, right? It just felt like they've reached that point and they were just running around killing everyone. Ends up 33-3, fun score line. Fun for one of the teams. Just kind of showed how quickly that aggression ramped up. That was only a 24-minute game.
Yeah, that was nuts. I mean, they just played it super well. I will say the second Orchid being used almost exclusively on the Shadow Demon was really smart. Like, just not allowing the Shadow Demon to save anybody this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he runs in, he's like, I got you, homie, and then just gets Orchid, and he's like, I don't got you, homie.
I don't got
like,
you.
It's
who's got me?
Yeah, he's like, I need help now. It was just really well played by Beast Coast. A really fun game, number one. I'm really excited to see them do well, because they have had some struggles in recent tournaments, but a very respectable organization in my eyes. So we'll see what happens, as we do have to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Beast Coast versus Starbucks. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 23. It's the South American Closed Qualifiers, and we have game number 2 of a Starbucks versus Beast Coast coming up here in just a second. Game 1 looked pretty interesting though, Zach. Break down what went wrong for a Starbucks, honestly.
I think that Slardar pick was pretty good to bully out that Sven lane. And then I thought Death Prophet into Terrorblade should have gone maybe a little bit better for them. Maybe just doing okay. But that mid lane did not go well. The Kunkka into the Storm started out, maybe a little even. Kunkka picks up a slight level lead, and at the same time, they line that up with a gank. So just really good team play on that part. But off of that kill, Kunkka then picks up another solo kill because he hits 6 first. So he just boats the Storm. I think he picked up a second kill after that too, before Storm hit 6. So just really snowballed that mid lane, and I don't know if he feels like it was a misplay, if they can, fix it by just adjusting. But we felt just draft-wise, that was the first pick Kunkka into the last pick Storm, and it is definitely not supposed to go that way. So looks like they're just going to ban out the Kunkka themselves, actually, on the side of Beast Coast. They think that hero's cracked. They don't want to give that through.
Yeah, I actually think it makes a lot of sense. You're not only is it, a massive comfort pick for Dark Mago, you don't want to give it up to him for free. So, yeah, you just go ahead and ban it out. Makes a lot of sense.
They're going to grab the Crystal Maiden. Let's see, Tiny's already been banned out. Who else are some common first picks here? Oh, the Hoodwink. We don't see that too often. Hoodwink is really solid, but not so broken that a lot of teams feel the need to ban her. But she is pretty good versus Crystal Maiden in the sense that you're longer range, so you can poke down Crystal Maiden. She does not like dealing with that. She has very good spell combos to like slowly whittle people down with more mana efficiency, but people like Techies, people like Hoodwink can outrange her, and then you have like your own powerful spells like Acorn Shot or Bushwhack. Pretty easy to land on such a slow hero like Crystal Maiden. So I'm not sure who you pick for the offlane. It feels like many offlaners don't like playing into Crystal Maiden, but at least you'll have the Hoodwink helping you out.
Yeah, agreed. I'm curious what they want to do because I think Hoodwink, like you said, she does have some things that she does really well into the Crystal Maiden. On the counter side is Crystal Maiden can set up for some pretty scary kills into Hoodwink because she's not super durable. So if you have a hero like we've seen with Pudge in the past, paired with the Crystal Maiden into the Hoodwink lane is very, very easy for them to punish. But probably not going to be the case here, I would imagine. We'll have to see where these picks end up going, but a lot of heroes from last game already removed. Of course, the Rubik, the Sven, the Kunkka, and the Tiny all out of the draft at the beginning of the phase here.
Timber still in. I don't think you want to pick it on Beast Coast. They even had the option, but they know it would be playing into a Crystal Maiden already. So I think they may have to ban it themselves. Otherwise, looks like a good pick for S-Star backs. Primal Beast also in the pool, potentially. Also doesn't love playing into Crystal Maiden, but I think he has an easier time than Timber saw.
I'd be down for them to ban Timber and pick Mars. Okay, yeah, so they banned the Mars. I was going to say, I think that would be your best bet. It actually gives you a lot of kill threat into a Crystal Maiden lane. So they banned the Mars. I think you still probably want to ban the Timber Saw unless you are planning on picking it, but there are some heroes you definitely have to worry about if you're running a Crystal Maiden +1 into a Timber lane. Maybe you pick it anyway and you give you the possibility of flexing it mid until you see the other heroes. I could be open to that. Or just like a flex in general pick here, right? For Beast Coast, like a mid-off flex.
Mm-hmm. Centaur's
Or just
also in the pool if either team wants it.
What if you just pick a Terrorblade again and you just have the option of running it carry or support for Pake?
I'm up for them to try it. Terrorblade did get hit with a nerf. Reflection is worse at level 1. It used to do like 55% damage. Now it's down to 40. And the radius shrunk. Terrorblade was pretty good, so I'm not sure if that nerf is like so much that it's not worth running Terrorblade support anymore, or if it's like, okay, he's just like a reasonable support now instead of like such a strong laner. Haven't really gotten to play it nor see it. We haven't run into a team who's like, we saw carry Terrorblade, which carry Terrorblade didn't get nerfed that hard because carry Terrorblade works off the other abilities more so than reflection. A little bit of a nerf to his maxed out reflection, which is still like the shorter radius, but I think carry Terrorblade doesn't care that much about the nerfs. The support Terrorblade did. And that's where I'm not sure. It depends on the team, I suppose, if they feel it's still worth running. We're using a lot of reserve time here for this next phase.
Dude,
Pretty
both
interesting.
teams.
Yeah.
Beast coasts turn.
All right, they ban the Ember, a Dark Mago classic, and they go for the Shadow Demon. Okay, so hero's still in the pool. They obviously know this hero is strong, even though they managed to deal with it last game, right? Yor almost had no ability to play this hero. He went 1-9, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
But yeah,
10 seconds remaining.
I like it still. Think it's solid.
Yeah, still
5
good versus
seconds
many of the
remaining.
popular heroes, like we said. The reason it struggled last game, I think, is less about the hero itself and more how hard of a counter Slardar is to Sven, and the fact that you just aren't strong enough to
Radiant
deal with that.
team pick.
They have last pick on Beast Coast, so to avoid that, they can wait to pick their carry to the very end. This will be a position 5 Shadow Demon because Hoodwink is almost always a position 4. So they can hold their carry pick till the last pick if they choose
10
to make sure they don't get
seconds
such a bad matchup that Shadow Demon can't do anything about that.
5 seconds remaining.
Primal Beast pretty
Beast
good
Coast.
in general. Does struggle a little bit into the Shadow Demon, but I'm actually a little surprised to see that. I feel like you really hate playing into Shadow Demon. I know he is still just like a good hero who offers a lot, but I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think the hero definitely struggles into Shadow Demon. It is okay enough into the Hoodwink because
5 seconds remaining.
like it's really hard for her to land Bushwhacks if he's trampling because he just runs over the trees. You can definitely cancel like Onslaught and stuff if it's well placed, but they are just going to go for an early Faceless Void pick, which is very surprising because this hero actually got one of the more sizable nerfs of the patch, not only directly to his spell kit, but indirectly from the Maelstrom nerf.
10 seconds remaining.
I
5 seconds
Okay, so
remaining.
into Primal Beast, you would be fine. But Primal Beast could just go
Radiant
mid,
team
and then you pick an off lane that would wreck the Faceless Void, I feel like. Then grab Centaur. I mean, that individual pairing with Hoodwink is pretty good. I think into Crystal Maiden can be a little annoying, depending what carry ends up being picked.
10
But that lane
seconds
combo is
remaining.
strong. I mean, if you stun the Crystal Maiden, like, get a Bushwhack, yeah, she's probably dead, right? The burst damage from a Centaur.
Yeah, probably, huh?
I feel like you can pick your carry here on S-Star backs. You know you're playing into the Centaur Hoodwink lane. You want a good matchup versus Faceless Void. Ooh.
I like this
Okay,
a lot.
so I was thinking about if Enigma could punish Faceless Void, and I was wondering if it would be too much of a hassle. The fact that there's a Shadow Demon who can always save people who get Black Hold, or at least like one person. But,
10
I mean, if you just
seconds
crush the
remaining.
lane, then you don't need to hit the perfect Black Hole, right?
Yeah, exactly.
5 seconds remaining.
Could you do... I know I said we don't usually see Hoodwink 5, and I mean, she could still be played as the 4, but just lane swapped. I don't feel like Shadow Demon does much to the Eidolons, but Shadow Demon Centaur is still a good lane. Could Hoodwink come down here with like the Acorn shot to help deal with Eidolons?
Yes, technically.
10 seconds remaining.
You could just put Hoodwink as the 5 and Shadow Demon as the 4. I think that might actually be what they're going to do here because Centaur, Shadow Demon is not a bad
Turn to
lane.
ban.
And I think if you don't put something in the lane that can deal with the Enigma Eidolons, you're just going to lose. Like straight up. I think the game becomes really hard to play. So I think what we're probably going to see is Hoodwink in the 5 position and Shadow Demon on the 4.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they might swap later, but yeah, I mean, I'm down for that.
5 seconds remaining.
Because otherwise, I mean, we were just talking about how Shadow Demon's a great hero, but like not the best laner. And that's why I'm surprised they picked their carry there at the Faceless Void, because yeah, it opened up for this where it's like we're talking about flexing the Hoodwink into the 5, which I think would be the best of the situation, but like not best in the overarching like realm of Dota. Is not exactly what I would have liked to have, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess the good news is that it's Primal Beast mid now, so you'll get your last pick against that.
I really like the Alchemist and the Lifestealer bands. Those are both really good. They're out of reserve time. They get rid of the Queen of Pain. Makes sense. I mean, she's really annoying for the Primal Beast to deal with. They don't have a lot of options to shut her down if she's kind of snowballing ahead. In terms of mid lane options here for Beast Coast, there are still a decent number of heroes. So I'm curious what we're going to see from a Starbucks. Like, they have to pick soon. They have to reveal their carry pick. I mean, I don't even know what you can
could
do.
be interesting.
They are going to go for the Pudge. Dude, okay. Remember earlier in the first phase of the draft when we said if you have something like a Crystal Maiden Pudge lane, you can punish a Hoodwink? Well, we're back. It's gone full circle.
That is interesting. I mean, you got a hook save for Chronosphere as long as you're not the guy getting hooked, but you're actually pretty tanky. So I mean, if you're the one that's Chronosphered, there's a good chance you're surviving.
Dude, hear me out. Solark mid.
Would you get rocked by Primal Beast though? You don't think so?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because you just like attack him, and if you build like a I mean, they're not going to do it, but it would be cool. Oh, Timbersaw's still in the pool. What? Okay, I don't know how this is still in the pool. I completely forgot. We saw this exact similar matchup earlier of a Timbersaw going late game into Pudge. It did not look good for Pudge. That being said, you don't have something that like can take late or like elongated fights on the side of Beast Coast. So if you don't burst someone in the Chronosphere, Starbucks definitely have the team fight because they have multiple different ways of reinitiating.
Yeah.
Could have gone Bristle,
I mean,
even.
Enigma should be winning that bottom lane, or what are we? Yeah, bottom. No, top lane. Should be winning that lane versus Faceless Void. I feel like mid should easily go towards the Timbersaw, unless I'm misunderstanding something there. I guess Trample's kind of good versus Timbersaw, and he doesn't have trees to go to, but I feel like Whirling Death is just way too good versus a melee strength hero like Primal Beast.
And it reduces trample damage.
Yeah, and then we're just going to have to see if we can land the hooks on the Pudge. Because we saw earlier today, when you're hooking people under the tower, right, that changes the matchup quite a lot. But without that, and especially if you manage to maybe stun that Crystal Maiden into the burst damage, I mean, I could see you getting kills there and being pretty happy with that lane.
Yeah, I am curious how they want to lane this on the side of Beast Coast, because as we see, it is El Misho on the Hoodwink, which, you know, indicates that it is the 4 position Hoodwink. If they're going to keep the Hoodwink bottom or if they're going to put it into the Centaur lane, we'll have to see as we get ready to jump into the game. But yeah, I'm a little bit unsure how the lane's going to play out for a Starbucks. I think Lumpy should have a pretty good time. I think Faceless Void's lane is going to be miserable, and I think that is the saving grace for them is this Enigma should be able to just bulldoze down this bottom lane and this bottom tower. I'm curious what his item build is going to be because it's typically just been Vlad's. But we also have the buff to Helm of the Dominator, and like I said earlier today, Enigma is a hero that in the past has been able to go for this. So if you build a Helm of the Dominator, you have even more threat. But we'll see as we jump into game number 2 of a Starbucks versus Beast Coast here. Should be a lot of fun.
Smoke up from a Starbucks right away, and I think this is good. I mean, Pudge is one of the best heroes for First Bloods thanks to Meat Hook. You got that Frostbite setup potentially. Even if it's not Frostbite, there's like Earth Spike. There's a lot of ways to get a good hook to get a First Blood. So I am glad they're trying, though currently it looks like they're just aiming for trying to grab someone across the map or across the river. Smoke's gonna break soon though, and this ward will see them. They see this
Yeah.
faceless void.
I mean, that's the one hero you can't hook.
Yeah, it's tough. They'd have to chain stun a bunch, which they might. They have Frostbite or Spike.
Well, if you are
See
far
it?
enough back, can they get him? Time walks up to the high ground towards his team.
30 seconds.
He is out. So again, not the one hero that you typically don't want to hook. You do not want to walk up there. They know that's where the rest of Beast Coast are. So they will walk back. They get their D ward, of course, as they saw the Faceless Void place it earlier. And MNZ, you got to be a little bit careful. Looks like they are going to back away. A little bit of stuns here thrown on over to Vitali, but Michael, you're in a pretty rough spot. You don't win that level 1 as much as you think you do, and Michael will give first blood on over to El Misho, as now they're looking for Yor, who has pretty much no mana left in the tank. Centaur, luckily, not able to close the gap quite yet, but they drop a blood grenade as well.
Kill the courier. Get the courier.
Get the courier!
It was
gets
worth it.
Yor gonna give up another kill. Dude, even pops the fairy fire.
Fairy fire?
I mean, maybe they're trying to deny the kill to the Centaur, but is that worth the fairy fire? I can't imagine that it is. 2 kills to Beast Coast to start the game. The first blood going to El Misho. Dude, he got both kills? Okay, your hoodwink is
Rich.
huge. This guy's jacked.
Just cube the Maelstrom right now.
Did he buy a... What did he buy? He bought boots. Okay, I was like, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna greed for?
I can't get hooked down here. I will die. I
Yeah.
need the move speed. Okay, I mean, we were talking a lot about Pudge finding the first blood with Hook, but actually now 2 kills going to Beast Coast.
Yeah, this is seriously problematic for them because, like I said, I don't think this off lane is going to go very good for Pake at all. Like, the Enigma should be pretty free here, especially with a Lion. Like, if you try to play aggressively into these, you get, like, Earth Spiked. You're going to take, like, 5-6 attacks from Eidolons, plus the Enigma
Yeah.
Lion auto attacks.
It's
Like,
so scary.
there's not much you can do here, especially on Shadow Demon, who is not a strong lane hero. And he's trying to, like, stack up onto these lesser Eidolons, but when they split, you know, what can you do?
Mm-hmm. The bottom lane, it's where they picked up the kills. I don't expect either core to really die, but it's the supports. Like, if one support gets caught out, they would easily die. We got like 2 squishy supports with 2 extremely tanky cores. Top lane, I feel like, as long as there's no mispositioning, I think they should all be fine. Eidolons
Yeah.
will just farm this lane, but I don't think that you can like force a kill on the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, if the Shadow Demon comes forward, then maybe he's gonna get a decent pull here, and Michael is gonna be a little bit late to stop it. But
Kobolds, unfortunately.
yeah, Kobolds and Sacred is just denying creeps that get low, so he'll be fine. Mid lane,
Radiant's bottom
kind of
tower
a snooze
is under
fest, but
attack.
Timbersaw is pulling ahead in the last hits. Not surprising, as he has the 2 points in the Whirling Death. Not only great for last hitting, but great for reducing the Primal Beast damage.
I usually like my trees.
I can't believe Timbersaw made it to the end. I wasn't even looking for it. We're so used to it being banned out like right off the bat.
We even talked about it earlier in the draft too, about like them being able to go back for the Timbersaw, and we're like, oh, I mean, it's good. Why would they?
I forgot right after that.
Nah.
Goldfish brain, man.
Oh, bottom lane, getting on top of the
Oh,
Crystal
wait, Earth Spike
Maiden.
from the
That's a
tree?
good one.
Nice. Same time top, they were trying to kill Faceless Void. They got a nice Earth Spike from the trees, comboed it with some other stuff, but he does manage to time walk away.
Yeah, Primal Beast is trying to jungle some enemy stacks here after going for their bounty rune. So it's something that you can do with the Primal Beast, which is really nice. You can like drag waves and stack them with jungle camps and clear those out pretty easily.
You really got to in this kind of matchup.
Lumpy just
Lumpy's here
walks
to
in.
fight
He's
for
like, "What are
this.
you gonna do?"
Ooh, that
Oh.
would have been a sick steal. Did
Yeah,
you
that's
just lose
actually gonna
both,
backfire.
actually, though.
Yeah, it's like you can just take both if he wants on Dark Mago, but it looks like he needs to farm the wave, so he's gonna
Yeah.
prefer to go that route, which I think is correct. Shadow Demon top lane, taking a lot of damage from the Earth Spike mana drain, and just these 6 Eidolons that are just sitting in front of the Faceless Void, and he can't really even attack these.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, when you have 6 Eidolons, I mean, at this stage of the game, it's like 2 heroes. MNZ, pretty deep, actually. They're going to rotate Lumpy in. Oh, my God. That was
That's really
half
nice.
his health immediately.
Yeah, that's a sick kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's going to buy some space for the Primal Beast, which I'm sure he's very grateful for. You don't usually see mid-rotations that early for kind of this reason, which is if you're winning, you give a lot of space over. But, I mean, that Pudge kill was, like, handed to him.
Yeah. And they managed to take down the Shadow Demon in this top lane. And this is kind of the nerf to time dilation, which was definitely necessary. This was a 1-point wonder for no reason on a hero that already was considered fairly strong in lane. So way slower, or way less move slow. And, you know, cooldown, mana cost, all kind of rescaled. I like it. I think it's a much better ability that you actually don't just get rewarded for having 1 point of in lane. Your bottom lane gonna get dove here. Goes for the frostbite. Just needs a couple auto attacks from El Misho. Great fog into the trees, and Yor comes out ahead. Oof.
That's
That being said,
actually
Dark
the
Mago.
Hoof Stomp nerf right there.
Yeah.
The damage lost from Hoof Stomp, that Crystal Maiden would be dead.
Yep. Speaking of Hoof Stomp, does connect onto
Hook.
Vitalia. MNZ is looking for the hook. He's got him into a pulverize. Plus the rot. Can it be enough damage? He's got 11 wand charges, but no help coming his way. So nice pick off there from Starbox, and they need stuff like that. They cannot fall further behind in these lanes.
Yeah, because Primal Beast has actually just been like creep cutting. He actually has now surpassed the Timbersaw net worth, which is pretty wild.
It works. I mean, that assist kill is probably pretty good. Top lane, they're gonna get aggressive here.
Michael.
Lumpy coming in as well, and the question is, can Sacred get out? Guaranteed not. The question is, will he get a return now? No, Lumpy cleans up the Eidolons. Double kill for the Timbersaw, and he's back to the top net worth position with those mana boots. Going for a Soul Ring as well, so just wanting tons of mana, it looks like. 7-minute rune, though, as well.
And El Misho steal this.
Well, that was a nice play there from the illusion of Lumpy to kind of bait them. So he gets a kill in exchange. They do manage to get the Wisdom Rune, which is very essential here for the supports on his Starbox. Lumpy needs to be careful, though.
Yeah, he's trying to steal stacks, but there's a full health Primal Beast chasing after you with Onslaught in 4 seconds. Ooh, good disruption.
All right, well played. Much cleaner opening here to the game from Starbox, as they're doing really good. And as we said, kind of mostly due to this Enigma lane, the Faceless Void has really struggled in terms of finding net worth here. Meanwhile, you have a completed Vlad's, and I think they're realizing it, and they're making multiple attempts to the top lane here to shut down this hero. So Lumpy, with another rotation in, gets his 4th kill of the game. And an immediate TP bottom. He has no desire to farm. He is all about killing heroes right now. Dark Mago looking to go for a rune here. El Misho does steal it away, so they get the Shadow Demon, but no haste rune for the Primal Beast, which is pretty massive.
Timber is unfortunately just sitting under an enemy observer.
Yeah.
I doubt he'll find anything down here.
MNZ
The
might be
rotations
baiting
top,
Tower is under attack.
yeah, rotations top were exceptional though, because they really needed help. That how is this working?
It's not, right?
It's working.
Okay, I have no clue then. Maybe he thought his team was gonna get here earlier, but yeah, that one shouldn't die. And they even get the D ward.
Yeah, El Misho's probably like, what the fuck? How
like,
did that work?
He saw us? Yeah, I think just severely underestimating the damage from the Timbersaw and maybe overestimating the survivability or damage out from the Pudge.
Radiant's
bizarre.
bottom tower is
Yeah,
Top lane in order, though, I wanted to say, though, is that Enigma was running away with this in last hits and denies, but thanks to the double rotations up here, it's really helped Faceless Void's game, which is, I think, a really good use of the rotations from the Timbersaw.
We're looking for him. Hook doesn't connect. Pake doesn't see the hook, though, so... Well, doesn't matter. They get the tower.
Has been killed.
Not bad. The bottom tower is not looking like it's going to live super long here, as Vitaly is just cutting the wave. And he is almost to a Blink Dagger, just about 150 gold.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So
Do you
MNZ and Yor are
think-
down here.
Do you think Primal Beast should be doing this well? I know the hero has the ability to creep drag, which is one of the best ways to dodge unfavorable matchups like this. But I mean, this was a really rough matchup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I
Is creep
honestly,
dragging just too strong?
I don't know if it's too strong, but I think part of it is they had to address the Enigma so heavily that it has now allowed Primal Beast to have a free game. Because Lumpy leaving mid lane like 4 different times to gank, right? He's killed Pudge a couple times, he's killed the Enigma a couple times, so it's like this just gave Primal Beast an eternity of space. And so he is level 10 with a Blade Mail
Is under attack.
and 5,500 net worth. Like, he is really strong. His Blade Mail is coming on the courier, but if they can get him, it'd be huge. This is the blink reveal out from Vitaly. They still have Stampede to work with, so Dark Mago, potentially saved by the Centaur Stomp. A really nice pulverize, but yeah, they're bringing in the support, trying to onslaught away. Maybe you drop the chrono. He's gonna have to, but you spent a little bit too long waiting. Timber Chain, not gonna connect, but they still manage to get the kill, but it costs you your Faceless Void. A little bit, I mean,
Look on Shadow Demon
hesitant.
too.
Yeah, you get Shadow Demon. Just being too hesitant there on the Faceless Void. You should have just dropped the chrono immediately and get the kill closer to your team. But as soon as that hero makes it back to that tier 1 tower, the TPs come through and you're heavily punished. He was just hoping for a lucky bash to cancel Onslaught is what it was, I think.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hoodwink really farmed, so for all the struggles that Faceless Void's been having, it's still an even game, and it's the Hoodwink who's kind of making the difference right now. I wonder what build Hoodwink's thinking about going. Earlier, we saw like a Mant on a Hurricane Park, and that was very bizarre to me. I would actually love to just see a really greedy damage build to pump damage into the Chronosphere.
And I have news for you. El Misho agrees. I'm pretty sure every time I've seen El Misho play this hero, he plays relatively greedy. He could go for a Guardian Greaves, though, this game, and I actually don't think it's that bad. So we might see like a mech come out from him in a little bit, but he could also go for a greed build. Your top lane, gonna get stood on by a Centaur, chopped down from a double edge. Nice find.
El Misho's thinking about it. 1,700 gold.
Nice blink stomp. Dark Mago is in so deep. He has a shield rune and a blade mail. He will pop the shield rune, but the purge immediately removing it. And
Oh,
yeah, there's the
That's the
Timbersaw
counter.
match that we were talking about. Oh my goodness. Just 450 pure damage instantly.
Enigma's got a blink on the way, so maybe as Primal Beast is back up, they could look for a smoke play, get a surprise blink black hole.
It could work. Could work.
I think they need to keep the momentum going. I kind of do favor this Faceless Void going into the late game. I mean, he's an actual traditional carry, but there is a strong tempo for a Starbacks. So that's kind of why I want to see them get going. They do smoke, but it actually doesn't have the Enigma in it.
Well, they saw the ward too. The ward saw the whole smoke. They know what's going on.
Under attack.
Unfortunate.
So Timbersaw, he's farming on the backside of this ancient camp, so he should be fairly easy to dodge this out. He also has a blink dagger.
Dire's middle tower.
So yeah, Lumpy's out. They put a good aggressive ward up here. Yeah, they're not gonna connect onto anything here. Vitaly's in a really good spot to break the smoke as well.
El Misho is floating 2,400 gold. He cannot decide. He's asking his team, debating, begging, can I please get a Midas, guys? Please. Let me build. And like, no. God, build something useful. It's like, no, I've got the money. I can have it. It's such a good timing. Please. Don't report me. I'm going to buy it.
I mean, maybe he's saving for the shard at 15 minutes and then wants to go something else. Oh, baby. It's an Atos. That means Gleipnir eventually. Let's go, El Misho.
Oh, has money left over after the Atos. That's how
Oh,
much
no,
he
he's
was
selling it
holding.
all. He sold all the components. He's like, never mind. I don't want it.
Maelstrom time, baby. Just a clarity. Just a clarity
Jewel
for now while I
Scepter.
think about it.
Radiant are scanning.
He's pretty good versus Primal Beast and Pudge. Even the Enigma. Actually, Chris, there's actually so many things you can cancel with the Yuled, I suppose.
It's actually a pretty cool pickup. Top lane, we're going to see them get on top of the Primal Beast here once again. He's going to go for the Pulverize, but you're not getting out of this one. Just way too much damage. And Dark Mago, yeah, he's off to a decent start. He was top net worth for a bit, having a fantastic time. But now that the lanes have kind of broken down, it's getting more difficult for him.
Despite a bit of a rough start, and he is still the lowest core net worth. I mean, he's got his Midas, and he's almost done with the Mithril Hammer. He'll have it within the minute. So, I mean, he'll be catching up in farm.
Wow, I didn't even realize he built a Midas on Faceless Void. I mean, after the death he had for that Chrono, the Midas is actually making a lot of sense right now. Oh, Sharpshooter off the mark, but it doesn't care because you got a different Sharpshooter in the form of a Timber Saw. They jump in, looking to get on top of the Primal Beast. Stomp comes in, cancels. They catch the Enigma! God. Oh, no! What an unfortunate timing, as that couldn't have been better for Beast Coast. They get 4 heroes. Oh, man. Sometimes you blink, and the Stomp just beats the Black Hole. Dude, that is
a disaster.
Middle tower
Now they're going to find MNZ too.
And that's an amplified damage on Timber Saw, so good luck.
He was just waiting too. He could have done it sooner. He's like, guys, wait. It'll be really funny. I'm going to delete him.
I'll let him get his hopes up. Bruh. All right. Well, yeah. Maelstrom done now. On his way to his Mjolnir. Faceless Void now 3rd net worth. And El Misho did end up going back for the Maelstrom. He's like, yeah, this game's looking pretty good. I can get the Maelstrom first. I'll go for the Gleipnir next. Yeah, with how much money he was holding, I'm not that surprised.
Funny, if he had committed to it sooner, he probably would have farmed enough to get the Atos already deleted. I mean, we can do a little deleting of our own here on the Radiant. They
That's
still
what you get
have
for
Black
not building
Hole.
the Atos first.
That's what you get for being greedy. I mean, they still have Black Hole. I kind of think they gotta try something, right?
Yeah,
At this
yeah,
rate,
no chrono.
you're just gonna fall further behind a Midas, Faceless Void. I don't think we've seen a Black Hole this whole game.
Nope.
Michael's
Michael.
gonna get caught out on the wrong neighbor. Oh!
I don't think you can really get away from the Timber Saw on the Centaur, though. Stomp will come through, and a quick pick. It is one of those things where he is at least revealing where the enemy is. MNZ's bottom, and Lumpy wants to put a stop to this, thinking he might have gone north, but he in fact went back to his own jungle here. He did finish an Ags on the Pudge, which will help speed up his farming substantially. But
It's been a pretty quiet game from the Pudge.
yeah. Oh boy.
It's about to get a little quieter.
It's or very loud, depending on which one you're looking at. MNZ really struggling to get away here. Lumpy with another blink. He's trying to snipe him with the chakra, but a great hex out from Michael. The freezing field from Yor. Lumpy needs to be careful. Onslaught on in, but the stomp on the backside gets the kill, and Lumpy is still alive, but the black hole from Sacred will finish the job. They managed to get one more on the backside as Sacred cannot escape. They don't have they haven't expended the Chronosphere, but Dark Mago gets a nice find there onto the Shadow Demon, but you're not getting out of this one. They've got way too much control, and with Pate coming through as well, he could just Chrono him. That's exactly what he's going to do. There's no reason to give this one up. El Misho looking like he might be trying to steal the kill, but goes the way of the Faceless Void anyway, and a 2 for 4. A better fight than what we've seen from the Starbucks, but relatively even in the gold exchange, I suppose, because they did at least get the Timber Saw. But you're still not getting this Faceless Void.
Yeah, they paid a lot of respect to the Black Hole, even though they know they were so far ahead. They were very careful about it, and what it leads to is that he feels he needs to commit the Black Hole to just secure the Timber Saw kill, which, like you said, is a great kill, but it means literally everyone else is like, oh, we're free to just go in and do whatever now. Especially on the Faceless Void, who has Chronosphere, kind of wants to hold it to make sure, like, oh, I can use this to counter Black Hole. But as soon as you see it's out, you're like, okay, time to just go in. Just kill whoever. Doesn't even need the Chronosphere in the end until later. He's got his Mjolnir now. Yeah, I mean, if we look at his net worth now, he does not seem like a guy who was struggling just 15 minutes ago in the laning stage.
Yeah, not by any means. And El Misho, now 160 gold away from his Gleipnir. They're going to back take out their Tormentor right at the 20-minute mark here. I think really smart. Get this extra shard on the field, which, I mean, both your supports shards are really good. Both the Demonic Cleanse as well as the Boomerang, and it will be the Boomerang for El Misho. I think with how aggressive they're playing, this one might arguably be better.
Tough call, actually. I kind of like the Cleanse because you can just throw it on Lumpy and you're like, you're free, dude. Just go in, right? I'll remove so many things from you. The Frostbites, the Malefice, stuff like that. But you're right in, like, if they get the jump, the extra burst damage from the incoming spell damage amp from Hunter's Boomerang will be also really good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which I like more, but they're both fantastic, so no complaints. I mean, you can do Roshan whenever you want at this point. You probably still respect the Black Hole, so if it's up, maybe you'll try to get a pick off before doing it. But I think as soon as you feel you have an opening, you can get that Roshan. And I mean, at that point, you're mainly worried about Black Hole as a way to throw, right? Like Black Hole plus Pudge hooks. And if you pick up the Aegis, you can become a lot less worried about that Black Hole because he does not have a refresher and he is miles away from it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, what your game plan is from here, because, like, the Pudge, it doesn't feel like it's going to have too much of an impact as this game goes on. Like, he's queuing up the Blink Dagger and the BKB, which you definitely have to have, but then you still have to get something like a Kaya Sanj or a Heart of Tarask or an Eternal Shroud. Like, there's a lot of things that you need for a Pudge to scale late game. And you're just not gonna do as much as like the cores on, you know, Beast Coast with the same amount of net worth.
Yeah, Pudge is as a carry, Pudge is a hero who needs to be ahead, I would say, and they just were not able to find what they needed to in the laning stage. And at this point, like if you hook one of these cores, it's actually not that scary for them. Like, what are you hooking? Timbersaw, Centaur, Faceless Void, might just Chronosphere you, right? So it's pretty awkward now. You have to find supports, and I mean, you'll take those. You'll get the Flesh Heap kills, but the cores are probably killing you in the meantime. So it's just really tough.
He just time walks out, right? If he gets hooked, if you don't like actually precast the Dismember, like you just time walk away.
Yeah, and even if you don't, there's now a Blink Shadow Demon ready to save you.
With an Eye of Vizier, so even more cast range.
Yeah, so far.
And I think he just bought his shard. Yeah, he did. So now the Demonic Cleanse is available. So it'll be great for them to play around. And I think Pake's item build is pretty much spot on this game. I think he realizes that as long as he just doesn't die, the game is pretty easy for them to play. So BKB Lincoln's queued up, and I think that's just exactly what he needs. He can build damage later, right? Like, as long as he's alive and he's able to get a Chrono off, they should win every fight.
Yeah, his team's ahead enough that he does not have to be as concerned about damage, which, I mean, he still does a decent amount thanks to that Mjolnir. So, yeah, this... I'm trying to think, like, what is the recovery here for a Starbacks?
Dire's middle
You
tower
still
is under
have
attack.
a good amount of towers, so this game will still go a bit later. Unless Pudge starts picking up a lot of kills, though, I'm not, like, sure if you have that scaling potential, and then at that point, you're just depending on, like, a huge black hole.
Oh, Dark Mago actually canceled his onslaught by mistake, and that is unfortunate. I don't know what he used. Maybe he was
Boomerang?
swapping in an item.
I thought this Primal Beast was about to get nuked.
Mid lane, though, they commit well, they don't commit everything, but they commit the BKB, the Dismember, and now the Black Hole Finger of Death. They're actually going to get 2 massive kills mid.
Radiant's
Hold up.
Okay.
We are back,
They got a bit of
baby.
life. I forgot they're infinitely scaling on this team.
That is true, and they're going to find moves on the bottom side, so he is nowhere close to escaping away from this, and the hook from MNZ finds the kill. He's like, I want the flesh heap, baby. Okay. We might
Jumps
be
up to
back
5.
a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, you're just gonna keep that up. Enigma getting black Chronosphere in the top, though. Gonna be a free kill for Pike. And then I'll just back out. Still got 3 minutes on Aegis, so he can even wait for this Chronosphere to come back up, and then they can push with it. They'll still have it. I don't think they feel that scared, though, to force anything. I think they're feeling pretty good about their late game. I wouldn't mind seeing them start to, like, try to take some of these towers, though. I mean, there's an awful lot of buildings left open.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an investment, you know? That's just future net worth for them. Mech comes out for the Crystal Maiden, doesn't quite connect as MNZ's going to blink aggressively onto the Hoodwink, look for the kill, but the save out from the Shadow Demon is there, and Timbersaw, he's got an axe. Michael trying to mana drain him, but oh man, there's just too much damage. Dark Mago now on the run, the BKB expiring, Gleipnir's going to connect. Hook will get him to safety, but is it enough to escape? For now, it looks like it is. Lumpy, a very aggressive blink in. There's another BKB, a great dismember, but an even better save and a stomp on the backside from Vitali. In comes Pake as well. Can they finish off the Pudge? He goes for a hook, but the bashes are there, and your Pudge, he's tanky. But once that flesh heap expires, there's not enough that he can do to keep himself in this one. It ends up being a 5-0.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Every time I look at this Hoodwink, she's just, like, floating thousands of
Dire's
gold.
bottom tower is under
Hoodwink's got
attack.
Gleipnir Mage Slayer. That's just by
Dire's
Daedalus,
bottom
man.
tower
Just do
has
it.
fallen.
The way this game's going, just get it. Just bring the damage.
Radiant's middle
And
tower is under attack.
Beastco's looking so strong this game. I don't know how you deal with this.
Radiant's middle tower
I
has
think it's a
fallen.
little bit draft related. Primal Beast honestly did a lot better in the mid lane than I thought. But I feel like he did have to spend some time recovering, and so he wasn't able to gank, especially for this Pudge, right? To get Pudge off to a great start. And then,
Radiant's top tower
I don't know, the
has
fact
fallen.
that top was going well with the Enigma, but then he gets killed twice in a row from some good rotation from Timbersaw, who's free to do so because his mid lane went so well.
Radiant
Yeah,
are scanning.
Pudge's not able to do quite enough.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where, like, it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's like, do we commit to try and dealing with this hero in the mid lane, or do we commit to dealing with these heroes in the top lane? It's like, you have to pick one of these lanes to salvage, and they decided, all right, we're going to try and salvage, you know, this lane. Ends up being, you know, it doesn't really matter too much, because we're going to see a nice fight break out. Pake, he's going to lose his Aegis
Got
here. And
Aegis.
the backside Sacred, he's got to get out to safety, but can he? He's got a black hole, but will he get a chance to use it? Gets
Oh my
the
God.
blink out
Blink.
just barely. A buyback out from the Crystal Maiden. I cannot believe Sacred escapes there. Lumpy did not want to get black hold.
I can't believe they hooked the Timbersaw.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah.
Maybe-
Dire's bottom
Do they have
tower
vision there?
is
I'm
under
pretty sure they
attack.
did. I don't know if that was a blind
Yeah, they
hook
do.
and
Radiant's
it, like,
top tower is under
unfortunately got the Timbersaw, but
Right where that sentry is, they had a ward there previously.
I think it got killed before that hook even, though. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think they hooked Lumpy, and I don't think he even took damage because I'm pretty sure he activated his reactive armor Ags, and
Yep.
I don't think they out DPS'd that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Stole the amplified damage rune. Maybe that'll help him get a kill later on. What is Faceless Void building? Is this a Lincoln's? What
Yeah,
is this?
he had one queued up for a while. So I imagine it's the Lincolns. It's just a great tool here. This game blocks a lot of important things like the probably, pulverize. It can block an instant hex from the Lion or the dismember from Pudge. Speaking of Lion, blink out last second there to survive. Tormentor goes down, and Yor will get the Crystal Clone, which is a very nice ability. But
yeah, actually really good versus Timbersaw and Centaur. Even Faceless.
there's a lot of AoE damage, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Pudge. Oh no, he didn't make
Wrong
the full
neighborhood.
He didn't make the full length blink. It actually dropped him up out of the high ground. He wanted to go below, and the Lotus is just going to protect him into an immediate Chronosphere onto 2. Primal Beast, Pudge. They're both looking so low. Can they actually bring down this Dark Mega? Looks like they can. Nice positioning there from Moose. They've caught him. Sacred up onto the high ground. Gets the blink to safety. You still have that potential for a black hole to save this game. But you're going to need everything to go right. I mean, Midnight Pulse
Can't
is a
really-
good chunk of damage.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, but he can't commit his black hole without the other heroes, and none of them have buyback. I don't know if Beast Coast realizes that, but I mean they're respecting it, playing it safe. As long as Shadow Demon does not get caught in the black hole anyways. Oh my god, Lion.
Good find from Vitali. Yep. And now, yep, Sacred. He's got a Lion with a buyback in a moment. I mean, maybe he can find something. Moose gets the disruption, though. Should be able to... All right, they just want to keep focusing on the buildings. They know Pudge, Primal Beast, both coming up here in a moment.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Almisho also got a Lincoln, so you got double Lincolns on your
Radiant's
cores.
middle tower is under attack.
Did he really? Are you serious? Oh my gosh.
Almisho's rich, man. He's richer than
Never.
Centaur.
Told you, man. El Micho is a greedy player. He will build those core items.
8-3-17 has the same amount of last hits as Centaur. Yeah, he's a real rich. All right,
Yeah, it's
Roshan is up. Wasn't too long of a spawn, so I guess I can go grab this. They'll get Roshan's banner, which Primal Beast can deal with. I guess so can Pudge, Eidolon, so it's not like the end of the world.
Dude, Lumpy with his Invis rune, he's like, oh, I'm just gonna harass the Pudge a little bit, casually do 50% of his HP.
A little bit of peekaboo surprise.
Yeah, I mean the Lotus Orbs, Lincoln Spheres are just gonna be, they're just so problematic for the side of a Starbox, and Moose almost has an Axe on the Shadow Demon.
Oh man. He's gonna break Flesh Heap. Gonna break Uproar. Get 2 charges of Cleanse for his cores as well.
Yeah,
Alright, so
that's the other thing I'm thinking about is just more charges of Cleanse is actually crazy. Mid lane, they're gonna find Dark Mago, an instant purge, and he can't go anywhere. He tries to pop the Ogre Steel Totem. He's gonna BKB and TP home instead. Stampede comes out. Michael trying to get the safety. Does he just die to the burst? Instead of 80 HP and will live. Incredibly close, but a good disengage from a Starbox. You do get the BKB of the Primal Beast, but better than dying.
So is there a way to get them into Fountain? Onslaught, knock them back a little bit.
Yeah.
Black Hole, pull them in a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just Pudge Hook, I'm pretty sure. That's it.
Now, the way they've been playing, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if they get within the Fountain Hook range. Maybe there's a chance. Not for this Crystal Maiden.
Jesus. El Misho lets it rip from so far away, gets the kill. Also takes the 4 armor corruption talent, 20. That talent I feel like is one of those ones that seems underwhelming, but most people take it anyway. Because I mean, if you compare it to sharpshooter damage, you don't really need that bonus damage.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot easier to throw out like a bunch of acorn shots and get value from that armor corruption versus like how often do you just like throw out the ult. I mean, it is only 45 seconds, so kind of, but the like 125 extra damage, I mean, that might be how much you're amplifying with your armor corruption after like 2 attacks from a carry. So
Yeah.
And then it works on buildings too, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I believe it does, but
I think you should just apply on auto attacks. So
yeah. It's like having a blight stone or anything like that equipped.
Who cut the banner? Someone picked it up, right?
Is
Did it already get placed?
did it already? Did it? Oh yeah, it's bottom. I was looking for a little dot on the map, placed right by the tier 2.
I see. Okay, so maybe they'll let the creeps push bottom while they siege mid. I actually kind of like that because you actually have room to play on that top half as well, since you already took that Roshan. See if they do that. Currently, it just looks like they're sieging both lanes at once.
Is under attack.
Yes! El Misho went to Crystallis. Let's go. Just throw in the acorn shots.
Dude, I mean, he's not even far away from a Daedalus. He only needs like a few hundred gold and he has Daedalus.
Buy it out, El Misho. There's no way that backfires.
I haven't seen a single hero regret using all of their gold.
It's not possible.
So with an Aegis on the Faceless Void, could you... I mean, can you even kill this guy once, let alone twice? He has BKB, he has his Lincolns, he's going for an Eye of Scotty, which he had queued up earlier.
I think you can kill him once if he's on his own. Once with a team behind him, very difficult.
Nice find here onto the Shadow Demon. Yeah, they got him. Sick. Great find. And now Pake coming in as well. I mean, the downside, you actually just lose your Primal Beast on the other side of the map. Michael just gets bashed into oblivion as the Stomp's going to catch the Crystal Maiden as well. You're falling low. They've even rooted up the Enigma. Dude, there's just a Hex. They need to get him out. Great hook here from MNZ. What did Primal? He just died top? Yeah, Centaur. Plus, well, Pig gets hooked. Time walks to safety. I honestly wouldn't hate for him just going for a YOLO, like, chrono play. Oh.
And there's a Hex on Lumpy. That might be what surprised the Primal Beast.
Yeah,
finished
definitely.
the
Gets
whole
the Hex
thing
out
in
on the
one
Crystal
go.
Maiden. Pig comes in. He gets the bashes. Enigma, he's holding the black hole.
Doesn't even need to chrono.
All right, they get the Aegis. Now you do have Black Hole on buyback here if you want to try and get this hero a second time, but you have a Chronosphere.
We need a Fountain Hook.
Oh, the Lincoln's going to protect him. The Lotus as well. The Pudge can't do anything as he will make it to safety here on the Timbersaw. At least for the moment, Primal Beast will not find him as the mid lane of Barracks continuing to fall.
Radiant's middle barracks is falling.
Oh, there's the break. Protected, looking for their initiation. They get the Lion, and now Primal Beast in trouble. BKB protecting him, has to turn around with the Pulverize, but the damage, it's overwhelming. The hook from Pudge once again to save his allies.
Has fallen.
You're gonna need more
Daedalus
than this.
online.
Radiant's bottom
Oh my god, he
barracks
actually has it. He has 3,000 more gold.
Yeah, I'm telling you, every time you look, he's got even more gold in his pocket than last time.
Radiant's bottom barracks
Oh
is falling.
no. I mean, they held buyback on your Enigma,
With dire
And I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, he needs to get to BKB. I know that, but how far away is he? Wait, he has it. He can literally buy it. All right, for now, we're just going to wait. You got to defend against Mega Creeps, but they've got the Hex. They find the Primal Beast. The Stomp comes through as well. Pake trying to get away. Ends up time walking in aggressively. Oh my goodness, the Sharpshooter does it set him up down to 50 HP. The Force Staff saves it, but the hook doesn't connect. Lumpy will barely survive a nice stun out from this Lion, but again, the Pudge can't go in or do anything, and here's the Stampede. There's the Chronosphere, finds 3. The Enigma's the big one, but a good hook out. Sacred drops the Black Hole, but it's not enough. There's just too much damage from these heroes. And there it is, the GG comes out, and Beast Coast will take the series 2-0.
I think he got killed by Cloak of Flames on his Black Hole there at the end. Not that that would have really changed all that much. I feel like this is kind of an outdraft. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, the last pick Timbersaw was just always going to do so much work here, and then on top of it, like, you just have a Faceless Void to go late game with, and it's so much easier in that scenario to just have a Faceless Void. His lane was a little bit rough, and it was looking really rough, and I think the fact that Beast Coast addressed that immediately and were like, hey, we need to give our Faceless Void a much better start. He is very, very much struggling against this Enigma lane. So Lumpy comes top twice to kill this hero. They even bring the Hoodwink in from the off lane a couple times, and it completely resets the Faceless Void's lane. The downside is, like, Dark Mega on the Primal Beast gets off to a great start, right? Because he's no longer threatened. But it's like, which one would you rather have? A slightly farmed Primal Beast in the mid game, or a way more farmed Faceless Void in the late game, you know?
Yeah, and I think, like, even if Primal Beast has a good game, like, you're always playing into that Timbersaw counter, along with then the Faceless Void. Time dilation, very annoying for you. The ultimate Chronosphere, you can't really get into. And then the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon at the very start that we also said, like, it was an interesting pick into the Shadow Demon. And I think we did see that interaction a couple times. You're trying to, like, do stuff. You just get Demonic Purge. Suddenly you're so slow. And you feel really sad. So, yeah, I think good call to not overcommit to shutting down the Primal Beast and recognizing, like, hey, the Faceless Void's our late game insurance. Like, let's just go save his game, and we don't have to worry about the Primal Beast regardless.
Yeah. It's just a really sick series all around from Beast Coast. They're looking really good. So happy to see that, as this team, again, or this org rather, struggling a little bit after the, TI and the shuffle that happened in South America, but this looks pretty solid from them. They had an amazing series, and we'll see them advancing in the upper bracket to play the winner of either Boom or Lava. I think Boom currently up 1-0. And as for a Starbucks, they're going to go to the lower bracket. Now, for us, I can't remember which lower bracket series we're going to have, but we might be seeing a Starbucks again. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, that'll be, like you said, lower bracket, which means people are getting knocked out. So
yeah,
come watch Dreams get crushed, guys, in the next series.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of ways, though. An hour and about 45 minutes, everyone. So definitely stay tuned. Or what you could do is go watch some of the other qualifiers that are happening. I think North America closed qualifiers are finishing up right now, as it is Shopify versus Nouns in the grand finals. And we still have that Lava versus Boom series happening right now. So you got a lot of other stuff you can tune into. But as for now, Zach and I, we're going to go for a little bit of a break, and we'll see you guys back here for our third and final series later today. We'll see you then.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell
everybody. Hope you guys are having a good day today as we are jumping into our third series here for the South American qualifiers. We've had a long day, but some short 2-0s. I'm looking back at the whole start for day one. 2-0s across the board, all four series. So we've had a little bit of breaks between these. These teams now have some time to maybe think, readjust, as we are now in the lower bracket. So elimination potential for all of these teams. Lava Esports taking on a Starbucks here to kick things off. Zach, talk to me, man. What are we learning from these games so far today?
The patch doesn't really feel like it changed too many meta heroes, I guess. That's one thing. But we are seeing like some slightly different approaches, some different heroes like slipping through that we wouldn't usually see. So maybe there is some difference, some evolution of the bans and the picks. I expect that to continue over the next couple days. We got to see a Starbucks play our last series. I think they like kind of looked okay, but their drafts left some holes, and that was a little bit of a struggle. So maybe spending this break time working on that. We did not get to see Lava Esports play, so interested to see what they bring to the table here in this series.
Yeah, and Lava's a good team. Full Peruvian stack with Lumiere on the carry. And for those of you who have followed South American Dota for a little bit, that name's going to be very familiar. He was the carry for Hikori that ended up making the run at TI that pretty much nobody expected. Everyone thought that they were just going to, not even make it through quals. But, they made it to pretty far. So definitely a good stack. They have some other recognizable players on there as well. But yeah, I think Lumiere is always kind of a wild card from the carry position because he can legitimately run away with a game if he gets a good hero, gets good matchups. And I think that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. But as for a Starbucks, I would like them to focus on giving Dark Mago good matchups. I think that's the one thing we learned in the last series is like they would just pick a hero, be like, you might lose your lane, but it should be okay for the game. And then he has a terrible lane, and it just doesn't allow him to really have the impact. And I think Dark Mago, with a good start, is a very strong player. So I would like him to focus a little bit more on his lane, but we'll have to see. We've got a draft, so let's go and see what these teams cook up and bring to the table.
Batrider Primal Beast ban is not too surprising. Doom ban, haven't seen that in the first phase for quite a while since 7.35B. But he does look good in the right kinds of games. I wonder if they're trying to set up a specific pick with that ban.
Dire team ban.
It does leave usually an extra one of the core offlaners available, right? So if you get rid of the Doom, a lot of times like either the Centaur or the Mars or something like that's going to make it through. They do get rid of the Kunkka and the Tiny. I think both those heroes are looking exceptionally strong. And there's the Mars. So when Mars, Centaur are both in the pool, Mars typically the better of the two picks just because of how good Mars's arena is into those matchups. So I think this is a really good start to their draft already. I think this makes sense.
Dire team ban.
Face the light.
Oh, a Dawnbreaker pick. We don't see that much of that hero. I don't think she's particularly good versus Mars, so I guess a bit of a comfort pick coming from Lava Esports.
10 seconds
I know Frank likes to play it, but it actually could be a support, and it wouldn't surprise me if they decide to play this as like a forward position on Genic. But I don't think Lumiere plays this in the carry role anymore. We haven't really seen a lot of carry Dawnbreakers in quite some time. So I think what we're likely to see is either the 3 or the 4, the Dawnbreaker just going to the off lane here.
Yeah, fun pickup. That's definitely going to be new for us. I actually don't really know what to expect from this hero. Not a lot of people are playing it.
Yeah. It's
I
weird.
guess it's not conceptually very different from what it used to be. I just feel like it's weaker than it was back then.
10 seconds remaining.
For some reason the my Dawnbreaker's skin is like broken in my client. Like all of the stuff that's supposed to be gold is just like it has no color. It's just white. So she looks very strange.
I guess with that Dawnbreaker pick, they're going to ban out Sven and TA. I feel like TA is a little more popular in South America than in North America from what we've seen. I feel like I'll see
Yeah.
TA bans at times I don't even think about TA bans, especially in like the first and second phases.
There's a lot of TA specialists.
Radiant team
Parker is one, and Lumiere is the other one. I think from the safe lane. I think both of those guys are like top tier carry TA players, and it's something that they just don't want to play around, I'd suppose. I mean, TA Dawnbreaker actually sounds like a pretty sick lane if I think about it. If you decide to run this as like a 5-position Dawnbreaker, but right now, we go ahead and pick up the Lesh after banning the Faceless Void. A lot of question marks on where these heroes are going for Lava.
Yeah, that's true. I'd say Leshrac right now, you can play him as a support, but I'd say he looks best in the mid lane. But I suppose the value of picking him this early means you can flex it, same as that Dawnbreaker. He did get a slight nerf to his 20 talent. I don't think it's really a big deal. I know it's a hero we don't see that often right now, but I wonder if there's any room for Nyx on a Starbacks. I feel like it's already really good versus two of these heroes.
Holy heck, you are right. That is a really good Nyx. But again, we don't really see it that often. I think primarily because of something we keep touching on is the fact that lanes are so important. And boy, is Nyx Assassin an absolute useless hero in the lane stage.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. You need a very
10
strong
seconds remaining.
offlaner, which Mars is like decent, but
5 seconds remaining.
Mars kind of wants like more damage from his position 4. Nyx lanes best with like an offlaner who dominates on their own, like a Death Prophet or Viper, and then all you have to do is stun for them.
Yeah.
So not really the best to match with Mars, and yeah, they're not going to take it here unless they want to do something crazy. But it looks like Rubik position 4, which does have some pretty nice steals here this game actually already. And then the Crystal Maiden, who we've seen have a lot of success. If it is a Dawnbreaker, actually off lane or 4, I mean, Crystal Maiden will be able to root that up and kind of like interrupt that combo a little bit. I mean, you can't stop it, but like she stops moving, so hopefully she'll miss her stun potentially.
Yeah. That is true. I actually like the idea behind that. It also blocks a potential Batrider. Oh, Batrider's already banned. Never mind. First ban from Lava.
Radiant team pick.
Undying. Okay, so we're gonna see a counter to the Mars lane, a very strong lane hero, something that we see a lot out of South America and Eastern Europe is the Undying. Not a lot of other regions kind of opt for this, but very good into the Mars.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm curious what they want to pair it with, if they want to reveal their carry or if they're going to wait, but I feel like you kind of have to, otherwise you're going to show where this Lesh or Dawnbreaker are going. I mean, maybe you actually have to save last pick for carry. No, they'll just go for the Morphling, something a little bit safe.
Morphling should be all right, can get out of the arena, and now with this Undying, should secure a decent laning stage. This is a good amount of burst from Mars and Rubik, so as long as he doesn't get caught off guard at low health, quick fingers with that attribute shift should be okay.
Good old Pangolier for Dark Mago. I think
When
the
you
hero
don't know what you're laning against, Pango.
Yep. Absolutely.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It got nerfed, but I think we'll still see that diffusal. And I am curious if we'll see an Aghanims after that. I think the Aghanims looks really good with the new Q. The increased damage per swashbuckle just seems to do a lot in fights. Currently, they might struggle with Tombstone. If there's a good Tombstone placement, they might have some problems. Maybe a carry that kills Tombstone could be nice.
I'm trying to think what you'd like to ban on Lava. I think Faceless Void was probably one of the primary ones, and that's already removed. So what carries? I mean, it has to be Anti-Mage. This is just like such a good... You have literally no stuns at the moment. You have to ban the Anti-Mage.
Radiant team
They
banned.
banned Terrorblade
Team banned.
and Medusa.
Fast.
Wow, they did not think about those at all. They were just like, yeah, we know what we're gonna ban.
Already, apparently. I am kind of open to the anti-mage pick, but I suppose you have last pick on lava, so maybe they have a plan for that if Starbucks
10
picks up
seconds
the
remaining.
anti-mage. I
Just
don't
go
know
like
what that
Slardar
is.
or
Like, what's the
something? Like, I don't
offlaner?
know.
Yeah,
Remaining.
but you've already got a Mars, so you'd have to do something like really weird. Oh, I'm sorry, I was getting my teams mixed
I mean,
up.
you have the Dawnbreaker though. You have Dawnbreaker
Yeah,
Lash,
yeah.
right? So
But you could run Leshrac mid and then Slardar off lane, Dawnbreaker 4. Maybe a little bit of an awkward combo, but maybe not actually. Slardar stun into the Dawnbreaker Q.
the only other option that
Dash.
I can think of would be Night Stalker. It's like Dawnbreaker or like Night Stalker or Slardar would be the only heroes that you could like reliably pick into the anti-mage.
That'd be kind of cool.
That would like give them something to play around.
You got a few seconds left. They're gonna have to make their choice here.
Dire
Wonder if they're
team
debating that anti-mage pick. Grimstroke banned.
Radiant team picked.
Drow Ranger.
That is a
Drow.
classic counter to the morph. Wow.
So I was thinking about Drow when like Tombstone Killer plus the morph, but I'm kind of worried. Like, can't you run Dawnbreaker offlane and just get on top of her?
Hero.
That's exactly what they're gonna do. Yeah. So it will be
She's
Genic
gonna have
on
to
the
depend on
support
this.
Lesh.
Yeah, she's gonna have to depend on this Frostbite on the Crystal Maiden, and she's probably gonna have to take like an early point in Gust. But I feel like the earliest you take it is level 4.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
you
don't
take
want
it
it
at like
early.
level 2 or 3 just to live. I don't know, but I mean it's really scary. Like as soon as they commit the Celestial Hammer into the combo, like Leshrac will definitely just follow up stun. It's a lot of damage.
You also just have the ability to just Storm Spirit initiate the fight with the Dawnbreaker follow-up at any point this game.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's the scary part is even if you hit the Gust onto the Storm Spirit, that Dawnbreaker is coming down. So it is going to be a little bit rough. I think Devil, aka Frank, it's the same guy. If you guys are familiar with Frank, he renamed himself to Devil. He's pretty comfortable on this hero, to my knowledge. It is one of those things where if the Drow Ranger is allowed to attack, this is a very good Drow game because the matchup in the Morphling is abysmal for the Morphling. You actually just get two. You can sometimes just get two-shot by a Drow Ranger because you never build armor items. You build only agility, and as soon as a single proc from marksmanship comes through, you're going to hit him for like 1,000 damage.
Yeah, we might have to see. Well, Leshrac as a support does tend to build mech into Greaves, so he'll have some armor from there. Maybe he can build a Vlad's for like a little bit of armor himself, and maybe Dawnbreaker can get like an AC later on. So get a little bit of armor aura going there. But yeah, I think that's the goal of the Storm Spirit, right? Why they picked this hero. It's going to go for the Drow in all of these fights and prevent her from just being able to auto attack.
We talked about the kind of weaknesses of Storm earlier today, where we're like, yeah, like why do teams keep picking this hero? And especially in games where you're like, it's not a good lane. I think this is one of the games where you're like, it's not a bad lane. Like he should draw against the Pango, maybe even go slightly positive. And then in terms of the game state, it's very good.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the synergy between Storm and Dawnbreaker. We'll have to see how they end up playing it because it's one of those things that Dawnbreaker wants to play away from your team, farm, and get more out of the map. That's kind of one of the ways that allows Dawnbreaker to benefit her team being greedier. So we'll see what they end up doing with it.
Yeah, which puts a lot of pressure on the Storm Spirit. I'd like to see the Storm Spirit. I don't play Storm Spirit. I don't know the exact items he needs, but I want to see him be more active because you need to make space for the Morphling to farm. Like, that's all he's going to do. And then Dawnbreaker will join stuff, but she wants to ult in. So that only leaves you on the Storm Spirit, because your supports are Undying Leshrac, right? They're not really going to start anything. Ooh, sneaks his ward in just in time. No
that was
smoke
very
breaks.
close. Dark Mango gets the top ward.
Smoke's breaking now.
So the thing that Dawnbreaker does very well is wave clear, right? Celestial Hammer is a great wave clear tool. It's super non-committal, and you also have the follow-up from Leshrac. So if they're allowed to like catch a hero out of position, get like
30 seconds to battle.
the Starbreaker into a split earth, like there's a lot of damage follow-up. So I think that's something the Crystal Maiden's gonna have to be very careful of. But positioning is going to be really important in that lane.
Two-legged abomination.
The battle
All right.
begins.
Looks like we're just going to go 2 for 2 on the runes and head to the lanes.
I think top lane will be pretty fun to watch. Bottom lane
I
might be a
agree.
little bit more active with the Undying, some back and forth, but we don't really see these heroes very much, Dawnbreaker and Leshrac, but I definitely think they have some really good kill potential if they isolate a hero. I love what Leshrac's doing. He's trying to see if some hero's going to walk in, and he'll just take Diabolic Edict, but he actually gives up just a moment too soon. He actually could have forced some serious damage on this Crystal Maiden.
He's going to see her under the ward, so he might be able to turn back
Yeah,
and wait
he's-
in the trees here.
He's now looking for it. Leveling it up.
Yeah,
Here we
this is
go.
nice. The damage obviously buffed recently on Edict. Just more explosions, and just like that, you're down to a 3rd HP. So yeah, taking that damage all by yourself, never fun.
It's 400 at level 1 if every single proc goes off, which most of them did.
Yeah. And he's just going to do it again. Just continue to zone out this Crystal Maiden. It ends up taking a tower shot here. But she did block the hard camp spawn, so pretty worth it for her. You've played a little bit of support Lesh recently, right?
Yeah.
So talk to us. Like, what is the skill build, item build? Like, what are you looking for on this kind of support Lesh pick here as opposed to like a mid Lesh?
So you're gonna max Diabolic Edict. It's insane amount of damage at level 1. At max level, it's 1,360. So like 2 Diabolic Edicts will pretty much kill all the tier 1 towers. And then you can just get 1 point in Lightning Storm and Split Earth. Since this is a double range lane, usually I would say Lightning Storm, but maybe because he has the Dawnbreaker, he might opt for the stun. They're looking at this Crystal Maiden. They know she wants to block the camp. And she's gonna use the sentry. Oh no. Oh, I thought she would commit that. But yeah, you just kind of like look for kills to follow up, and if you can get kills, you pretty much take the tower.
I'm really surprised Genic did not go for Drow's Courier there. He had a free shot at it and definitely saw it under vision. But all right, that's interesting. So itemization wise, are you looking at just kind of like your regular support items, things like Glimmer Cape, or like this game in particular?
This game, it's a mech game, I'm pretty sure. So the thing with Leshrac is all your spells are pretty short ranged. So you have to get close, which puts you in danger as an intelligent support. You're relatively squishy. So you get the mech. It helps with tanking you up as you get close. And it's like the type of style you want to play, because you want your team to play around Diabolic Edict. So you want to like take these early group fights, get a kill or two next to a tower, and then you're like, now I do the rest, guys. You just chill. I just pop W, we take the tower. You don't even need to creep wave on the tier 1s. You can Fog of War every single tier 1 tower and just let Diabolic Edict go.
I like that. And you have an Undying too, so kind of playing for kind of the sustain in the fight seems probably like the way to go. Genic should get the Lotus on the top side. Does end up going for a point in the Lightning Storm.
But not so glamorous.
So it looks like Drow took a Gust too, so the aggression potential may be a little bit tough here. As long as she holds that Gust, right? Should be okay.
Well,
say.
that is all end, and honestly, MNZ needs to be very careful if Gennekin gets on top of you, which...
There's a lot of creeps following
Dude,
him.
what a
Wait,
stomp!
Centaurs? Quote unquote neutral?
Dude, I knew it was coming too. I'm like, he walks in range, that Centaur is gonna hoof stomp for sure. So, a little bit of savior there for the vengeful, or for the Drow. Forces the pop of the Lotus, which is very good for them.
That should help.
Guess we haven't really talked too much about these other lanes. Mid lane's looking quite good for the Storm Spirit, a little bit even, but it is kind of expected that Storm should come out slightly ahead in this matchup. He is also going for an early Falcon Blade, which I like a lot, as opposed to like just treads into Witchblade. And I'm wondering if that's because he's planning on skipping the Witchblade for another item. So we'll have to see. I'm a little bit curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It
his
is
exact
Wonder
build,
Kid.
but I do like it as a. I feel like that's the kind of item you want if you're going to play early, and I think that's definitely what he needs to do.
Yeah. Because he's the initiator for his team, right? You have like an offlane Dawnbreaker. It's like your initiation is Storm Spirit zipping in with the Dawnbreaker, popping the Solar Guardian to come through and find a kill.
Yeah, so he needs this like early build, whatever he thinks that is, right? I'll trust him on that since I don't play Storm, but I think it does make sense.
Dark Mago. Ooh, great swashbuckle. Devil top lane as well, getting low. Gannick just somehow pops the Crystal Maiden. Oh my goodness. Out of all the creeps nearby, nearly every single one of those Diabolic Edict procs hit her.
Yeah, the damage is insane. He's level 2. That is a power spike. We're now up to 720 pure damage. So if you sit next to someone, literally the Crystal Maiden will die if every single hit goes to her. It is so much damage on this spell.
Yeah. I was shocked that they gave Leshrac pure damage. It did not make sense to me that they're like, yeah, what if we, hear me out, turned Edict pure? Like, who came up with that idea? Devil top lane. Nice little jump to the low ground there with the Celestial Hammer. 6-minute rune. Gardic here, trying to zone them off. Now looking for Michael as top lane. Gennick's going to grab a haste, and Dark Mago will not be able to contest that, and should be a freebie here for Wonder Kid on the Storm Spirit. Nice enough. And Gennick with an Edict, just trying to have a little fun here. But Devil, top lane. Ooh, is he going to get in range? He doesn't have boots. Oh, thank God there's no Tormentor.
Classic Crystal Maiden move speed.
Gennick's coming over. He's like, oh, it's my job.
Your
I know what I
damage.
must do.
Your damage, let's go.
She's like, I have to deny.
She literally knows she's gonna die. She immediately goes for the deny. See if she can get it. These creeps are eating up a lot of these edicts, actually.
Oh, wait a minute. Gennick? Dude, that is...
Devil.
He gets the deny, though. Bro.
Ooh,
okay,
damn.
that was a sick play by Yor to pull the Ancient Camp, because, yeah, he made the realization. He's like, if I try to run away, I'm going to die.
Yeah.
But, wow.
I feel like that was a slight misplay from the Leshrac. I think if you position in a different way, you can kind of keep Crystal Maiden as the max range target and not have so many Edict bounces go to the creeps. But yeah, I
He
guess
also
himself
took a lot of
denied.
damage
So
from the creeps.
yeah, otherwise he wouldn't have died. So a little bit of a mistake, but happy endings. Mid lane, bait out. Yeah, not leading to anything.
So, one thing I'm realizing, Lumiere has a very early phylactery. So, we've seen a lot of Morphlings go for phylactery and Anaconda eventually in the mid game. Lumiere just prioritizing it was interesting for sure. Oh, Rolling Thunder. Dark Mago's going to go in, and Storm has to leave. Power Rune is going to be bottom, and this Tombstone is actually doing a lot of work as MNZ's actually caught on the backside by Gennick and Devil. They get the kill, and now Wonder Kid gets to go in. There's so many zombies just chewing through the Crystal Maiden. And Dark Mago, he's going to survive, but you've lost your entire safe lane as they came mid for this. Will you get Wonder Kid is the question. He has a swashbuckle. It should be enough damage. Yeah. Okay, so they at least managed to take down the Storm Spirit. But I think that's still pretty worth it. Your Drow is not having a good time.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised she was there to be killed. Right now, core net worths overall still quite close. The way the last hits and the kills worked out. But Morphling's at top. And I'm not sure if you can pressure him, really, actually. I guess that's kind of okay, because you think you have the Drow counter, right? So maybe they just have to work on continuing to help Drow. She did die, but she's still okay on net worth.
Yeah, she is actually doing quite well. I'm surprised. I thought this lane was going a lot worse for her in terms of net worth, but... I mean, she's neck and neck with everyone else.
Yeah, she's doing well in the last hits.
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker
Lumire's not really ahead either. Wonder Kid will walk through, finds a pretty big stack here in the triangle, but needs to be very careful. Sacred and the gang is going to put that to a stop. They will finish up the stack themselves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Gardic. That's a dead Undying.
I was trying to sap some XP of that stack, but they were already done. They go collect a free kill there.
They're just going to go in.
Wonder Kid going in. Dawnbreaker.
The Dawnbreaker, there it is, but a little bit slow on the join as now Devil doesn't even connect on the swashbuckle, so they're out. Regen in the top lane, however, is Leshrac just walks in, takes down the Crystal Maiden with the spear, and the Mars Arena will do it. Oh, the regen bottled by Dark Mago. Wonder Kid was just way too slow. He decided to bottle up a couple times before going for it and massively gets punished. Huge wins from a Starbucks as now the Pangalier's Diffusal is on the way. They get not only the Storm Spirit, but the Leshrac, and Storm is the one having a terrible game. 1,500 gold behind the Pango.
Yeah, that's not what you want, because he's the only initiator, and Dawnbreaker's not even having that great of a game either. So, like, sometimes you see Dawnbreakers play a little bit more aggressively, kind of like play on the enemy's half of the map more. But this game, she's a bit on the back foot because she was getting kills, but not really the last hits. Still, she's kind of strong here. They're going to push up to the tower. Gennik's got level 3 Diabolic Edict, so, I mean, just watch this tower's health. Look at it go. Pretty absurd. He's feeling scared. He's backing off.
Yeah, it's some of the Diffusal. Split Earth, not really going to be able to connect. This is just level 1. And Drow Ranger with a quick pickup there. Not really any difficulty at all. And Starbucks, honestly, are in full control of this game. As they're now looking to head bottom and find Lumire, who... he's going to have to be fairly worried. As this smoke, if it catches him off guard...
silence.
They got him on the gust.
Silence?
Yeah, and they just zap him down.
Now that you're dead.
Yeah,
I
that's
wonder if he was looking somewhere else. I think he should have been able to react to that.
Yeah, I'm sure he was not expecting that. At least, like, of all the different angles that could have been coming from, I don't think he was looking for that one.
What if he was backing to the tower, opened up his shop, and the shop covered up the heroes? Like, if he plays with the shop on the right side, I feel like that actually could have happened to him.
Oh, 100%.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, just like that, 3,000 gold lead all of a sudden for a Starbucks, and, well, this Storm and Dawnbreaker combo is not working out super hot. You needed to be able to create the tempo. Neither of these guys are having a great game, and it kind of starts on that mid initiation where the Dawnbreaker was just a little bit too late, and boy, oh boy, the blink reveal from Sacred.
Best kill you could find right there. He even did get the attribute shift off that time, but just enough damage from everyone else around.
Yeah.
Including this reworked Pango swashbuckle.
I actually can't believe they buffed this hero. Like they legitimately thought they were nerfing it, and then they were just like, oops, we buffed it. Our bad.
Ooh, close. Almost got his Undying out of there. Yeah. Just tone it down. Bring it down to like 100 damage per tick. It should actually be a nerf, both to the number of hits and the damage.
Yeah, it is Absurd. Oh my
no.
god, Sacred. Lumiere should be able to get out of here, and the Dawnbreaker is joining. Dark Mago still has Rolling Thunder available. Swashbuckle up to the high ground. I'm surprised he never committed the Rolling Thunder. He had so much time.
Oh, okay, that went better than expected. I thought that was about to be a
Radiant's
third
bottom
Morphling
tower
death.
is under attack.
And
Yeah.
I kind of think, yeah, the
Radiant's
Rolling
bottom
Thunder had come
tower
out. Maybe
has
it would
fallen.
be.
He
But
tried
you know
to play
what?
around the illusion rune, I think. He was
I
like,
guess
oh, I got
so.
this illusion. Like, I'll be able to, you know, just walk away with the dispel. That did not quite work how he wanted.
Well, Lava Esports needed something like that. You're gonna find a Crystal
Oh.
Maiden kill here as well.
And
Because
Wonder
if you're
Kid
an
gets an arcane
rune. It's pretty good. Gonna
Pango.
give chase.
Whoa,
Ooh,
that
off
spear
the
looked
mark.
very close.
Yeah, the high ground to low ground, I'm proven right here, throws even the pros off. So it's like Devil's gonna get to live because of that. Pretty sure if it stuns, just Pango finishes that off.
Yeah.
Indeed, Sacred. It's too bad. Well, Devil's real happy with it actually. So
Man, it's like I'm thinking about how this swashbuckle thing has changed. It actually just makes Blightstone so much stronger on this hero.
yeah,
And it was already really strong because like supports and stuff who just happen to catch like a couple swashbuckles get bursted way faster.
Dire are scanning.
throws the
Rolling
rollout
Thunder.
actually.
We're gonna see it this time connect. They does see a courier, so I think he knows guard. Oh boy. Well, that's gonna hurt. Vortex comes out, connects onto the Crystal Maiden. Yor needs to be careful. The spear actually connects onto the Storm Spirit. They got a Frostbite to follow it up. Storm Spirit's gonna go down. Dark Mega with a double kill. Now looking for the support Lesh, and it's not even a contest. They get him. They get the D wards as well. 3 fall on the side of Lava. As the Starbucks are looking real clean here in game number 1.
I'm not saying it's Storm Spirit's fault, but this is not helping the trend of last pick Storm Spirits not panning out that you and I have been seeing on our stream. I don't know if that's coincidence or if it's saying something about the hero, but it is not paid off in these last, I don't know, like even over the last few days of like various games you and I have watched. I feel like every time I
Yeah.
see this hero in the last pick, don't feel impressed.
We're like, oh, okay, it could be a decent Storm Spirit game. And then it just keeps coming back to like, there's just other mid heroes that can never lose a lane. Evident, or like proof by the fact that Pangolier gets buffed in this patch and just somehow never loses his lane, even in terrible matchups. He's gonna get dove into the mid lane here.
pretty
Wonder
deep.
Kid going for it. Devil gets on top of him. They burst him down with the help of Lumiere. A very nice go, but Sacred holding his spell kit, realizing, all right, we got nothing left. Wonder Kid still wanting to chase here, but no real health or mana,
Attack.
or no mana to chase him down. So that is a really nice find. I thought for sure there was no way they were going to connect onto that, but Sacred now in
Literally
trouble.
just enough mana.
Oh, man. Walking with a clarity, and he walked under a ward.
Just enough mana to zip and get that electric vortex to set that kill up.
It's like mana boots from Lesh and a clarity. Just enough. Okay, so that is a huge swing, actually. A few thousand gold going back their way. Some momentum for sure for the Morphling, who is on his way to a Manta style. Makes sense against the silence of the Drow Ranger. You kind of have to have it.
Radiant's middle tower is
They are
under
getting to
attack.
farm pretty efficiently, as is the strength of the Dawnbreaker.
Is under attack.
Jesus.
I guess it was finally your time.
Yeah, for the record, Swashbuckle did 420 damage to the Undying there. Top lane. Yule's out from Sacred to get Devil away and also cancel. He could turn,
Radiant's middle
but
tower
it looks like
is
they
under
won't.
attack.
Cold comfort.
You are correct on the Lesh, though. He does have the mech done.
Looks like he's gonna skip
Radiant's
Greaves for
bottom
now,
tower
get a
is
Yule's.
under attack.
That's no good.
Pretty useful to ult to keep yourself alive as well. Same as Core Lesh, you can like Yule's yourself, your spells are still going.
Oh, Gardic gonna get a D ward, but instantly dead again. Well, yeah, you know, we knew it did a lot of damage last time. At an amplify damage rune, does 700 damage instantly. Dawnbreaker's gonna come through, try and keep them alive. They make some space, but a huge rolling thunder in arena just melts them all as the freezing field just blocks off any hopes of escape, and Gardic's just gonna die back instead. A triple kill for the Pangolier. Yeah, that game just got real hard. How much damage did he do there?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, 700 damage. Oh, that's just the Undying kill, though. Wait, what? All right, whatever. There it is, 2,300 damage coming out from the Pango.
Sometimes you could say at least our carry was farming, and it's true this time, but it is a Morphling who I feel is already countered by the Drow, who is having a better time than the Morphling. So I don't know if that's really a saving grace for Lava Esports this time.
Yeah, the matchup never gets good for Morph, like realistically, because at some point, like I said, she gets a marksmanship proc and you're dead. So he has to build an armor item at some point, which you don't really like to do on the Morphling.
I don't think he will. He's just going to depend on his team being able to get to the Drow, which, I mean, they'll be able to do it, but will they be able to kill her and or take up enough time for Morphling to kill everyone else? Because it will be like Stormzip plus Dawnbreaker ult.
Yeah.
It just means like Morphling has to solo the rest of it with the supports.
Cold comfort.
Dawnbreaker has an Orchid. Definitely interesting. Trying to think who your main target is. I guess it is just Pango. But this guy is a 900-ish gold away from an Aghanim Scepter, so he's about to get a lot more HP.
They're going to get to work on Roshan, and they are nowhere near in position to contest this, so they're going to get their own Torment. Ooh! Garde getting close!
Did he pop Flesh Golem not to die, just to get that bonus HP?
I'm not sure when he popped it, but he needed the mech heal to keep himself just alive. Pretty quick Roche here at 21 minutes.
Yeah, not bad. Aegis onto your Drow. Mostly just my guess would be a farming Aegis. Like, she's just going to hope that she can farm a little bit more aggressively, and if she dies, her team should be able to back her up. Speaking of which...
I don't think they should feel too much pressure, right? Because, I mean, we're talking about how we think this Drow will handle the Morphling, as long as you protect her a little bit, and you've got Arena, Pango ult, 2 supports to help protect you. I think they should feel okay going late. Maybe not like ultra late, but at least like, you know, mid-game, second Roche type timing. Ultra late game, maybe that's where things get a little wacky again, and that's where like late game Morph can get kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
And maybe he can make something happen, just like depending on his mobility to avoid the Drow throughout most of the fight. But we'll have to get there first, and it is 9k advantage for Starbucks here at 22 minutes. So if you think too much about the ultra late game, I mean, hey, you're gonna get caught up here in the early game.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you're gonna get to a point here where this Pangolier is actually just too much as well. He's been one-shotting your Undying, which is not a good sign. And they do know Devil's up here on the high ground. They also see Genic. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for him. Yeah, Dark Mago's just going to blink right on in. The Spear will connect into the Rolling Thunder even as well. So committing a lot here to find this kill. Ends up stealing Pulse Nova on Michael. Not really the best spell, but it is better than nothing. They're looking for Genic, though, or Gardic. They actually find him! No way. What a great scout by the Crystal Maiden.
He Drow's on her own. Can they maybe get her pop Aegis?
They're running right back to him. I don't think Lumiere realizes this is the real Drow. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's been some nice Manta tricks. MNZ has done this several times throughout this game already, where he goes with one illusion and sends the other away.
Radiant's middle
So
tower
mixing
is
it up,
under attack.
keeping his opponents on their toes. How funny would that be if he just pops Lumiere at low HP, thinking he's just next to some illusions?
Radiant's top tower
He
is
gets
under
like
attack.
one good marksmanship proc at level 18
Yeah.
and it just kills
Yeah.
him.
That's the dream for a drow.
Yeah.
It's just like invokers wanting to sunstrike the Morphling.
I mean,
Radiant's
any
top
marksmanship
tower
proc
is
she
falling.
gets is pure damage, right? So it is. I would be surprised if we don't see like a Vlad's coming out at some point for lava, like on any of their heroes, because it is super value on a Morphling because of just the fact that he is all agility, similar to the Drow Ranger. But getting just even a little bit of armor goes a long way. Genic here gets scouted, hits a nice 2-hero stun. The Dawnbreaker is going to come in as well. Rolling Thunder comes through from Dark Mago, and it's going to start. Wait, he canceled it. Oh, Dark Mago dies, and now Wonder Kid looking to get away, but he gets caught from the Drow. Is it enough damage? It is, and Devil will die as well. So 3 for 1. You do manage to take down the Dawn. Dude, Sacred, you're kidding me. Finds Gardic mid TP as he's trying to escape.
Oh, Leshrac stole, or Rubik stole Leshrac Split Earth too. That is such a good steal.
Yeah.
If he had the shard, even better. But he does have one queued up. Oh, keep this forever. I don't even know like what's better than this game.
No, it's definitely Split Earth is the best.
Yeah, I
It's
think
so
so. Maybe like Tombstone in the right fight could be pretty good steal too. But
good. Oh, true.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
I was
think the
confused
Split
by
Earth
the
is
Pango.
solid.
He was under the effect of roll up, and was orchided. Like he orchided him during the roll up, and I think he canceled channeling his Rolling Thunder, thinking he was going to be able to get out of it. But then the orchid hit as soon as the roll up expired, and he got stuck.
Radiant's
They're gonna
middle
get
tower
this
is under attack.
mid tower here. Put this Aegis to work. They got 30 seconds on it.
Oh my goodness!
Trying Gardic in his base. Damn.
And comes for a D ward, and they're just like, what if there was no more Undying?
They're gonna bait it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Rubik's
got his shard coming.
Yeah. It's not gonna get here in time for the Aegis to expire, but otherwise, essentially, you just drop Split Earth on Drow and you just let her go. And I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
feel like-
not that hard to steal Split Earth, so like later in the game, he can do that. Like, just imagine a Drow sitting on Glacier hitting your buildings, and there's also Split Earth proccing underneath her. Like, how do you jump that?
I don't know. You also have a Hex on Sacred, so if he finds his opening,
Damn.
yeah, if he finds an opening, they're gonna go. But they don't.
They're not gonna
know
push it
there is
too
an
hard
amplify damage
yet.
top 2.
Yeah, that's a nice one to find. They'll just wait for the next Roshan. I mean, they're already feeling very strong, a nice lead.
Oh, they're smoking in.
Dire's top tower.
This
Kinda need to
could
do
be
something like this.
problematic. Smoke's gonna pop. Do they find Wonder Kid first? They do. Sacred doesn't get the Hex off in time. Instead, he's the one who gets caught. The turnaround, though, MNZ dumping a lot of damage out. Great Silent Spear doesn't manage to catch Wonder Kid, but they've lost both Undying and the Dawnbreaker. The Sacred still looking for more.
Radiant's
Up onto the high ground, they've caught the Morphling, the pull back, and there it
Pull.
is. Literally one shot by the Drow.
That is an
650
amazing
damage.
amplified damage. Amazing rune find. It's gonna actually get them 2 sets here,
bottom tower has
and maybe even 3.
I think you just end the game, maybe. I think they might just go tier 4s.
Let's see what they're feeling.
bottom barracks.
Well, Blink Hex catches the Storm Spirit. Spear, it's available. They got him. And no buyback available. He's dead for 50. Is now Undying in trouble. Roll up used perfectly by Dark Mago to take down the Undying once again. As MNZ
that might be
just
the
getting to
end.
work on the tier 4s. And
Morphin's
yeah, I
gonna
don't know what you can
spawn,
do.
but I guess you buy back on the Undying too.
Are fortified.
Which of these Split Earths is whose? Well, I guess only one of them have the shards, so the recurring Split Earth is definitely Michael's.
Tower has fallen.
That feels bad. You don't even have your own shard. He's got the better Split Earth.
They're going for a wraparound play here. You have a Lincoln's on the Drow, and she is just standing on these split earth spams. He does lose the cooldown. It does expire now, but you have no fortification. You've got to do something. They're like, all right, it's been too quiet for too long. Get it, coming in from the backside. He's gonna get caught though. The Drow Ranger looking for the kill, and he just dodges out Wonderkid. The spear out, it catches 2. Oh no! Lumiere with the BKB trying to hobble away. He's got no way out. Waveform in 2, in 1. The dodge will survive, but a Yules has caught him. Dude.
I swear he was in waveform duration.
He
Must
was,
have been like
but the
last-
Yules was cast first, I think is what it was.
It interrupts if you're in the...
Yeah, because he cast Yules when he was BKB, and like mid waveform, it'll pull you out.
Oh. That is so weird. That is
his BKB
so weird.
expired like mid waveform.
Yeah, well, I guess it wouldn't have really mattered anyways. He was not
Yeah.
about to mount a 1v5 defense, so...
Probably not.
Yeah, still interesting to see that.
Sick game from a Starbucks.
Yeah, very strong performance. I gotta say, a little bit of a weird draft, I feel like. I don't know. They tried some, different heroes, maybe things that they feel comfortable with, but did not seem to work out this time. It feels like a Starbucks had the draft ready to deal with this. Dawnbreaker, Leshrac lane, we just didn't really feel like they got a kill, but like the CS was really not going their way. So in the end, like it wasn't even that strong of a lane. And then this Storm Spirit last pick just did not get off to the start it needed to be the focal point for this draft.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. It was just a sick Drow pick, honestly. And it's another scenario, like you said, where last pick Storm is just not ideal. I see the idea behind it. I do. I see what they were going for and how they wanted to play the game, but it just, again, doesn't kind of work. And Pangolier just crushes from the mid lane. So it's a really good performance from a Starbucks. I loved their itemization this game. Some early blinks. The Scythe and Yules pick up on the Mars just for more control. And just the Lincolns on the Drow Ranger realizing that's really all I need to not die. If I don't get caught from a Vortex, who's going to hurt me, So cool game nonetheless. But it is just game 1, and it is a best of 3 here in the lower bracket. The winner will advance. The loser will be out of these qualifiers. So a lot on the line for these two teams. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2. We'll see you soon. What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the South American Qualifiers. It is game number 2 between a Starbucks and Lava Esports. Whew, I'll be honest, this game was not as close as I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be a much more even series, but this was a Starbucks from minute 0, it seemed like.
think started okay, but very quickly, I forget where they started to build their lead and then just go from there. Doesn't feel like top or mid lane went the way they wanted it to. I think the Morphling had like an okay start, but I mean, like, what's he gonna do to change the game, right? He's just gonna farm. So that's kind of what he did, and this team got rolled in the meantime. So I think his net worth was kind of okay at the end of the game, but he was countered to start and could not do anything about that. So just ends up falling flat.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's another scenario where we just have seen a 24 pick Storm Spirit be just incredibly underwhelming.
Mhm.
And maybe teams are going to rethink this hero and kind of start going for something else. It feels weird, right? Because there's so many really consistent and strong mid laners, but this is the second time today we've seen a Storm Spirit come out instead in a game where we're like, is it even that good of a Storm game? Like, the idea obviously like Storm initiates with the Solar Guardian to follow it up, kill the Drow, but it never even came close to happening once. Like there was a mid team fight or there's a team fight in mid lane where Storm goes in, but the Dawnbreaker ult was like a second late, and the whole team just scattered by the time it came down. So a little bit of maybe miscommunication on the combination, but we'll see. As we're gonna head into draft here for game number 2. And we're going to see the Pango banned out overall first. Not surprising since this hero was not nerfed in any capacity.
Yeah, here's my to like keep going with the Storm Spirit discussion, and you'll see these bans pick up, tie back in. I'm not saying there's not games where Storm Spirit looks great and that he could perform well, but I feel like there's a limit to the draft where why not pick a Kunkka, Pango, Primal Beast, like Dragonite. There's a lot of strong mid laners who also initiate and can be flexed from the mid and the off lane. And because you pick them so early, they also have extremely stable laning stages. So like you don't even have to think that much harder beyond that. Like, yeah, this guy's gonna get what he needs. Like the Pango, for example, right? So then when you get to that last pick, you're using a last pick on a Storm who doesn't. I have not seen him even crush a mid matchup, right? It's always about like the fact that, oh, he'll initiate later on, but there's so many of these first phase picks that you could have taken that will initiate later on and have a decent laning stage. So I feel like if you're saving your mid pick for the end and you just end up picking like a typical initiator, I don't know, it just feels like a waste. I want to see like a harder lane win if you are taking that last pick for it.
Yeah. I like that they go for the Mars as their opener. They know obviously this hero is very strong, so they get the opener. And again, it kind of is a counter to the Centaur based on the other offlaners that are already banned. But we're going to see an immediate Terrorblade out from a Starbucks switch. We talked earlier about the potential of a Terrorblade flex in the support to carry. We haven't seen it as much since the patch, but Terrorblade is also a very good carry into the Mars lane.
Yeah, should be pretty cool. It's a good response pick. Yeah, you're already kind of happy with your carry to offlane matchup, so now you just see what Lava Esports picks as their carry or other heroes in the game, and you decide if you want to flex it at that point. I do think Terrorblade support kind of hurt by the nerfs, so I kind of actually do want to see it as a support to see how bad those nerfs are, but I feel like I'm going to see it fall flat. So I think for their sake, it should just be a carry Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it up to them as we see the draft develop.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I like the Faceless Void ban again.
Yeah, so I mean, they're definitely thinking it could just be a flex to the support. I still see Shadow Demon in the pool. I feel like he's pretty good with the Mars to set up the spear, and you also can copy Terrorblade if it does end up being in a carry Terrorblade.
Yeah, I'm also curious what you want to pair with the Mars lane, right? Like typically we see stuff like Techies, Hoodwink, just high damage 4 positions. With the ban of the Zeus, it does have me thinking there's going to be a core Terrorblade, so...
Yeah. I kind of want to see a Snapfire from Lava Esports. Snapfire Mars is a classic combination, both in the lane, Cookie into all of Mars's stuff, or the arena trapping people so that you can then land all your Snapfire ults, which is really good if this is a core Terrorblade. He is, very low health, so Mars, who's more physical damage, sometimes can't burst the Terrorblade, but if you pair it with the Snapfire Magic Burst, super easy. We will see Leshrac stolen by a Starbucks. Pretty cool. And they're like, we'll show you how to really play this hero. Could be a mid, could be the support. We got a lot of flex here for a Starbucks in their first 2 picks.
Absolutely. I like the tiny pick quite a bit. Another hero, like you said, flexes, does a little bit of everything. Pugna, though. This is a hero we've seen a decent amount, and I don't feel like it has been exceptionally strong, I'll be honest.
It's the ward will be really good versus Leshrac. Maybe that's something they're
true.
thinking of. And maybe it's going to set up for their own last pick Storm Spirit, which I think would be a lot better with a Pugna. I do think Storm Spirit's the type of hero who wants to be enabled that way, compared to some of the other heroes like Kunkka Primal Beast. They don't really need that extra help. But I think the games we do see Storm Spirit shine are when he has a little extra help with the mana from maybe a Pugna, a Lion, Crystal Maiden, like one of those heroes.
I'd be okay with that. I can see that being the case. I think last game, the support Lesh, I mean, it was a decent idea. Whoa. That is a new hero. Something we have not seen much at all, but honestly, Elder Titan is sick. I'm curious what their idea behind this, if they're trying to block a certain pick here, but
10 seconds remaining.
let me go
One,
back.
I guess it protects Terrorblade, who has really high base armor. I don't know if Lava Esports tends to play a lot of ET, but I mean, usually it's support ET right now. Core ET we only ever really see against Meepos, so I don't know if they really would have picked ET themselves, but Leshrac pumps out magic damage, and ET Spirit could amplify the Leshrac a lot. Maybe that's a play here.
I could see that. I could see that.
He has felt like a weaker laner, though, which I think is part of the reason we haven't seen him as much. Yeah, I'm not fully sure. It's probably position 5 ET, right? We don't
That's what
usually
I'm
see
trying to
position
think
4
of.
ETs.
I'm like looking at like some of the previous games. I will say I've seen a lot of El Misho position 4s on Beast Coast, but I don't know for a Starbucks. I'm not super familiar with yours hero pool. But to my knowledge, he does
10 seconds
like from
remaining.
what I do know, I'm pretty sure he's the ET player on their team. I don't think you want to run a 4 position ET. Even with a Darkseer, I think you'd still rather have the Elder Titan potentially frontlining with the Terrorblade carry.
End up grabbing a Darkseer.
Dire team ban.
Bloodseeker.
Okay, that is an interesting pick. Not something we see all that often, but a cool counter to the Darkseer. You can sustain the lane just from getting thirst off the creeps. And if Darkseer and them like go for a dive, you have to be very careful about just the blood right silencing you up.
Seconds remaining. Radiant
This
team
draft is
ban.
taking a weird turn here at the
Yeah, it really has.
I would not have guessed. I mean, Terrorblade Leshrac opener was already kind of new, let alone to be followed by the ET Darkseer. I think it's a position for Leshrac, which I mean, he's fast, but I don't think he's the kind of hero you usually want to run in
5 seconds
with combination with like the Ion Shell. And flipping that, Darkseer is not really. I mean, maybe there's going to be some sick vacuum split Earth combo, but it's difficult, right? Compared to a more normal, slower stun to easily set up for Leshrac. So I feel like these two heroes are not that synergistic. I wonder if we're gonna just run mid Leshrac and then pick a new position 4, or maybe it'll be Terrorblade 4 and we'll pick a
That's
new
what I was just
carry
wondering.
here.
With those bans, that screams Lesh mid. Like getting rid of Coddle and Invoker, like those are huge Lesh counters in the mid lane. So I think what we might see is a mid lane Lesh, and then like a Darkseer Terrorblade off lane. So you do have a melee hero to play around with Ion Shell, and then a new position 1 to play behind the Elder Titan. I
Yeah, that
could
could be
see that
cool.
for sure. It's just which hero do you want? Because it's got to be something that's not bad into the Bloodseeker matchup that also does decently into Mars. And they will grab the Lina mid. So a very, very strong and stable mid laner.
Um,
10 seconds
how
remaining.
is Morphling's banned?
5 seconds remaining.
Take that one back. I didn't say that out loud. Man, I don't know. Do you just commit to Terrorblade carry?
You could do maybe Monkey King. Or Luna is always an option. Trying to think of heroes that, like, if you rupture them, might be able to just stand their ground and fight.
Yeah.
Troll Warlord, maybe. But then you're into a Pugna who just decreps your target, so that's pretty rough.
Ven's still in the pool. He can get Ags to deal with Decrepify. Get out of Arena that way too.
Man, we'll just be this Sven. Good call. And yeah, and you also just dodge out a lot of the rupture. Like, it doesn't kite. You can't be kited if you're just teleporting to your hero with a stun. So it's a good Sven pick.
Surprised he made it to the end of the pool. Yeah, he'll definitely do a lot of damage when there's some awesome vacuum combo into like Split Earth and Leshrac stun, and then you get the ET aura buffing him up. So that will be pretty cool. Can he be punished in the laning stage? ET not the strongest, but I feel like he'll be okay against this Mars tiny lane.
Potentially, Tiny does have to be a little bit careful of Elder Titan, like coming to work with the briefcase and just beating you down with it. But yeah, I mean, I can understand the Sven pick here. I think it does answer a lot. My biggest, I think, not really concerned, but the thing I think is going to play a lot in this game is how well this mid matchup goes for either the Lina or the Lesh, because they're both definitely high tempo players or high tempo heroes, right? So if you have one lane kind of just snowball out of control, we're going to see either tons of kills coming out from the Lina rotating or tons of towers being taken from the Lesh.
Yeah, I think Lina should do well in this laning stage. She outranges the Leshrac by a lot. And then I feel like her stun is much easier to land than his.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, she'll probably just take one value point in it, but every time Leshrac comes in for last hits, she can just drop the Light Strike array to make him miss things and then just, like, pelt him a couple times or just, like, deny several in her face. And Leshrac's going to struggle to do the same. I feel like both side lanes should be okay. Sven versus those heroes and, like, Bloodseeker versus the Darkseer. Maybe mid can get extra help because Sven he'll be okay on his own pretty quickly. ET not really the best ganking hero though. Oh, he actually started with an Orb of Venom. You don't see that very much nowadays.
I like this a lot actually, because I think for him, like, Elder Titan's base move speed is pretty decent, 310. Versus, Tiny started boots. Okay, I was like, Tiny is a slow hero. So Genic actually recognizing the mismatch between Tiny and Elder Titan. So
pretty cool.
That's really smart.
Yeah, a lot of Tinys nowadays go for like the stats, get a tree grab, all that. So that kind of makes this Orb of Venom purchase potentially wasted, actually. Really nice read from the Tiny.
The battle begins.
You'll always use boots. You'll always use boots, but if you don't get value out of the Orb of Venom to start,
yeah,
you
Yor would love to make it through the portal, but he's not going to before the Spirit rejoins him. He might throw the Spirit here in a second and then go through the portal, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So try and build some damage.
He's already gone through half his mana pool for that.
Yeah, but that Spirit, when it rejoins bottom, he's going to get to work because it's going to collide with the Lina in mid lane as well. Yeah. So yours ready. He's like, what are you gonna do, huh?
Fight me. Better run, Tiny.
Double
Here
damage.
he comes.
Yeah, that's the boots though. Might be saving him. Blood grenade comes out, and he's forced to
Oh my
TP
gosh.
immediately. Yeah. That'll do it.
We can see why.
He does
he
commit
had
the
not
blood grenade
TP'd.
though.
Yeah, if he had not TP'd, probably would have just straight up killed that Tiny.
Yeah. So, stun over to Tiny, gets a nice avalanche, and again, playing the lane as best he possibly can with these early boots, the points in the avalanche. I think it is 100% correct. Otherwise, he is just food for this Elder Titan. And Tiny's going to get to lane dragging here, I'd imagine. Well, maybe not at the moment.
He's looking for that courier.
Yeah.
He'll just wait for the next creep wave in the meantime. I think he'll see it in a moment, and he might go for it. Michael kind of doing the same thing on the other side with the Terrorblade. Ion Shell is something Bloodseeker can deal with, because you just kind of tank the damage and then heal up with your passive. But Terrorblade, pretty fast hero, so he's able to do some creep dragging, which has been what's going on up to this point. But it gets harder and harder, I feel like, as Bloodseeker gets more levels.
Yeah, but you could play around the level 2 of Terrorblade's Metamorphosis. And it's like, Gardic is a fast hero on this Pugna, but one of the things that makes Pugna really good is this ability to like right-click trade a lot of the time. But Terrorblade being such high armor, you're not getting as much value out of the Pugna in the lane. And Sacred, again, just dragging the lane one more time here.
That's true,
Going
but I
for
think
a long drag.
Pugna has his own counterplay in the Decrepify, where you do want to get a lot out of the meta, but then suddenly like you just literally can't attack your target.
Yeah.
And you can like sidestep the first meta aggression because of that. And we kind of see like he still hasn't used anything yet. They both are just like saving that level 2 skill point. They kind of recognize like, if he takes it, I need this. So I don't want to take this. Oh,
Yeah.
but what if he takes something else? Then I could use it.
Yeah. Pretty even in the carry in terms of farm, but the Mar is definitely struggling in last hits compared to the other cores here, and mostly just due to the fact that Tiny has been kind of zoned off the lane for the most part. He is going to try and go for the Lotus Pool. The stun duration on Stormhammer, I believe, is not enough to channel. So, yep, he'll get it on the
Avalanche
avalanche.
is though.
Yep, really well done. All right,
You can
mid
get
lane.
this courier snipe, it'd be huge.
Oh, courier. Oh yeah, he sees it this time.
I don't think he's in position to cut across for it though.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Genic gets the toss.
Is he?
Doesn't make it into the tower though. Woo. Avalanche, bottom lane. They're trying to just bring down the ET,
spear.
and they got him. That's first blood.
Very nice. All things considered, they were struggling for so long. Pick him a kill. That's massive for this lane.
He's had so much money sitting on his courier for so long on this Elder Titan. Like, he kept piling more and more items onto it, and it definitely backfires for him. He's going to come mid, do a bottle refill, and he's going to have to make his way bottom. Well, Stomp actually connects. Level 2 split Earth as well. Terrorblade even coming
Terrorblade's
through with
here?
the Reflection, but Genic, did the Reflection miss? He actually just missed. Yor, though, trying to just chase
it's the
down
shorter
the Tiny.
radius.
Oh, wait a minute. Wonder Kid? I don't know. I mean, that's a nice kill if you can take down the Elder Titan twice, and Wonder Kid still surviving for the moment. He just needs one auto attack here from this Lesh. Does he get it? Makes his back away across the tower. Michael, you gotta drop the tower aggro, man. Oh no, Wonder Kid's gonna get the bottle rune top. LSA comes out, Terrorblade in
needs one auto
trouble.
attack.
The reflection, does he get enraged? Can he die? The
Dragon
raindrop
Glaive.
barely saves him, and Michael gets a double kill. What a clown fiesta in the mid lane right now. Terrorblade's got a bottle refill mid, right? There's no way.
I think you gotta. And you don't have to feel too worried about yourself. Oh, maybe he doesn't have to.
He's dead. Oh! Okay, apparently he's able to get the Fairy Fire and the Raindrop off in time. They get the bottle refill. He's trying to chase down this Tiny. He needs a couple of auto attacks. He just gets Wonder Kid off the mark with the LSA. He's like, all right, here's your
Pass that
bottle, my
bottle over.
lord.
Yeah, if he had died with the bottle, oh my god, Lustrike's game would have been so rough.
Yeah. All of this, though, is fantastic for Lumiere, as this dude has been at max thirst stacks for like 2 minutes in the top lane.
Sacred
And has
begging to
CS
please stop fighting.
so much. Yeah.
Unfortunately, even a Bloodseeker doesn't want to stand in double ion shell, so Sacred still getting a little bit out of this lane, not doing too bad for himself. Mars may be the one struggling the most out of all of this. Has a good chunk of denies, actually, I guess.
Yeah, that is actually kind of surprising against the Sven.
Yeah.
Nice play from Lumiere to get the Lotus there.
Dire's
Blood Right, of course, canceling, since it is a channeled spell technically onto the Lotus Pool for some reason. I always thought that was weird, how silence prevents going for the Lotus Pool. I feel like that's just a bug.
It was also like for the outpost too, I think, right?
Yeah.
And like disarms did. It was like an attack, he had a spell. It was a weird one.
So how do you feel about Dark Mago skipping Edict entirely? So he's going full fighting brawling build, which in some aspects is nice, but in others, you can't take towers now.
Yeah, it's something we see from mid Leshracs more than support Leshracs. It's like one of the differences. And it's something you sort of have to do in certain matchups. Like melee matchups, it's easier to take points in Diabolic Edict. But versus a hero like Lina, you will see this. Like you kind of have to max Lightning Storm to play the laning stage. So it does get you through the beginning. But like you said, you won't be taking any towers with this build.
So they get the double Wisdom Rune, as Mars has kind of been left bottom solo here for a bit, and Yor just slowly walks his way across to grab that Wisdom Rune. So getting that little bit of extra XP for the supports is massive, as Terrorblade would love to get to higher levels of Reflection, obviously thanks to the nerf. It still scales to being just as strong as it was before, but, you know, level 1, 2, and 3 slightly weaker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pugna starting to blast out this mid tower. Leshrac can only dream of doing that. Got 1 point in Diabolic Edict. He's getting there. It's a lot harder for mid Leshrac to use Diabolic Edict because you're like always playing around creeps. Whereas support Leshrac, you get to like move around. Sometimes you're in the jungle, Lotus pools. You can like position around the creep waves because you're support, you're not core. So once you know you can win the lane as Leshrac, that's when you can pivot back to Diabolic Edict. But yeah, against like a strong ranged hero like Lina, you see it. He had to wait for quite a while, but he is going back for it now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm curious where they want to go on their item progression. Rupture top lane connects onto the Darkseer. They don't get him on the Thirst, and he gets the TP out. Very nice play there from Sacred. Managed to survive that. First Rupture. They're just slowly getting this mid tower with the help of the Pugna. And with this,
sad.
I mean, they should get it. I
It's
imagine
sad to be a Leshrac watching your tower die first.
Yeah. Michael's like, oh, actually, this Lina could kill me. I need to be very careful.
Yeah, definitely. If she lands the stun, she just throws everything else out. She'll kill him.
So far, game looking very even. It's a slight gold advantage here for Lava. A little bit of map control going their way as well, thanks to the pressure being applied mid, and well, they get the stomp onto the Pugna. Yor, I don't think you can really do a whole lot at the moment.
Man, Devil's got so many denies, actually. He's trying to capitalize on the fact that Sven keeps going to go jungle, so like the lane's empty, which I guess does help him keep the lane in a relatively safe spot, but I don't usually see this many denies from an offlaner. Ooh, gonna teleport, try to make use of Arena. I think these creeps are spawning him, though.
Yeah, it's worth it, though. There's so much damage coming through from the Lina. And the Lesh going down should mean an easy tier 1 in the mid lane. Gardic
Radiant structures are
with
fortified.
another blast, but it's only a matter of time. They're trying to get the
Gonna
deny
try to
here
get
on
the
the...
deny.
He's not going to get it.
Radiant's
Too
middle tower
risky.
has fallen.
All right. Mid lane Lina looking very strong. I mean, this is kind of expected in the matchup, right? Lina is not a hero that you really pressure out. She is going for the Maelstrom into what will likely be the Gleipnir Boots of Travel, which we see a lot. And from there, you can still pivot your build. Like, you can still go for an Aghanim Scepter after that if you want. It's just those combination, or that initial item is so good on Lina.
Ben stunned up in the bottom lane. They're looking for him. Bloodseeker's running in, trying to find him. He knows like Sven's gonna farm.
He's got him.
I know this
Yeah.
guy.
He's going to go for the TP. Mars, Spear, it's in range. They got him. Nicely done. And with that, Lumiere finishes his Maelstrom, and they're going to get another tier 1 tower with the help of this Pugna. Catapult still alive in the bottom lane.
Really nice rotation from the Bloodseeker, and then great read on where that Sven was gonna go.
Has fallen.
I guess he doesn't actually lose anything even if he goes that way and does not find the Sven, because you can just farm the jungle camps on your way back and you're still farming the whole time. So strong start from the Bloodseeker, something you need for this hero. He's not really a recover and come back kind of guy. So this is what he needs. The Sven, despite that death, well, I was gonna say he's not doing that badly, but now he's actually at the bottom of all the different cores.
Yeah.
But I mean, he has what he needs. He'll catch up. Especially if there's any stacks for him, which actually there aren't. Just a little sad about that.
I think Lesh just cleaned out their triangle, so. Terrorblade on the run here. Has a Sunder to play with. Devil does not want to commit the arena for this. You want to catch the Lesh with this ability. As Darkseer has his mech already completed. Looking for his Blink Dagger as his next item.
Money to burn.
Sacred is strong. I think you can definitely fight around him, but
Dire are scanning.
this whole game, the reason it's going so good for Lava, I feel like has to come back to just the amount of brawling in the mid lane and then how good that is for the Bloodseeker, just not having to be there, right?
Yeah, he's benefiting without even showing up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Smoke to
Looks
the
like
top
they're getting
side
to work
here.
on this last tier 1.
The TP's coming in
They
from
see
the
the Lesh,
Lesh. Yeah, that's a Yule's reveal. The split Earth connects, and he should be able to finish off the Pugna, no problem. So,
Radiant's middle tower is
all
under
right,
attack.
Yule's is done, and Dark Mago can start finding openings here. They get the D ward as well, so that is actually quite good for him. As Lesh can be incredibly scary as the game goes on, if he gets his items.
Yeah, now that he's got the Diabolic Eating Max, they could easily even up these towers as they find some fights. Winning fights, I should say. You gotta win them to take the tower.
Yep, true. Terrorblade's actually been finding a decent amount of farm. Casual Terrorblade things. Pushing waves, cutting, scouting with illusions. Doing pretty decent.
Yeah, he's picked up 4 of the kills somehow, despite the reflection nerf.
I do think that like this is a very solid and like makes sense nerf to the hero, right? As opposed to some of the other nerfs we see. It's like, okay, we didn't really intend for him to be a support, and we see that it is way too good in the early levels, so we'll nerf it, make it slightly worse. And I think the hero is actually still viable as a support. It's just not what looked like definitely broken as a free spell doing so much damage in the lane stage.
Bloodseeker just finished up his Yasha. Curious to see if we'll see him grab the Sange. That was one of his buffs. That his
Nice
thirst
stomp
now
there from
counts as
Yor.
lifesteal.
Yor should be pretty quick here once the Spirit comes back. The Rupture is going to be committed, trying to TP out into the trees, but the Spear from Devil will secure that one. Nicely done there. Dark Mago needs to be careful. He actually has no TP for this. So he has to make it back to his tower. Sacred trying to clear out some big stacks in the jungle. Genix going to
low.
scout him. They have an Avalanche. They've got an Arena, another Spear. A big pickoff is the next question. Do you try to take the stacks? Dark Mago just walks in, takes an enormous amount of damage, but a Sunder from Michael will give him a second chance, as that's what he needs. Lumir gets burned. Dark Mago now not going to survive a second round, as Devil trying to hobble away. Managed to survive thanks to the decrep from Gardic. Wonder Kid, a great rotation in from him as well.
Damn, that was such a good Sunder too. I thought he was about to turn all of that, but Lina finally joins the fight with her newly finished Gleipnir and just destroys him.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised Sven doesn't show up to a fight like that, since it is pretty deep. But he just, I guess, doesn't feel strong enough to fight still. Maybe he feels like this is a game where he needs his BKB to engage.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's his mentality. And there haven't really been a lot of stacks from him, so we don't really see him. He doesn't feel all that farmed, even if he joins, right? Whereas in other games, you see him have a decent laning stage, does a bunch of stacks, and he's joining in pretty early as a carry and at the top net worth. Now, he's not like under farmed, I guess. He's just less farmed than the opponents who are all having a pretty solid game. Invis Tiny, maybe going to scout this out. There is a sentry here. I think he's going to leave sentry range just as...
No, they saw him. They pinged him.
Oh, now they see him. Yeah, they see him now. Get
If
me
they had
out of
taken
here!
the Watcher, it would have been much easier, but they left the Watcher.
You think a carry wants to slow down their farming time to secure their safety? Absolutely not.
My support
I'd literally
studios
rather
grabbed the
die,
Watcher.
Ricky.
Radiant's
I'd
bottom
rather
tower is
die
under attack.
than spend a moment not farming. No, he's going for the Manta on the Bloodseeker.
Top tower is under attack.
I thought he was
I mean,
using
I don't
Sange.
hate the Manta.
What do you think he's... is there a Dispel here he wants, or he's just using the illusions?
I think it's mostly to disjoint things like Stormhammer, maybe Reflection as well, just being too good.
Oh, Reflection. Right. That's a good one.
That's the only
I
things
guess you
can
can eat
think
some
of.
Diabolic Edict explosions, too.
True, yeah. Oh, Devil. God, they can smell each other. No vision, so Devil. Aggressive Blink ends up not getting punished either. Like, he kind of gets lucky there. If he had seen the Lesh had seen him. There's a lot of heroes behind the Lesh to turn that one around.
Less shows. He's in danger.
Yeah.
All right, he's... Wait, he's back.
There. Oh.
They
I
want
like
it so
the
badly.
Blade Mail on Devil. I think this is super sick. It's a great item to counter Leshrac. Gardic on the bottom side here is going to immediately bring down the ward on Michael, and Stomp comes out, does connect, but there's your Arena Spear. He's caught too, but a good usage of that pipe will just reduce all of the damage from the Mars. And now the question is, can you chase off the mark there on the Reflection? Pugna trying to survive, but a Stormhammer is there, and Dark Mago will make quick work of him as he's got an amplify damage. Stomp on the other side connects onto the Tiny. One by one. Can they get these kills? Avalanche toss. Wonder Kid also on the backside. Needs to be a little bit careful. Nice grab, but gets the Yules. Michael with the Sunder can keep him in this. It comes out just in time, but the damage from the Lina is huge. Devil's back into this. Dark Mago goes for the stomp, catches an LSA, and a spear out from Devil finishes the job, but in comes MNZ, the God Strength, as he's trying to bring down this Mars a second time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
Very
Starbucks
good
finding a
fight here
much
from the
needed
Starbucks.
fight. Yeah, that the initial arena was a little too overreaching, along with a very nice Earth Splitter from ET. It actually didn't hit anyone, but it was like a zoning Earth Splitter. No one wanted to walk into it to get to the arena, so the whole arena kind of just nothing happens. And then now that you know several big spells are down, they're able to just run down Lava Esports even under the tower.
Yeah. It's funny watching the Lesh and the Lina go at it because they're both just like channeling the stun. They're like, I'm gonna get you. The other one's like, I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, Yule dodge saving him a little bit there too.
Yeah. This was a
Leshrac
nice
gets
Sunder
the
play.
Whisper of the Dread. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, that's very good. Lina did get her Grove Bow though, so also amazing.
Equally amazing, yeah. Those are the two best items I think either of them could have asked for.
I think Lesh definitely wants Whisper and Lina definitely wants Grove Bow. Right?
Yeah.
I think those are like the top, like the number one choice for both those heroes. like, oh, I'll give away a little bit of night vision or daytime vision.
Yeah, you got
but
teammates
now
for that.
Yeah, but now I get 150 bonus mana on Lesh, which is always good. And 10% spell damage, which works with
Honestly,
Edict
the
as
vision, the vision reduction does not seem like a problem. Like I can't think of a hero that once whispered the dread that is like, oh no, 150 vision, because you just have
Night
teammates do
Stalker.
it. Like you have them spawn it or like spot them for you. And this time you got like the ET Spirit and the Terrorblade Illusions. So
Imagine being like a Night Stalker at daytime without an ult, and you just like have 500 AoE vision. You're like, I can see nothing. But I like Michael's build this game. He's got himself drums. He has a Glimmer Cape to try and reduce that initial burst damage out from the Lina, who is closing in on a BKB, so that's going to be very nice for her. But Lesh, after his Yules, has Kaya Sanj now, looking for a Blink Dagger, which I think is a little potentially greedy for them. But I guess you need your initiation, and the Lesh, I suppose, needs to be able to follow up the Darkseer like Vac Wall.
I think it go like you're right. It's greedy, and it could really pay off, or it could sting them. So we'll have to see how the execution ends up going. But I do think like Lina's a hero who does not want people on top of her, and she's almost at BKB, so soon she won't care fully. But if you get a really good combo like Vacuum Wall, stuff like that, you want to be in there doing like the massive amounts of AoE damage, right? So
yeah,
it really will. You're right. You could blink and then just immediately feed because you get caught by a stun or something. So we'll have to see how it goes.
The fact that it blocks all the pure damage is huge too. So like the Edict could be massively wasted if it's onto a BKB Lina. So
I do want to point out ET is actually going straight Ags. Pretty baller build.
Let's go, Yor. That's sick.
Yeah, so I mean, the longer this game goes, I actually think so. I usually don't hate too many mechanics in Dota. I just play the game that I play, and like it is what it is. But I actually hate ET Shard as a non-ET player. I hate it because you can just throw it, and once you have Ags and you're like at this point where you could literally just kill people in a couple shots, everyone has to pop all their defensive stuff, especially supports, and then you're just like, haha, I just toggled it off. Free. You know, like he's literally zero commitment, and everyone's got to immediately E-Blade, like Glimmer, everything. Like, oh my god, run!
Like he might be coming.
Yeah, you don't even know. He should not be able to toggle it like while doing it.
Yeah, it is pretty nuts.
But then he could just cancel it. He could just cancel the stomp. So like that's the annoying thing. Of course, it is like Aghanims plus Shard plus like one attack speed item. So I mean, you know, I get it. There's like balance to it, but I don't know. As the receiving end of it, I always hate dealing with it.
Yeah. I will say it's also really sick for him that he gets Light Collector, plus his Phase Boots, of course. Like, Elder Titan is a hero that actually really takes advantage of movement speed, and you could even surge your Elder Titan, like, prior to throwing the Astral Spirit, so it can just get so much vision out for your team.
I mean, yeah, when this Axe is done, I'm going to be more scared of this ET than the Sven, depending how many heroes get connected on the Spirit, so... Surge your carry, ET.
Oh, they got him. There's the Rupture, the Avalanche, the Toss, the Spear. They got too much damage. Never gets a chance to pop the mech. Really good play here from Lava. Fantastic wraparound.
Blink in 3 seconds on the Tiny. Okay, no, they're gonna take what they get. Look to go Roche. Should be able to finish it before it moves for the nighttime.
Man,
Sven
Rupture
used this
worked
time
on
to finish
Toss.
Ags. So they'll be ready to fight going forward. Not for this Roshan. Well, I say that. They're coming in, actually.
That is a decent stomp, but
You're still
team
connecting
not
this?
quite close enough. Oh, Earth Splitter. They're going to be able to pop the BKBs, but he turns attention over to Genek. Tiny falling low, but the decrep is there. And you do not have a Stormhammer. Right. Can you find an opening here? Silenced up again on the Sven. He needs to be able to connect. Backside of the fight, Dark Mago gets an amazing initiation onto 3. The Yules is out. It's trapped Alina. She's gonna fall, and now Gardic on the run. Baby Dark Mago's got their number. They get the Aegis as well out of this Bloodseeker. Stormhammer doesn't connect in time. He's trying to TP. He's gonna make it, but
scary.
boy, is it close.
Dire's bottom tower
The Leshrac Blink absolutely paid off.
Yeah,
Big brain purchase. Let's go.
dude,
Takes
what
the
a
fight
good
even though they
cutoff.
lost Roche. Now they're going to steal a Tormentor too. Demon Zeal's already purchased, so this could go to your... Yeah, ET gets it. It's going to line up with his... Well, not really, actually. As a support, it's going to take like 5 more minutes to finish his Ags. But when it's done... Oh, boy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'd also like to point out that at the moment, Michael's queued up in Ags. Mid lane, Dark Mago is in no man's land.
Blink out of
Radiant's
that.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of why. Sometimes you open with Arena, you know? You just blink out.
Yeah. Oh. Sacred. Avalanched. Tossed over to the Bloodseeker. He... Oh, spears off the mark. A huge back wall on the 4, but...
Thunder! Oh.
Here comes Sven! Can he actually bring down Lumiere in time? The Decrep once again to save him. You're doing a lot of damage on this Elder Titan, but able to Avalanche toss him, and Gardic with the life drain will be able to keep him alive. So, you buy back on Sacred. You lose 2 more heroes, and you get absolutely nothing.
They need this ET
Radiant's top tower is
Ags.
under attack.
He definitely draws way more attention to himself and lives for much longer if he has it.
Radiant's middle tower.
like the
Overall,
third
pretty even
time.
game.
Yeah. I'd say this is like the 3rd time we've seen Sven go with the Stormhammer, and then as soon as it connects, he just decreps the target. And there's just
Yeah.
no Dispel waiting.
Yeah, it's very even, so I think this game will go quite late, which will give time for ET Ags and all that to come online.
Mm-hmm.
I favor that a lot as this game keeps going. Like, Bloodseeker is not known to be a late game carry.
Not after his shard became unpickable. Like, he has arguably one of the worst shards in the entire game. And I think that is something that definitely hurts the hero quite a bit. Because he loses some pretty substantial scaling damage. And his Aghanim Scepter can be removed by a Nullifier or any other form of Dispel, which you already have a Yules on the Lesh. You're, you know, likely to build a Nullifier eventually. Dude, the fact that Genic is right next to him, they don't even see it. Yuma able... Or not, I said Yuma, MNZ, he's gonna get sundered up, kept alive. Dark Mago's just jumping the backline in Lumiere. He's got a BKB available. He might have to use it, and he will. He's gonna survive. The Stormhammer doesn't connect. I'm so used to Yuma playing Sven. I don't know why I said that, but yeah, that is a decent initiation, but saved by the Sunder again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, some great Sunders this game.
They see Lumiere.
Oh, he's got no TP.
No, he TP'd out. He TP'd to the tier
Hit it
2
with
bottom.
a scan. He's got to get through this twin gate. Sven's bolting for it. He knows.
Oh my god! That was so close.
But this stun's going across the world. It's gonna get him. It's gonna get him. It's gonna get him. It's a
gonna
shooting
get him?
star. It's gonna get him. It's gonna get him. Watch out, Bloodseeker! Double
Stuns
stun.
up the Pugna as
value.
well. Got him.
Man, that thing is really slow. I thought that would go a lot
Dire's
faster.
bottom tower is under attack.
Where are we on
Mid lane.
ETX? Oh, we're almost there. 300.
Darkseer gets off the mech. Gets unfortunate
aye.
Force Staff there.
Is under attack.
And that is a very nice grab. Now they're gonna look for the Leshrac. Michael is behind him. Yours gonna get caught from the rupture instead this time. He's doing a decent chunk of damage as the Bloodseeker finishes him off. They've taken down several. MNZ, he's out of mana, has to pop the BKB to run. And where's your Lesh? Your Lesh is gone. Michael does have a Sunder, might be able to save Sven here. He's gonna have to use him with a toss.
Oh, sick
what a
toss!
read by Genic. Oh my goodness, 4 are dead. What a huge opening here for Lava.
That was such a good toss. I mean, even if he sunders, I actually think they'd probably kill him anyways. But
Yeah.
still, that's such a cool play to interrupt that. Also, I don't think that was a defensive force staff from Darkseer or his team because I can't find one for them.
Yeah,
I think it was actually
offensive
a
from Genic.
yeah, psychic headband. So actually a really cool play to put the Darkseer back in position or like further back to make sure they get that kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
ET Ags online.
All right, baby. This is what we've been waiting for. The Ags on Elder Titan also manages to find a Vindicator's Axe. So you said he needs an attack speed
Ooh,
item.
that's so good. Yeah, yeah. He's
That's
got
a
like
pretty
Wraith
good one.
bands queued up. He needs the talents though. This not the final form yet.
Yeah, he really does need his talents. He's underleveled. Only level 13. Yeah, not having a great game there for him, but
Once he's level 15 though, you cannot ignore him. He will solo kill supports. If you hit like even just 3 heroes with the Astral Spirit, it's enough damage to be an insane threat.
Mars at least has a decent chunk of bonus armor in the form of like the blade mail, phase boots, and the cloak. Dark Mago, he's gonna get caught from the rupture, forced to immediately BKB TP. So he's out. And they do trade the arena as well as the rupture for those BKBs. He's gonna immediately pull the spirit back just to get some magic immunity and run away here.
Just 2 heroes, he's at 278 damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That's a lot. All right, tier 2 bottoms down. They actually smoke up. I like this read a lot if they can find an opening. They see Genic. This would be a decent find as he's can blink dodge this. Oh no.
Dire's top
So the
tower
smoke from
That
the
might be a
Starbucks
blessing.
not connecting.
Darkseer's not there. That could have devolved into a fight that you would
Go for
miss
the
all your
stomp.
auras.
Go for the stomp.
under attack.
He has no idea. He had all 4 of them.
Tower is under attack.
Now he knows. He's like, holy shit, guys, there's a lot of damage. Everybody run.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, they're sending in the Terrorblade Illusion, seeing if he can find anything.
Yeah, they know they're all smoked up here. Instead, they're going to go for their Tormentor once again, just around the 30-minute mark. So this one going to Sacred. Honestly, a very good shard. It's super annoying to play around the slow that comes from this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So what are we working on? Right, waiting for Roche, which ends up being a pretty long spawn.
Yeah.
These Roche fights should start favoring a Starbacks, especially with this ET Ags now online. You got Vakwall, Leshrac, Sven Cleave. You got the ET, Echo Stomp, and Earth Splitter, Terrorblade Illusions, right? They should be pretty strong around the Roche pit.
I'm trying to think about like your 10 talent on the Elder Titan. It actually just, because you have this Ags, you feel like you want to go for that 2% move speed, but that feels so bad. Is it actually good? Like the extra 2% move speed, as opposed to
I don't
25
play that
attack
much
speed? I don't know.
ET, so I'm not sure.
Oh, scout.
We'll see what he picks.
Oh, he finds Wonder Kid in the trees. Stomp's coming through. In comes Sven. That's the opening you want. Can he finish him off? They do. The Rupture is going to connect as well. Lumiere trying to just battle his way through this, but the Sunder will save Sacred. As Lumiere trying to TP to safety. Stormhammer's out, though. Great Manta
Oh, good
dodge.
dispel.
He's actually,
All right, that's
he
what the
might
Manta's
make it
for.
out. Oh, the cleave,
Oh,
dude.
the cleave.
Radiant's top tower
Unlucky
is
for
under
him.
attack.
And guess what? Dark Mega, he's found a Pugna just hiding in the trees, trying to just survive. Yeah, well, he didn't follow the edict. And now Sacred, he's got a vacuum. He's got the punch. Goes right into the hands of the Leshrac anyway. Unfortunately for them, Roshan's still dead for 50 more seconds.
That fight has allowed Leshrac to purchase
Radiant's
a
courier has been
Hex
killed.
completely. Yeah, just messing with this Sven.
Being annoying, yeah. He's got blank, force. He's hard to catch.
Man, ET didn't even like jump to the Lina. I thought he was going to
I did
commit to
too.
that Lina, but Sven didn't even eat him. So I guess he knew what he was doing. So yeah, Sven will just solo that Lina. Of course he will. That's Sven. Sven things.
Yep, Daedalus done, going for his Satanic. Yeah, the Scythe from Dark Mago is definitely surprising. I kind of expected him to go for like a Eternal Shroud just to tank up, like if he goes in, right? But opting for the Scythe instead, so more control, more abilities for them to find kills. Yeah, it's working for them for sure.
Blink Hex will be a really nice catch tool, too. Don't believe there's any Lotuses or Nullifiers.
They're gonna smoke. They're going straight for Lumiere. He has a Nullifier actually on Lumiere now.
Smoke on smoke.
Oh, Genic, able to dodge the stun again, but the Hex comes out. Dark Mago's gonna have to BKB, and Devil is just getting beat down here by the Sven. Saved again from Gardic for the moment, but here comes Yor, baby, on this Elder Titan, but he's just backpedaling off all the damage. Both teams maybe being like, hold up, the fight, it's going our way. Can we actually find the kills? Darkseer's dead. They managed to isolate the Sven as well as Lumiere. He's just doing so much work. The Manta trying to buy him some space as he jumps over to this Tiny. He can't kite him out. Lumiere, he's got the damage. He gets the kills one by one, falling on his star boxes. Now they also take down the Mars, but there it is. They get the kill onto the Leshrac, and he's dead for 100 seconds.
Wait. Does Nullifier pierce BKB?
Yes.
Ah. I always forget this interaction. So he can actually just completely dispel the actual spirit off of ET. That's what happened there. He jumped in and then immediately got Nullifier Yules and wasn't able to punch.
That, I wasn't sure if that's how he was doing it, but yeah, interesting. Whoa. Thought he might go in with that. But again, yeah, playing a Nullifier now. That is very scary. Maybe this is why we don't see ever a core or Elder Titan, because, you know, Nullifier exists. But it is one of those things. He just needs one good setup. If he gets like a good 3-hero stomp and teleports in, drops the Earth Splitter, like you might actually be able to find some kills. But that is a really interesting interaction. And Lava now with their first gold lead in quite some. Dude, look at the graph of this game. What in the world? This is someone who's having like a heart attack, dude.
Been very close. Also, I'm reading the wiki, so it doesn't pierce BKB if the invulnerability can't be dispelled, but it does pierce it if it can be dispelled. So I feel like that's literally just ET Astral. What a weird interaction. I'm not sure if I fully understand this. Might be spreading fake information. Might have to go in the lobby. I feel like I've done it multiple times and I always forget. But seems to work on the Astral Spirit at least.
Yeah, if that's the case, Yor might be regretting this build because he is relatively farmed, but if his entire build is nullified, for lack of a better word,
I think that's the perfect word.
Yeah, then boy, that is a rough support. Do hit 25 on the Sven, so 50% God Strength damage, gonna do wonders for him, but Bloodseeker, he got 25 in that last fight. You now have 2 Rupture charges, which will be amazing for their fights, and Lina is very close to her level 25 as well. Usually people take the crits on Affected by Dragon Slave just because it is like a guaranteed crit, which is fantastic. But
Radiant's top tower
we'll see.
is under
Smoke
attack.
up. A Starbucks. Gonna barely walk by Gardic here. They're actually turning back around. They want to get this Pugna. They know he is very annoying. The blink on in. Okay, yeah, he died real fast. All right, they're gonna force them back. Tier 2 mid, an option for
Dire's
them.
middle tower is under
As you
attack.
now have the Edict explosions as well on Dark Mago, so how much damage is this? 65 times 34. It's a lot. Tower's gone. Rupture catches the Sven. He's got the BKB. They get the Hex onto Lumiere. That's a great way to start it off. That's going to be the Aegis. The Earth Splitter comes through, catches Devil's Spear, doing a lot of damage to this Sven. He's going to pop his BK now, but they're just laying into him. And the damage from this guy is just way too much. But the Lina, a 4-hero stun from the LSA. Wonder Kid living up to his name. He's taking one down after the other. Dark Mago trying to chase after him. The cheese comes out, but you're laying into him. Lina still surviving. The Satanic does it, an ultra kill for Lina as Michael is on the run, the last survivor here for a Starbucks, but they've got the toss to cancel the TP, and that should be a rampage for the Lina. A massive win.
That's a clutch cheese. Cheese
Yeah,
into
it was.
Satanic. They kept thinking they were going to kill her.
13,000 damage done by the Lina, and she gets almost 3,000 gold in that fight.
Double damage.
Radiant's top
So
tower
that is
has
quite
fallen.
nice. Wonder Kid now walking to the top side, gonna try and force some buybacks. There is no Sven buyback, but you do have Leshes. No BKBs though, and that is problematic.
Are fortified. Radiant's top tower
Yeah, you're
is
definitely going to
under
lose
attack.
one set here, but probably...
They're just,
I don't know,
they're
you
just
just
gonna
go
force
for
it.
it?
No way.
Radiant's middle tower
I mean, you have a Pug
only have
Nut. It's
2
definitely
buybacks.
doable.
has fallen.
Amplify damage rune as well. Gonna gets the avalanche and the toss back. Blink Hex comes in from Dark Mago. They will isolate the Tiny as Yor trying to TP, not gonna be able to. Your throne's dying, man. Lumiere comes in, Nullifier out, Elder Titan goes down, he's gonna buy back the Dew-Cap to bash onto Dark Mago. He's gonna try and keep them in this game, but you've gotta deal with this Lina. She pops the BKB, she's just
BKB going.
focusing the throne. The Earth Splitter just destroys the Tiny, but that's it. Game 2 goes to lava.
What an awesome call. They're like, probably don't all have buyback, right? Let's just do it. And I mean, even if they do all have buyback, then that's also a huge economic win, right? Though maybe you'd feel a little sad that you didn't take some barracks for it. But no, killer instincts. They just go straight forward and get the win there.
Dude, that is some sick plays by the Lina in that final fight. It was very close up until that point. Not really a substantial gold lead one way or the other. But yeah, that cheese into the Satanic, like you said, just gives her 3 full health bars to play around. And you have the Aegis on the Bloodseeker as well. So the amount of like extra damage that they soaked in that last fight just catches a Starbucks offline or off guard. And man, huge wins for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't feel like we ever saw the whole combo of like Darkseer vac walling into like some AoE stuff. It felt like that was always like chasing individual heroes, but I guess that is because like BKBs came online. It's like not that easy to find that stuff. But wow, that they really broke open that game. That was like a 5,000 gold difference when that fight happens, and they literally just run it down. Lina just TPs straight out of the base and goes for the throne.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. I'm a big fan of that. That was a really good call, and that means we have our first game 3 of the day finally. So we're going to be going to another break, and we'll be back with said game 3 of Starbucks versus Lava, the loser out of the tournament, the winner advancing in the lower bracket. So we'll see what ends up happening in just a little bit. We'll see you then. Game number 3 of a Starbucks versus Lava is about to begin. The winner advancing here in this lower bracket qualifiers. The loser, unfortunately, their tournament lives will end. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, and we've got our first game 3 of the day, which is exciting, man. I'm excited for this. Finally, we get a good series.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. That last game was really close. Just totally fell apart as within the last 2 minutes. It went from such a close game to being rampaged and then having your base destroyed in front of you. So a very quick end to that one. And in game 1, we did have more of a stomp for a Starbacks, but I feel like the draft was not that great for Lava Esports. So I think going into game 3, both teams have a pretty solid shot. We'll see if hopefully their mentality doesn't get rocked by that loss. I mean, it's kind of a rough way to lose so suddenly, but I think you can say, you know what, it's just kind of a bad sequence of events. We had a good shot throughout the whole game. We crushed game 1. Let's just try to bring it back for game 3 here.
Okay. Well, they are definitely bringing it back. They just grabbed the Lina again to open it up. Sister versus sister. I like it.
You did so well with it before. Lina support, not really a thing currently, so we don't have as much flex value. I mean, you can do carry Lina, I suppose. I'm interested
that was
that
where I was
they
thinking,
took it first.
Radiant team ban.
But I guess after that performance, maybe expecting to get it banned out. And they can ban to protect it a little bit here. Their last one anyways.
I wouldn't hate it being flexed, you know. And there was, of course, the Lina Major where this hero was first pick, first banned every single game and flexed between any of the 5 roles because she was just so overtuned. So I like the idea of her going back to being a hero you can flex between multiple roles. I think primarily the core roles, though, is what we're seeing. Rubik Venge bans. I mean, that's an Enigma pick if I've ever seen.
Yeah, Enigma. It's got to be Enigma, right? And then maybe like Magnus. It's a little surprising though because one, you've already picked your Crystal Maiden, so it's for in terms of supports, it's usually Enigma 5, and then in terms of offlane Enigma, can't you just run carry Lina at that point and just kill the Eidolons with Dragon Slave? So,
yep.
Is there another hero? Magnus, maybe.
I'm lost. I don't know either. Because I think if you're Lava, you could just take the Enigma yourself, and then suddenly a Starbucks have to really consider some options. They get rid of the Faceless Void.
I kind of like that. You could probably pick just like Gyrocopter at that point and deal with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you wouldn't have like the ideal support counters, kind of like Rubik and Venge.
What if Lava grabbed the gyro right here?
10 seconds remaining.
Damn. That'd be cool.
And then you like protect it for a potential gyro or for the potential Enigma pick, which you could grab afterward and kind of move these Lina and gyro characters around.
I kind of like it. You do. I mean, you have 4 heroes to pick, so if you do pick gyro, it's fine. But you definitely need some initiation. I mean, we see Lina that very last fight showcased why she just wants people stunned up and she just wants to throw out attacks, right? So you can't have a bunch of backline heroes with a Lina core. Oh, there you go. That's the kind of guy you want. Primal Beast, he's just going to charge in, make the space for Lina to just throw out attacks. Crystal Maiden is a little annoying because of the Crystal Clone, the Frostbite, but it's not really the end of the world. BKB is pretty common to see on Primal Beast. So a bit of an annoyance, but no game is perfect, right? So still solid pick.
5 seconds.
Is so confused by the Rubik Venge bans because there has to be something that they're looking for specifically.
Maybe it's the hardest read ever. That's like, we know this is Lina mid and you'll never flex her.
I mean, I know Lumire's played it is the thing. Like, I know Lumire will play
You'll never flex her.
That being said, even if you don't flex it, he could just grab his Templar Assassin.
True, that's in here. Yeah, man, I don't know. That support ban really confuses me. We'll see if it makes sense as the draft goes on. That's not really the pick I was expecting. Yeah. I don't get it.
Dire
So
team
Grimstroke, there's your Magnus.
It is the Magnus.
I mean,
Do you really need to ban Venge? Like the Rubik ban, I think that's fine. I don't
Yeah.
feel like Venge is that big a deal versus Magnus. I
Yeah,
guess
I
maybe you
agree.
break Grimstroke,
10
Soulbind
seconds
stuff,
remaining.
but I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, you know, it is. Lena wants to be in the back line, not be brought out to the front, right? So Venge swap to save her when you go on her can be pretty bad for your team. And
That's
like,
fair.
especially if you're like using if you were planning the Magnus to skewer her into your team, and then she gets hit with the swap. I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw how good of a game Lena had last
10
time.
seconds remaining.
Well, actually, I don't even know if she had like that amazing of a game for most of it. It was just like a fine Lena performance, and then that ending was extremely strong.
He's
But I mean, that's the
satanic,
potential of the
baby.
hero. Yeah, you're gonna
I
grab
think
the
you're right.
Undying potential counter to the Magnus if it is Magnus off lane. We do sometimes see Magnus mids.
Sometimes, yeah. I think it's a little bit more rare, and with this one, I think it's very likely that we're gonna see like the Lena carry now with the Undying lane, but it could still flex mid, as Primal Beast can definitely flex between mid and off. So there's a lot of different options here between these two.
Interesting to see the Batrider pick into the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, that is true, huh? Especially with like a
5
pretty
seconds
sizable
remaining.
nerf to the Batrider. But he could just play greedy, play to stack instead. Maybe he feels like the Primal Beast should be fairly stable. Or like they're planning on picking a different off lane. Like we could see the Centaur come out, and then Flame Break is good enough because all it is the reposition into the Centaur Stomp.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, they do
Lava-
have last pick on Lava Esports, so they have that
Yeah.
room to flex.
I feel like you want a melee carry that can go in there. Ones that come to mind: Phantom Assassin. Even the Weaver actually seems pretty good though, just because of like Sakuchi and Inkswell combined with just the bonus damage for his Geminate attacks. Or you go the opposite route and you just pick something that can right click from afar. So things like the Medusa. Or even,
Faceless
hear me
already
out,
banned. That would have been sick.
another Drow Ranger.
Outrange the Lena.
Radiant team back.
Nah. It is going to be the PA. Yeah, I think this one makes the most sense. Someone that can just go in, play around the Magnus and Power as well as the Inkswell. I like this. I think this is a solid pick.
Yeah, she'll have to be a little careful with her positioning. You could definitely be killed by, let's say this is a Primal Beast off
10
lane.
seconds
Primal
remaining.
plus Batrider got a lot of damage, but you do have the jump to get away. You got
5
Crystal Maiden
seconds
to help you
remaining.
out, so should be okay. Magnus and Power is a classic as well.
Dire team ban.
I wonder if they'll be okay dealing with Tombstone, though. That could be a bit of a problem for them.
Definitely true. I mean, we need to see Dark Mago's hero for the mid lane. I think it is almost guaranteed to be Sacred's Magnus here. So if you're playing mid lane, you have to pick something
10
that doesn't get
seconds remaining.
trashed by Alina without being able to see the
5
safe
seconds
lane,
remaining.
right?
Dire team
Like
back.
wherever this Lena goes. So
Mhm.
I think you ban the carries, try and hope that it
Radiant
goes
team
Lena
back.
mid. They get rid of Storm and Zeus. Makes a lot of sense. Even though Storm has had an abysmal performance here at this tournament. I mean, with the
10
Storm ban, that
seconds
actually makes me feel like it is a Lena safe lane.
5 seconds
And they just don't
Yeah, I
want
think-
that coming through eventually.
Yeah, I think Lena does fine against Storm in the mid lane.
Yeah, she
Maybe
wins
they
it
still
actually
just-
really hard.
Yeah, maybe they still just don't want the to deal with that later
Radiant
on.
team pick.
They don't have the greatest
Dire
catch for a
team
Storm Spirit.
It's going to be Ember. Yeah. It's like one of the
Makes use
last
of the
Dark Mago
Magnus
heroes
Cleave.
left.
Yeah,
So
they really
now your
will not deal
question-
with Tombstone well.
Yeah. So now the question is, do you just keep the Lina mid and just pick a carry here? Because Lina wins the Ember lane pretty hard.
Huskar.
Yeah, they will. It's going to be Lumiere TA. Yeah, we talked about Lumiere's TA earlier. You got to be very careful. So it's a really sick TA pick.
What? TA versus Magnus Grimstroke, but she has an Undying with her. Because Refraction can get broken here by the Inkswell pretty quickly, but I think with the Undying, should just be fine. I don't know if we'll see a kill. Maybe like an Inkswell skewer back could lead to a kill, but
Yeah.
if positioning's okay, they'll be fine. Everyone will just farm down there. Top lane, definitely some kill potential for Lava Esports there.
Absolutely. It comes down to a few different things though, because you have two big slows, right? Dagger slows a ton. You have Crystal Maiden with the Crystal Nova, and then the Root. So it's kind of hard for Batrider and Primal Beast to get on their target. But if those slows are on cooldown, or if you're out of mana on the Crystal Maiden, they could easily just run you down.
I feel like
PA should be
mid lane
relatively
go the way
safe,
of
though.
Lina. I'm liking Lava Esports. I like their lanes, like all of them.
Yeah. I think Dark Mago is an amazing Ember Spirit player, but you are in like a 80-20 matchup. Like this matchup is really rough. So we'll see how he does. He's going to have to just max slide a fist, try and just dish as much damage back into the Lina as possible. Hope he can dodge the Dragon Slave, but it is not easy. You're going to take so many auto attacks every time you go for CS.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll have the Magnus, so maybe they can get a lot of stacks, but everyone wants to clear those stacks, so I'm not sure. But maybe that'll be one way he can help deal with this lane.
Wow,
Instant
immediate
D-ward.
D-ward mid. Nice.
That'll help him out. He'll definitely need this bottle ASAP.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Doesn't look like we'll see too much bounty rune action. I think that favors Lava Esports actually, which is I think why they're playing so carefully, because I feel like if you just enter the laning stage evenly, like you're favored, it's the risk of getting killed, and then that we've seen tips lanes a lot. So just kind of chill.
Yeah. TA is also not an exceptional level 1 hero, and you're playing into like 3 slows on the side of a Starbucks. So yeah, I think you're right. It's just smarter to go to lane with the spells that you want to go to lane with. Lumiere actually a cheeky play here, looking for Michael, but even might not walk into him. He's gonna be patient though.
He's actually gonna wait here until he finally gets to attack. He's gonna let like so many creep waves go through. Nah, he breaks it. No commitment.
Could have committed to the meme. Unfortunately, he does not. So mid lane, Wonder Kid actually goes for an early point in the Light Strike array. Not that common, to be honest. A lot of people prefer Dragon Slave just because of... Oh, actually off the mark with the LSA there as well. So that's going to hurt him, but...
You used to do LSA level 1 a lot versus melee heroes, so maybe going back to that against this Ember Spirit. But yeah, he's got Sleight of Fist, so might be able to dodge him out. You can fake him out a little bit, though. Lands that one.
We'll see. Top lane, Sacred needs to be a little bit careful. Blood Grenade. Okay. The damage from the Undying, just a couple auto attacks with that minus armor is more than enough. Holy heck.
I think that was 3 decay stacks on that Magnus, who's usually a pretty tanky hero, but believe it or not, after losing 12 strength, not that tanky.
12 strength and 5 armor.
Well, I gotta say, actually, Dark Mago doing really well here in the mid lane. So for these first few levels,
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm surprised he goes for the LSA first, because you want Dragon Slave and you want Fiery Soul like ASAP, so you can just start hitting him. But now it's slowed you down a little bit. We'll have to see. Dark Mago, again, an incredible Ember Spirit player, so he's going to be able to get... He's played this matchup probably hundreds of times. He feels probably fairly confident. Or at least studied the matchup plenty of times. Oh, great dodge on the sleight of fist there.
Dire's courier has been killed.
All right. I think overall, lane's looking pretty even. Probably struggling slightly bottom, but they're trying to chase down Yor again with those spells are on cooldown. The Bat Rider, the Primal Beast, they can get a lot done, but the dagger spam, another slow from the Crystal Nova, and Genna cannot close the gap. Very nicely done. They will take the Lotus at 3 minutes, though. And the Bat Rider will salve up, so they will have a fairly good time at resetting here. Well, Devil.
this is Onslaught.
Yeah,
Devil gotta be real
definitely.
careful.
Yeah, definitely needs to be careful here. Does get us level 3, so the second point in Trample could be coming, or he goes for Uproar, but
Radiant structures are fortified.
we'll have to see. I mean, against a Phantom Assassin, Uproar is actually not bad at all. He's got to send out a lot of regen. Kind of quiet lanes so far, which is surprising. Like, we don't really see... We've been seeing a lot of aggression, especially when you have something like an Undying, but... Mid lane is kind of just back and forth between these two. We see... Oh, dude, a Null Talisman. I thought this item didn't exist anymore. But it did get a nice buff. I mean, it got a really good buff, actually.
Fighting over this water rune.
Alina?
Wonder Kid?
I think Dark Mago, yeah, not gonna overextend. Good call as the TP gets canceled. But I mean, that's huge. He's just gonna shove this wave into the tower, and Lina has to kind of stick around to try and hopefully get some experience. But Dark Mago is just a little bit of mana off from the slight chains, so pops the Fairy Fire. He's okay, but another kill on the top side. Lumiere just chases him down here with a nice Meld Strike. And Devil on the bottom side finds an opening as they're looking for MNZ now as well.
You never.
Okay, they back away. Dude, all these lanes are sitting on low HP.
Bloodseeker missing out. Should have been here
True.
this time.
So Lumiere's Templar Assassin looking very strong already. 1-0-1 in the game, and should be having a pretty good time here as it goes on.
Yeah, something I want to see too is that I do think a Starbucks can start making some stacks, just have some clear potential. Looking at Gardic.
He gets a really good tombstone down, and they have to address this. Lumiere's going to walk in. He needs to get a Meld Strike if they want to find this opening, but doesn't manage to.
Oh,
Just
no.
slightly out of range. He's going to lose his courier.
Dire's courier has
All right.
been
I mean, that's a
Courier.
great move from a Starbucks to actually just waste so much of this TA's time.
Yeah.
But stacks, of course, being made here, and that's what it
Remember
is
rotation
important.
bottom.
Yeah, very nice. Grabbing Devil here. Easy setup with the chains as well, so well played. Getting a little bit aggressive here from the mid laners. Wonder Kid hoping for a rune bottom, and it is top. Michael will take it being a shield rune, and Gardic is going to take a little bit of harassment damage here. Should be fine, though.
I would love to see an aggressive play made to steal the stacks that you know a Starbucks is making.
fortified.
They have many heroes who can steal stacks.
Yeah, I'm curious if they can. I'm trying to figure out who would be the hero that moves in. I think it like has to be Well, mid lane, Michael with a nice ink swell. The Slate Chains catches Lina as well. They're going to try and keep him alive. Gardic, long enough to set up a kill on the Dark Mago first as Genic will try and run down the Crystal Maiden, but yeah, that Flame Break slow, not really valuable anymore. And he doesn't even have boots yet. Genic is super poor. Dude, look
The
at
bottom
Lumiere.
lane going pretty rough for them, but we kind of thought it might picking these heroes into the Crystal Maiden.
That
Lumiere
is a
steals the
sick
Wisdom
steal.
Rune.
They did this last game too. They managed to steal the Wisdom Rune away. It was Yor that time, but ends up being Lumiere, so he's gonna have a quick level 7. He's actually maxed out his Meld Strike as opposed to the Refractions or Side Blades. I guess this game playing against an Ember Spirit and an Ink Swell doesn't really feel like it's as vulnerable or as valuable.
Dire's middle tower
This
is
guy's
under
Grandmaster TA. Besides that, buff's worth it. It's like, what, 30 extra damage on max meld?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, from 230 to
Radiant's
260.
bottom tower is under attack.
That is a huge nuke, actually. My lord.
Yeah, I guess Refraction also dies pretty easily in this lane versus the Inkswell.
Exactly, yeah.
Tough to get value.
Nice kill. Byrider just getting a little lost in the sauce there as Dark Mago makes another rotation. They TP out on the Primal Beast as another power rune going to Michael's
Seen this
Grimstroke, the
before.
Undying. Yeah, there's some deja vu stuff here.
Okay, both of them have to realize what's happening. They keep stacking the camps and then meeting in the river. They've got to know there are some big stacks on the other side.
Gardic just needs to tombstone them and take him himself. Be the real Giga Chad.
That's what I'm saying. No, Magnus is getting to work on it first.
Very nice kill there. I mean, no, they're clearing up some stacks on the bottom side. Crystal Maiden comes to check, ends up paying for it. But yeah, I'm wondering how long it's going to be before the TA rotates on over. It's only a 1-point side blade, which is kind of rough, but
She's gonna work on her own stacks first. Okay, a lot of the core is relatively close. Primal Beast, he's on the losing end for sure. He doesn't
Yeah, he
need
really is.
too much, at least, to initiate plays for his team. So that might be enough to just like, I charge in, I grab people, and you guys will finish it off. So at least that's a nice thing about
Radiant's bottom
like
tower
his role
is
in the
under
game.
attack. Money to burn.
all right, stacks finished here for the Templar Assassin. So she's going to walk back to her top lane. Level 8.5 top net worth here. Phantom Assassin's not that far behind, though, and she is looking for that Battle Fury. I mean, I feel like if the Phantom Assassin gets to a really strong timing, they're looking pretty good. Sacred, forced to skew her away. Manages to grab the second trap there, so he's going to live. Nicely done. He sees the ward. Right?
I
Genic,
think
you
that
see
might
the
have been
ward.
a
Okay, he sees it.
tier 1 neutral was that. Haste rune for Lina.
Yeah,
Every
he's
rune
just
spawn
pushing
top so far.
Has it really been? I guess it has. Huh? That's where the Undying and
Grimstroke keep
Grimstroke
meeting,
have been
yeah.
fighting constantly. Speaking of which, Batrider, he's got the Firefly running. Should be able to make it up over the high ground here, but maybe not. Instead, ends up just dying to the jungle camp. So better than giving the kill away to a Starbucks, but Gardic, no tombstone, so you can't actually
the
play for the
ward.
high ground. Yeah, they're gonna get
Yeah,
the
they
new
know
ward.
it's here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They gotta kill these stacks. Ooh, Devil bottom lane. TP in from the Grimstroke. Inkswell's gonna pop and does have 10 stick charges and a healing Lotus to pulverize to try and do what damage he can. Is there time for Genic? Wonder Kid comes in off these brand new bots, finishes off the Grimstroke, chasing down the PA. You don't have lasso, but you got enough damage as Devil onslaught's back on through to help finish off the kill. Brand new bots paying off very quickly here for the Lina as she's going for a completely different build.
That's a big help for Primal Beast's game too. He's been struggling down here, so getting some assists, getting some kills, gonna help catch him back in here. Looks like he's going for a blade mail. That'll help keep him alive, even though he's poor.
Yeah, I think it's very worth it. Probably just getting so much HP per level is massive. Genic now level 6 on this Bat Rider. Still pretty under-farmed from what we see a lot of times on support Bat Riders. Mostly just because he doesn't find any early kills, but I think he was coming to just place a deep ward. No, he doesn't even have a ward. Okay, he was just scouting for the Ember Spirit, I guess.
Ember Spirit was also kind of deep. He took like half his health to one Meld Strike.
LSA off the mark. Wards Rune is bottom. Devil gets it with a regen. Ember does have a remnant to play with, but the slow, not enough to catch him. Up onto the high ground he goes. Onslaught out from Devil. He cancels. That being said, Wonder Kid is ready here to try and find this opening. Sacred takes down Genic Top. That's not that big of a deal. You did commit Tombstone and everything for this, and Ember Spirit losing his mid tower. Yor gets level 6. That's Freezing Field. Nice chains onto 2. That's the green light for Devil to go in. Tries to open up this Crystal Lane, and he gets it. Nicely done.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Finished up that tier 1 mid.
His bottom tower is under attack.
Gets his TP canceled. Oops. It's going to be a pretty quick Deso on this TA now, having such a good game. Predge, Dragonlance, Deso here at 13 minutes.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Scary.
He's enormous. This is, again, this is one of the reasons a lot of teams will respect ban out the Templar Assassin against Lumiere. He is one of the best safe lane TA players. Seemingly always knows what items he needs to go for. And they play well. They play around it very well, which is also important. So, yeah,
Sacred's got a
Desolator
blink
done.
skewer top.
Radiant's bottom tower
It looks like they should get him. Yeah. Inkswell from Michael will finish the job. Or Stroke of Fate, rather. Whoops.
Radiant's bottom tower
Can't wait to
is
see the
under
stacked
attack.
camp stat this game. There's got to be so many.
Yeah. Meld Strike's doing some serious damage now. They're going to have to be very careful.
Blink RP and 20. But they don't even really need it with the amount of heroes they have here if they find the TA. She's
Radiant's
farmed, but
bottom
she's
tower
squishy.
has fallen.
So,
Dire's
if they
middle
find
tower
her.
is under attack.
Yeah, Wonder Kid, meanwhile, waiting bottom for that rune. There it is. Blink
see her.
Skewer. They pull her right into a freezing field. And like you said, not tanky. 1v4 for sure. Really well played. In comes Devil. Big onslaught. Catches 3. The pulverize. Nicely done, but a good silence from Grimstroke to cancel the RP. Holds them back. Wonder Kid's trying to find an opening, but this double frostbite just keeping them back. And Wonder Kid gets isolated. 2v1 brought down. And now Devil's trying to get away. I don't think he's gonna. Trapped instead. 4 fall on the side of lava. An amazing fight for a Starbucks.
Wow, he was meld striked like in this area. Didn't think he could be found, but they drop a sentry and happen to see him with an observer they had placed earlier. Easy initiation on the Templar. I don't know why she was melded there actually. Thinking about someone to buy perhaps, but
That's a massive
leads
gold
to a great kill. Yeah, everyone's just like running in after that, but all these wards are already set up for a Starbucks. The annoying thing is you're gonna come in like, oh, they must have had vision to do that, but both these wards are actually about to die.
Yeah, bottom one dies. Top one, yeah, only got about 10 seconds left on it, so.
He's
And
gonna like be looking around. It's so sad. Look, he's gonna commit another sentry. He's like, it's gotta be here.
feels bad, man. Oh no.
Oh, she's gonna go. He's like gonna get one auto attack. He's gonna die. Oh, he sees it dead. That's even sadder. No, actually, that's not sadder. I think hitting it once and then it dying is the saddest.
Yeah, it's true. So you get to this amazing Deso timing on Lumiere. You manage to find a kill before he can put it to good use. He's now got the Dragon Lance going for his Blink Dagger. Your TA is still very scary, but you have this Phantom Assassin that is becoming a massive problem. She's got her Deso actually coming out fairly shortly, and your Ember Spirit is having an amazing game. So we come back to that Lina matchup, and honestly, a completely different build from Wonder Kid here from game number 1, where he goes for that early Gleipnir. This time goes for those Boots of Travel, now for the Aghanim Scepter, and he is still about 650 gold away, and you need that Ags to start doing damage.
Dire's middle tower has
I
fallen.
find it kind of interesting because actually, doesn't this also
Radiant's
look like a
bottom
good
tower
Gleipnir
is
game?
under attack.
It does, but I think he just wants the magic damage for the PA. Like, his idea maybe if, like, he catches Phantom Assassin, she just dies 100 to 0, but
Is under attack.
she's, like, going to be playing in her blur a lot, so I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. I just thought like the extra AoE root would be really
Radiant's
useful.
bottom tower is
And then I feel like after that, can't you pivot to the magic damage? But
Yeah.
Radiant
Yeah, plus playing in a Mage Slayer never feels great, so... That's why we haven't seen as much of the
Dire's top tower is
Spellcaster
under
Lina.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Top tier 1 tower should go down here. It doesn't look like they're willing to defend this. Guess you could try and force them back bottom. Tier 2 pressure here with the Templar Assassin. It could be possible, but
Is under attack.
they're just positioning in the jungle, at least relatively nearby.
Dire's top tower has
Batrider has Blink now, so that is some other form of initiation for them. As Lava's initiation in the form of the Primal Beast is just
Radiant's
not having a
bottom
great
tower
game.
is under attack.
you're gonna see the Ember.
That's the lasso. LSA connects. The Dragon Slave helping a little bit, but it's the Pulverize from the Primal Beast to help find the kill. So nicely done. Great Blink reveal coming out from them.
They're gonna try steal Roche during this though, committing the freezing field. They've got the Empower buffing up the PA, who has been having a pretty good game. He has her Deso. They're running in, but I don't think they're gonna make this. See if they can get out.
Well, yeah, there's the RP as well committed. Primal Beast, first to fall. A nice tombstone, or I mean, the Golem just from Gardic is doing some serious work. MNZ, he gets the Lina, but he loses his Aegis. Sacred's on the run. He's going to die as well. MNZ, the high ground miss. Oh my goodness.
I think there were
It
two
actually
misses in
pays
there.
off.
Wow, I
Well.
can't believe Wonder Kid died there too, because he was on the high ground. The Blink actually put P on the low ground, but they were close enough that she could still attack, and Lita tried to back away, but the final attack finished her off.
Well, I mean, that's a very good fight still for Lava. I mean, showing Templar Assassin is incredibly scary, and also, if you just let Undying walk up under Flesh Golem and start giving your team damage amp, that's very scary. MNZ blurred up bottom lane. They're gonna see him on the wave. Organic. Oh, pops the blur. Lemire currently invis here, waiting for a target, but there's numbers favoring. Uh-oh, MNZ walks in. He's going to get silenced, gets a very fortunate evade, but he's still going to go down thanks to the Primal Beast, but you're going to lose Lemire potentially, able to just drop this freezing field on top of him, and Dark Veil continuing the chase. He's trying to get away. The lasso grabs him. Lumire's safe. No way. The meld protecting, but a Slide of Fist from Dark Vago at the last second will do the job, and he needs to get out. Still has 2 remnants available. He's gotten the 2 big kills, the Lina and the Templar Assassin, but can he escape? One more remnant. Blade Mail out from him, turning it around onto the Batrider. This guy's a god. Gets himself another. Trying to look for the onslaught. Doesn't connect. Dark Mago now has another. Here's another Flame Guard.
No way!
Another
Ember.
Chains. Gets the Undying. 3v1.
You gotta commit, go for the rampage.
Oh my goodness.
What in the hell? How did that work out?
200 damage from the Ember Spirit in that fight.
Dude, that looked like such a bad fight for a Starbacks, the way that started out. I can't believe Ember just equalized that for them, just a 1v3.
I'm surprised Lumiere didn't try to just like TP home or run away. Like, he just stayed melded on the backside, but there's a sentry there, and they have ward on the high ground. So Dark Mago, as soon as he's not stunned, just gets the Slide of Fist kill. But a little bit greedy from Lumiere not to just bail out. He was trying to stick around for the XP, I think, on the kill or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, or maybe once Refraction's back up, he could like jump in to snipe in a little bit more. Yeah, a bit greedy, but I mean, it would if they had finished that kill and he lived, it would have paid off a lot, right? He then just gets to farm a whole ton, so I can kind of understand why he goes for it, but ends up being a pretty even fight. I suppose one nice thing is that you killed PA first, right? So PA didn't get any of that. You did. PA still at the top of the net worth, though, especially with the help of that Magnus. And Ember now having a great time after everything he got out of that. See where this shard goes, hopefully to the Undying. Yep.
And it does. So Entomb now available. Very good shard for him. As Devil trying to farm up here, but they are smoking on in. They will find him. That's going to be a slight chains easily. As they'll just skewer him to safety. Rather, well, not safety, you know. The safety of his own team.
The safety of where you can kill the opponents, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Away from lava.
Lumiere's got an MKB queued up. I mean, he's been missing so much on this Phantom Assassin. If he doesn't have to commit so many attacks, he can focus on other heroes, and he hits hard. So every time he's like the 3 attacks he's missing on PA could kill another hero. So I think it's fair to go for this MKB. Again, it means he's going to be pretty fragile. These are all fairly aggressive items. Going to have to depend on his team frontlining for him, which has been working up till now. But it's been a little scary, I feel like, as more blinks come out. Michael's almost got his blink.
Yep.
People are going to be able to
A
get
lot
to
of
him.
vision on the bottom side of the map here. As pretty much all these movements being scouted by wards, as well as like Templar Assassin's traps, and she has the shard now, so a little bit more vision being provided from those. And I think they're going to try and de-ward this. I think they know there's a ward there, but yeah, yours making the movement over.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, nice little D-ward. As they will grab the bottom tier 1 tower. Fortification to buy them just a little bit of time, but that means no fort for your tier 2, which is a little bit surprising.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Think we're going to find Lumiere?
Oh boy, that
Fast
was a
blink out.
quick blink. Bat Rider, though, he's coming in, looking for a potential lasso. No, he will blink back towards his team. He has an Eye of Azir. I was like, dang, that was a long blink. All right.
Primal
Tier
is
2 now
so
in trouble.
close to his BKB. I think they're going to sacrifice his tower and wait for it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm surprised they popped that fortification earlier, right? Like, you didn't have flak for that wave,
Radiant's middle
and
tower
allows
is
them to just
under
go right
attack.
through the tier 2 pretty easily.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Venom Assassin now basically top net worth, tiding up with this Templar Assassin. BKB done for her. Couple Desto stacks, looking for a Basher as well. Baited by an Illusion Rune. Not really much committed, though. Genic would love to find a lasso target. Who do you go for? The RP on the backside catches 3! And they're just all gone! MNZ and Dark Mago clean house as Gardic trying to TP to safety. He will. You could not ask for a better RP than that.
He died
All
so
3
quick.
cores.
Everyone has cleave.
Dire's
Oh
middle
my
tower is
god.
under attack.
Only the supports are alive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How
Things
do
are really
all 3
starting to...
How do they get caught like that? All 3 cores in a single RP.
Dire's middle
That
tower
is wild.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just not expecting, I guess,
Is under attack.
that movement from
Radiant's
Starbucks.
top tower has fallen.
Oh,
They're actually just going to take a tier 3 out with this.
Yeah,
Oh, well, they
you
might
don't.
back off here to play it safe.
Attack.
Yeah, you kind of want to wait for Aegis. You still have to worry about Lina just like one-shotting people with the Aghanim Scepter, which is definitely scary. But my goodness, that is a mistake you cannot make. 2,500 gold. There's the lasso. We'll find Yor on the Crystal Maiden. It's better than nothing, but you might need to find more than that. Dude, Sacred's build is so wild. Has a Manta going for what looks like an Octarine, I think, right? So
Yeah. Man, it's on a cooldown.
Dark Mago finds himself in Illusion Rune, and well, Phantom
And then he
Assassin
just solo killed her?
just solo killer. Didn't even Ghost Scepter. I think she died instantly.
First hit bash, perhaps.
I'm trying to pull the death summary up, but it is always bugged, and I love that. Nope. She
is-
actually she double crit instantly. 1100 damage back to back in 2 auto attacks. So it was literally just a blink strike and instant death.
You're so happy with that RNG. MNZ didn't even expect that.
Yeah.
Gonna run up here. Not too long of a Roche spawn. Lina will be up, so they can fight over this. But you have RP.
He gets lassoed. They will be able to bring down the Crystal Maiden eventually, but Gardic in trouble. Tombstone dropped up onto the high ground. MNZ still has a BKB. Pulverize coming through, but Lumiere as well as Wonder Kid, can they get their kills? He just walks away. And now Dark Mago wants to use this as an opportunity to go in. He's going to get silenced up. Lumiere hasn't entered the fight. His MKB being delivered right now. An opportunity potentially for them, but Magnus, he's hunting, waiting for his opening. The traps from the TA, they're going to move towards their vision as well.
Has been killed.
All right. Well, you did get PA's BKB. She's probably a little bit hesitant to join the fight. They go for the Dark Mago. He gets the Blade Mail off. Sacred drops the RP, only catching one. Lina still alive onto the backside, and in comes Lumiere. Doing a decent chunk of damage with 4 staff to safety, and Dark Mago's gonna chase it. In comes MNZ once again. Just shreds through these heroes, and Dark Mago is pretty healthy. They need more help, though. Can they get him to safety? They got him, dude. There's just way too much damage between these two. Another Inkswell out. Will he find an opening? Sight Chains catches Lina onto the high ground. A Remnant to follow, waiting for that LSA. It doesn't matter. Slide of Fist in 1. 5 dead on Lava.
Toasty.
It doesn't feel like Lava is able to attack. They have a lot of damage between Lina and TA, but neither of them has a BKB, and as these fights come in, like even RP only hit 1, and I thought this might be their chance to go in, but then Soulbind comes in, other spells come in, and they're just like taking turns running away. I feel like no one's damage is actually coming out. Compared to MNZ's very, very fast delivery of damage when you just crit back-to-back several times on some of these heroes. They're going to get the first set, going to get to work on the second set right away. I don't know if they'll stick around for this. They might just back off early, go finish Roche. Because heroes are starting to respawn here. Maybe they want the tower before they go.
I mean, that's the last fortification.
Top tower.
The thing is like, you fake back, right? Yeah. They're just going to go hunting. Why not? You have a ward on the high ground. If you can find anything that's massive, MNZ still has BKB. He also has a Lincoln's. The downside is your Ember Spirit is low on Remnants.
Dire are
If he had a Shard, he'd be feeling much better, but
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
No RP either. This is this is really going to
They
catch
found
Lava
Neville.
off guard.
Blinken, immediate shackle. He's going to BKB and try and get out. Drops the Pulverize as well. Wonder Kid dumping a lot of damage in from the high ground. The Entomb will buy him some space, but he is still stuck. Lasso will help bring down the Magnus, but your Primal Beast is gone. LSA will stop that Crystal Maiden. But Templar Assassin still cannot join these fights. She just does not have the confidence, and I don't blame her. Uh-oh. TA, PA, both gonna find each other, and one assassin is definitely being more impactful than the other this game.
Definitely. I think it's a little easier. I think it's a little easier for them to join the fights. Especially how the laning stage ended up going down. Like,
Oh boy,
Primal
not
Beast
done.
is just not...
Beautiful blink. TA is able to meld Dispel and blink away, so quick fingers there from Lumiere, but they're going to keep chasing. MNZ comes in. He's got an Ink Swell. They get themselves a double kill, and no buybacks on Lava. Means we might just see the end of the game here fairly soon if they can get a wave pushed in.
Yeah, they're drawing the line bottom. They're not even going to go for Roche. They can take a set of barracks. They maybe won't end the game, but at least take barracks. Just make it easier and easier.
Yeah. This is one of those moments where it's looking back at this whole game. I feel like if Lina did go the Gleipnir build, you would have had maybe a little bit more kill threat onto this Ember Spirit or onto this like Phantom Assassin, right? Because you needed something to hold these heroes in place for you. And
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Didn't
I
quite
think
happen.
Yeah, especially because your two other catch heroes, like you can say maybe we have enough with the Primal Beast and the Bat Rider, but they did not have a good lane in the bottom side. So both of them are poorer than they might usually be. And that means when those two initiators
Top tower is under attack.
just can't really initiate, it's becoming really difficult. And yeah, Lina and TA, like you mentioned, like just not feeling the confidence to go in. At the same time, they kind of have to because there's just no damage without them. And we're kind of seeing it like the other heroes are just being killed. And then after they're dead, they then go for you. So I kind of think they got to jump in regardless. I mean, it's kind of late now. Got one set left. I also don't think the mid lane was supposed to go that way. I think Dark Mago's Ember absolutely outplayed here.
I think the decision at level 1 to go Light Strike Array actually hurt him so much because then you don't have Fiery Soul at level 2. Because you don't get Fiery Soul stacks from Light Strike Array very easily, right? You want to be able to hit the whole wave and the hero, get yourself 5 stacks pretty much immediately for that bonus attack speed and start like laying into the enemy hero. But it actually just slowed down his ability to harass the Ember Spirit in those first few levels. But I know there's an old quote from Sumail where he's like, you level Dragon Slave to survive the lane. You level Light Strike Array to win the lane. I think it's changed a little bit over the years. They potentially get the lasso here onto the PA. Okay, there it is. Their Laguna E-Blade combos finally found an opening. Onslaught on through, does connect with the RP catches too. And guess what, MNC? He's back with a vengeance. The double Abyssal Blade's done the work. Dark Mago has free roam to find anybody else he likes. 4 dead, about to be a 5th. His Primal Beast, he's got no way out, and there's the GG. Yes, you got the PA once. You're definitely not getting her twice. Well played by my Starbucks.
Radiant victory.
Dude, how did Sacred get so many good RPs? That's nuts. He somehow he's finding like the best heroes every time, which is maybe a positioning mistake from Lava, but man, as soon as he RPs, the heroes are just dead with the damage they can put out in that time.
Yeah, and that was like a non-empowered PA too. Like you didn't even need it at that point. You just blink strike in. You have double Abyssal thanks to the Soul Bind. She has plenty of damage at this point. Like fully stacked Desolator. Like it's crazy. Yeah, it's really well played from a Starbucks. They looked good in this series. I think Lava definitely showed that they are a contender in game 2. I think some potential itemization issues in this game and lanes not going, I think, as well as they probably should have. Just allowed them to kind of snowball out of control, and it's just massive plays from a Starbucks at the right times. The fact that he gets a 3-hero RP and the 3 heroes he finds are the Primal Beast, TA, and Lina, like out of nowhere. Like there wasn't even a fight about to happen. He just finds them and gets a 3-hero RP, and it just deletes them from the game.
Yeah, it was pretty even, I guess. Like definitely I think their lanes could have gotten better, but like they still had a chance, and then just RP after RP. Like I think the last 4 RPs just it led to an entire team wipe or barracks like every time, and the game just fell apart in like the last, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. Very, very impressive game here from a Starbucks. Again, this is one of the teams that I thought could go pretty far in these qualifiers, so I'm not surprising that they're still in this. I'm more surprised that they're in the lower bracket, but there's a lot of really good teams here in the South American quals. So it leads for some exciting final days. We got 2 days left of these qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23. I cannot wait to see where these teams end up, but for now, that's going to bring tonight to an end. We hope you all enjoyed the show. Again, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. We will see you all tomorrow with some more South American Dota action. Have a wonderful night.